So I feel that's why our ancient ancestors were recording eclipses at the Stonehenge computer phase 1.
Welcome to Tea in
A stone
Space.
circle
My
that
name's
was
Tom.
a
This is
routing
Space.
system? What
Hanging
kind
out.
of system could this ancient circle be linked to? If Maria's hypothesis explains the significance of these
Summer.
underground linear lines of force, could deciphering the mysteries of Stonehenge
Karaoke Sunday.
lead us to understand the secret technologies of the ancients?
Got some shit to
We
say.
think, generally speaking, that
Thanks
a
for
lay is
showing
a
up.
straight line that runs through the ground. And some lays are astronomical and they point to an astronomical event, like the rise of the
Who knows
midsummer
what we're gonna get
sunrise,
into
for
today,
example,
YouTube?
or a setting
Oh,
moon
Facebook's
phase.
here too?
That's a
Yeah, it has been for the last
celestial
30
orientated
minutes,
lay.
40 minutes. Why you've
Then you have
been
other lays that are
ignoring
just
us?
topographical, and they don't have
I
any
wasn't
energy, and
ignoring
they just
you.
link site after site across the ancient
I wasn't
landscape.
ignoring everybody.
So we need to think of lays as being different categories. Some have energy, some don't. Then we can come across what's called a lay system. And a lay system is a straight line in the landscape that has meandering currents entwining it. So let's visualize for one moment the caduceus symbol that paramedics wear still today. It contains a straight line with two serpents entwining it. One is male and one is female. And when we look at the ancient landscape, that's what's going on. You have a straight ley line, and ley systems have a meandering male current and female current entwining it. Now, these leys, once you project them around the globe, become a great circle. And the ancient Celtic Druids, who inherited the information of the Bronze Age, always said in their literature, there are 12 mighty circles that go around the globe. And one of these mighty circles that go around the globe is exactly at 51 degrees latitude. Stonehenge is sited precisely at 51 degrees 18. And that's where the only place on the British Isles where the summer rising sun at midsummer sets at an angle to the moon set at its northerly phase, creating a right angle. So Stonehenge was on that latitude of 51 degrees. The ley flows through that at 51 degrees. The heel stone is sited at 51 degrees of latitude. Now this ley then links in not just to that latitude, but to where the planets were positioned in the sky around about 2700 BC.
Astronomers agree that in the year 2700 BC, the planets and stars would have aligned perfectly to reflect the stone placements at Stonehenge. When we study the celestial records of the ancient world, it becomes obvious that the people of Stonehenge were calculating the distances between sacred energy sites and planets, then recreating these dimensions by setting stones in the ground on Earth. But to what end? What was the relationship between these gargantuan stones and the planets above them?
There is a theory that in addition to the influence of the sun and the moon and the power of the eclipses, that Stonehenge has a connection with the influence of Saturn. This comes from a theory that was proposed, I believe, in the 1980s originally, that the inner so-called horseshoe of stones that are made of bluestone, which comes from Wales, which is hundreds of miles away from Stonehenge itself, reflected this influence, and that because they were directional, they sort of pointed towards the influence of Saturn.
Now, if we visualize this on the ground, we need to see that Stonehenge represents Saturn, and it has 30 lintels going around it. And Saturn takes exactly 30 years to make one round of the zodiac. Any astronomer and an astrologer will tell you that's called a Saturn return. It's a 30-year cycle. So I feel that's why there was 30 lintels at Stonehenge. Our ancient ancestors did everything for a meaning. Nothing was by chance. Everything had a metaphysical and a physical property in the ancient world of Stonehenge. We need to now imagine along that line, going further along it, that there was another ancient site called Marden. Marden was a superhenge. Den is an old English word for settlement, and Mars means Marden, the settlement of Mars. And that's where Mars was situated in the ancient landscape and brought down to Earth. They were bringing heaven to Earth. Moving further up the lane, you have the Sun and the Moon represented by Avebury Henge, which contains the largest stone circle in the world.
As Stonehenge slowly falls into ruin, scientists are digging deeper for answers about the true purpose of these stone megaliths. The site was comprised of an inner circle of smaller blue stones set in a horseshoe arrangement, surrounded by a larger external wall of 60-million-year-old silicified Sarsen sandstones. 50 remain standing today, but originally it is believed there were many more. The mass of the largest is comparable to the weight of a fully loaded cement truck.
They say that Stonehenge was built by giants. After all, these are enormous stones. It was a great engineering feat. They say the stones came from Africa. They have been studied. They came from nearby, except for a circle of blue stones that were in addition. They did not exactly come from Africa, but they came from the coast. And the trade with Africa was from the coast. They were not as massive as the major stones of the henge, but they were still brought from a great distance. This massive thing was built at a time where it was quite a task to build it.
It all began with the U-shaped construction on the inside. A lot of people believe that that U-shaped construction literally has to do is symbolic of the female human womb, and that's why it's open on one end to be able to give birth outwards to energy. These weren't people that had any access to any sort of technology we have today, and yet they were probably accomplishing things with this science that we can only dream about today, just using stones. That's fascinating.
More astounding than the size of these megaliths is that the properties in Sarsen are comparable to the rock crystal quartz. Did the ancients find a way to regulate sound and energy frequencies? And if so, what were they using these frequencies for?
When we see the stones being routed into the energy system and be able to produce aerial energy in a band form that communicates from one stone to the next, in crosstalk communication as it's called, we can liken that to a large energy system. Stonehenge is unique. There isn't another stone circle like it in the British Isles. Why? Because Stonehenge has lintels on the top. It has a circle of perfect 360 degrees circle on the top created by the lintels, which, according to master dowsers and geomancers, makes a form of energy go round and round and round and round the monument. And then every kind of third or fourth circuit, the energy spins off towards the heel stone. It will always have what's called an exit gate. That's a standing stone that's slightly off to one side where the energy is guided to go. That could be likened to something like CERN, because that too is a circular monument that generates high particle speed of energy going round.
Could the ancients have technology that was infinitely as powerful as CERN? Founded in 1954, the CERN laboratory sits astride the Franco-Swiss border near Geneva. Here, the top nuclear research physicists on Earth engineer complex scientific instruments that analyze the core constituents of matter. No one would argue that their most powerful creation to date is the Hadron Particle Collider, a 27-kilometer ring of superconducting magnets that significantly boost the energy of particles accelerating through it.
When a stone circle has that circular shape, it generates a force field going round and round and round. So could our ancient ancestors have been creating this energy field? Now, if we look at this type of energy on a particle analogy, like CERN, that could be doing a very, very similar thing. I took an engineer of CERN around Avebury who wanted to experience energy on a different level. So he decided to come out with me for the day. And he was describing to me high particle speeds of energy going through the land that they could get from CERN to Turin, for example. They could make a particle literally go through the Earth at high speed on a linear line. It is a lay, if you will. That's what our ancient ancestors were doing. they were pushing energy along straight lines or from a circle. So you have like a circle like CERN or a stone circle.
With the Hadron Collider, what you have is a particle accelerator that shoots atoms around in such an accelerated degree that they can literally split them down into their constituent parts. With Stonehenge, what you might be seeing is an ancient attempt at something like that, that perhaps they weren't trying to break atoms down per se, but with both, you might be able to open a doorway into another dimension. There are many people who believe the Hadron Collider was actually invented to do just that, that the rest of the story is just made up to make it look like it's an actual valid scientific endeavor. It could be that the deep state who constructed it are looking to open up the doorway.
If this might be true, is Stonehenge more than a representation of our own space-time reality? Is it also possible that it might have been a portal to other dimensions in time and space?
Time is a great treasure and a strange mystery. We long to control time. We have a great yearning to have more time. We wish we could go back in time to correct an error, perhaps. Many ancient stories explore these deep human aspirations. Those who go into fairy realms may pass through the roots of a tree and spend some time with other creatures or watch the fairies dance in the moonlight. When they return to their ordinary lives, they may find that 100 years had passed. In some other stories, a person will go off and have long labors and adventures and come back, and only a few moments have passed. This bending of time is celebrated in classic stories such as the Chronicles of Narnia. We know that time does not hold still and does not act in ordinary fashion. That is, we would think that time ticks off like the arms of a clock, but in fact it is quite malleable. Time stretches and bends. Einstein showed that time isn't the same in space. It can be affected by mass. That came as a great surprise to people when that discovery, our sense of things being orderly shifted when we realized that time is not as uniform as we thought.
As humans living in modern civilization, we all understand that sometimes time seems to travel quite quickly, and other times it marches very, very slowly. Through meditative techniques, we can slow our experience of time down. But is there a matrix in the universe we can slip through, where we can actually travel forward and backwards in time? Did the ancients create a secret technology with the stones that can manipulate it?
The inner so-called horseshoe, because they were directional, they sort of pointed towards the influence of Saturn, not necessarily where it rose, but perhaps towards another monument on the horizon. But because of this, it gave Stonehenge a quite dark aspect, because Saturn is associated with the colour black, with death, mortality, and the end of time, basically. I find this theory a little odd, but the association with time, I think, is very important, because these stone circles often seem to reflect the idea of the passage of time.
Saturn is a fascinating planet because in the Greek mythology, it was Kronos, who was actually the Titan, the ruler of all the gods. And Zeus, Jupiter, had to overthrow Saturn in order to, survive, because Kronos was swallowing his own children. And there's something to be said for this relationship of Saturn to Satan, the adversary, the time itself, the old devil being time, because what do we know as humans? The one thing we all run up against that we cannot defeat is time. So Saturn, as this sort of ring lord, actually it's called Lord of the Rings. It was considered a very destructive planet, and it's difficult to understand exactly why. Each planet has a certain resonance. Mars for war, Pluto is sort of the outlier, Venus is for love, but Saturn has been this sort of monster in mythological history.
You have this understanding of Saturn and Kronos as being the sort of governors of time. There were certain mechanistic aspects of it, but it was also very fluid, and you have to associate the fact that there were cycles within cycles within cycles. By the time we get to the Greeks and the Romans, everything becomes very narrowly minded. It's very logical, linear, and you can't do that. Nature is not linear by any sense of the imagination. And you see that a lot of that reflected in a lot of the stone circles, for example. But there's another layer to this understanding. As although they built stone circles to be markers of time, they also understood them to be observations of the heavens, which are in themselves cyclical and repetitive. It wasn't so much a sort of a linear understanding of the mechanics of the universe. It was also an understanding that these things evolve within cycles. And that's why we have to pay attention to them, because our livelihood, our survival depends on the understanding of these long cycles.
These ideas have challenged some to look at the Stonehenge differently than they have before. What does the placement of the stones aligning with Saturn have to do with our space-time reality? In 1981, NASA published photos from the Voyager mission of what they are calling Saturn's North Pole hexagram, a strange six-pointed geometric star figure. And interestingly enough, if you look at an aerial of Stonehenge, you get a similar image. Many theorists believe that Saturn actually hacks into waveform information transmitted via the sun and broadcasts a reality.
I feel that Stonehenge represented a goddess cult associated with the moon, because Stonehenge Phase 1, like I've described, was an eclipse predictor, and it was associated with the full moon. So we need to visualize Stonehenge Phase 1 as being a goddess monument and having moonlit ceremonies. We always see monuments in the daytime, but if you're aligning something to the moon, you want to see it at night. So I see a goddess culture going into moonlit ceremonies at Stonehenge, and with the full moon, chalk white walls become brilliant white. So it would have stood out of the landscape visually so. Even the very narrow original entrance to Phase 1 of Stonehenge was aligned to the moon. Later on, they widened the avenue at Stonehenge so that the heel-stone was roughly aligned to the midsummer sunrise. Any archaeoastronomer will tell you, such as Clive Ruggles, would say that the heel-stone is only roughly aligned to the rising sun. It's a degree out. Whereas if you look at the lunar alignment associated with Stonehenge, it is perfectly aligned. So round about the changeover of the lunar cult to a solar cult, that's when you had more round monuments being built, and the solar cult and the male-dominated society came into being.
This is just one of many examples of this so-called cult of Saturn in modern times. The Saturn theory suggests that Stonehenge may have been built in part as a religious homage to where these people believed they originated from.
The Saturn as a whole is a very mysterious place. In fact, we've known its association with the hexagon for a long time because the sixth planet from the sun. What's fascinating about that is our orbital satellites have shown that there's a hexagon on the roof of Saturn, actually, that sits above the North Pole. To see this hexagonal shape that's forming naturally on Saturn begs the question, why? What's creating that hexagon to appear there? It's not clear whether it's caused because of the rings or some kind of structures on the planet itself, but the notion of Saturn being associated with the hexagon and then actually finding this hexagonal structure on the roof of the North Pole of Saturn is mind-boggling.
Is it possible that Stonehenge, with its placement of stones to represent Saturn, the moon, and the sun, is actually telling modern-day humans to remember who we are and where we come from? The scientist who formulated the classical theory of electromagnetic radiation in the 1800s, James Clerk Maxwell, had some ideas about hyperdimensional physics he feared would not be understood in his day. So he wrote a poem to disguise them. Ye cubic surfaces, by 3s and 9s, draw round his camp your 27 lines, the seal of Solomon in 3 dimensions. Billy Carson explains what Maxwell means by the Seal of Solomon in 3 dimensions.
The actual location of the hinge and Avebury itself, if you take an ordnance map of the area and you take a map of Cydonia from Mars from the NASA.gov site and then overlay them, it matches 100%. In other words, there's a circle anomaly like Stonehenge, there's another dome anomaly like the big mound over there in Avebury, and then so many kilometers up there's another little dome, and then there's a pyramid, but it all matches up. They actually, if you can draw a straight line to every single one of them, these 20-degree angles, and it's like a perfect representation of Stonehenge on Mars, which is totally bizarre, obviously. In theory, every single planet, if you were to take a tetrahedron or a pyramid upside down, put it inside the planet, where the points of the actual tetrahedron would touch the planet, just on the outside of that, if you can imagine, there's always some type of planetary geological event, whether it's volcanic activity, whether it's fault lines. If you're looking at Saturn, you're going to see that great storm that's been going on for many, many years, and it's never stopped. It seems to be very voracious. So every planet that you look at seems to have these marking points where you can see that hyperdimensional physics has an effect on the geology of the actual planet or moon.
We were talking about the power of 6, which is the hexagram shape. That comes from the house of David. David's son is Solomon. Sol on the sun god, personified in human form.
According to mainstream science, the speed of light is the fastest speed in our galaxy. But some radical theorists, like renowned author David Icke, believe that Saturn greatly influences space and time in our universe, and that we are all under its spell. How did this concept come to be? Sonia Grace describes her alternative research that showcases a vision of the energy forces in play at Stonehenge, and why she believes the word Sarsen could have originally meant non-human.
When I spirit traveled to Stonehenge, it was the middle of the day, and I looked around and looked at my guides and said, "What is this?" And they said, This is Stonehenge before Stonehenge. This is what it looked like." And they said, "We want to introduce you to one of the beings that helped create Stonehenge." And this magnificent being, who was very tall, was a Pleiadian, but I called them the Ancient Ones. And they said to me, "We have come to Earth at this time to help create a new phase of humanity here in this northern region. And we have taught the people their ceremonies, we've taught them their rituals, all the things that they learned, their medicine. We trained the high priestesses. 4,000 years of training and preparation, because this all started about 8,000 BC. And then around 4,000 BC, they placed the large sarsen stones. So the connection to Saturn was the reptilians also were here on Earth during this time. And they were very, very intent on gaining control of people and of the whole region. They did not like these Ancient Ones. They did not like their teachings. They didn't like what they were doing with humanity. And I learned that the reptilians were the ones who built a replica site on Saturn, trying to get through this portal to Pleiades. They simply built a replica to actually transport to where these Pleiadians came from. And if you think about how well protected our airports are, you can't go through without going through TSA and getting scanned and all of that. It's kind of the same process if you're going to another planet. You can't just drop in and say, "Hey, I'm here, I use this portal." There has to be a real screening process. You had to have the code to get through that Stargate. The same was true at Stonehenge. And this alignment to Saturn, I feel, is more out of the battle that has gone on for millions of years between different extraterrestrial beings and these demigods, and the vying for power. That's always been a part of what's gone on here on Earth. And so the alignment to Saturn, I think it has everything to do with the war that was happening on another level between these Pleiadians and the reptilians.
If this could be true, is there any evidence that suggests a different kind of civilization used the code of Stonehenge?
Who built Stonehenge? I went on a research campaign, if you will, to find out what the people look like. I kept being drawn through the Dowsing principle to a very large barrow on the Salisbury Plain. Stonehenge is sited on the Salisbury Plain, and the Salisbury Plain is run by the military. What I discovered was the largest long barrow ever constructed in Northwest Europe was on that Salisbury Plain. Some have a megalithic chambers within them and some don't. So some are classified as earthen mounds and some are classified as megalithic mounds, the ones with the chambers. When I found the biggest long mound on Salisbury Plain, it must have been for hundreds of people that lived at Stonehenge. But it wasn't. It was decreed for one person and one person alone, and that was of a woman. And we hardly ever hear of the prehistoric women in the British landscape, apart from Boudica, an Iron Age Iceni queen, who basically challenged the Romans. So I decided to research this woman that was placed in this mound and find out who she was and the age of her. She was dated to the Neolithic period, about 5,500 years old. And I tracked her down to Cambridge University. And when I went to see her, I instantly realized she had an elongated skull. Her skull was much longer than ours. We have round faces and round skulls. Hers wasn't. So she was an elongated person, and she must have been high ranking. She must have been a high priestess or a queen to have been buried as a single interment into the largest mound in Northwest Europe. And also she had been murdered. So I decided then to investigate all the other long mounds on the Salisbury Plain and find out who were buried in these mounds. And it turned out they too all had elongated skulls, and they too had all been murdered and then placed within these mounds.
If these elongated head beings were murdered, what was the purpose of preserving their bodies? Could they have held the keys to the portal? Perhaps Stonehenge and the placement of its stones that represent Saturn, the Moon, and the Sun also serves to prompt modern-day humans to remember who we are and where we came from.
Saturn is known to be kind of the harsh taskmaster. It's where we get things like tough love, sort of. And it's not an evil thing, but it's almost like you have to prune the tree in order to exacerbate growth. Sometimes we need a little toughness just to really grow to our full potential. So that's really, to me, that's what Saturn represents. And the neat thing with Saturn is it's also known, it's actually a feminine sign, but generally it's thought of as a masculine deity. Saturn imposes the limitations of time and space. It's also the seventh sphere, which is the highest point of the world soul. It's the point where eternity becomes creation. There's a liminal boundary at the edge of the world, so to speak, which was the highest level of Saturn. It was also the ruler of the Golden Age. So it also has a very good connotation. The Golden Age is said to be ruled by Saturn. So it's not all a bad thing. But it's almost like our world's inside out here. See, Saturn, the lead, is the lowest in our world we're experiencing here. But once we go back to the Golden Age, it's actually the highest.
Stonehenge is many, many layers. And yes, it's a place of learning, it's a place of fertility, it's a place of wisdom, it's a place of gathering, and of course, it's an astronomical marker and an astrological marker as well. It's all of those things. It's like a big Russian doll without the Russian counterpart.
Thinking about our younger years, it was only you and me. We were young and wild. can take me away from you. We've been down that road before. That's over now. You keep coming back for more. Baby, you're all that I want. When you're lying here in my arms, I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven. And love is all that I need, and I found it there in your heart. It isn't too hard to see we're in heaven. Instrumental. Rocky start, but you're pulling it out here, I think. Oh, once in your life you find someone who will turn your world around, bring you up when you're feeling down. Yeah, nothing could change what you mean to me. Oh, there's lots that I could say, but just hold me now, 'cause our love will light the way. Baby, you're all that I know. When you're lying here in my arms, I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven. And love is all that I need, and I found it there in your heart. It isn't too hard to see we're in heaven. I've been waiting for so long, for something to arrive, for love to come along. Now my dreams are coming true, through the good times and the bad. Yeah, I'll be standing there by you. Baby, you're all that I want. When you're lying here in my arms, I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven. And love is all that I need, and I found it there in your heart. It isn't too hard to see we're in heaven. Well, it might not seem like heaven right now, but it can be, should be. Paradise? Oh, yeah. Thanks for singing. Comment below. What do you want to sing next? And subscribe for more videos. Julia Michaels, Issues. I don't know who she is. I don't know this song. Let's try it. You want to try it? Let's like it. I love it. I love the fact this is out there. I get angry, baby, believe me. I can love you just as fast, but you don't judge me. 'Cause if you did, baby, I would judge you too. No, you don't judge me. 'Cause if you did, baby, I'd judge you too. 'Cause I got issues, but you got them too. Give them all of me, and I'll give mine to you. Bask in the glory of all our problems, 'cause we got the kind of love it takes to solve them, yeah. I got issues. You're one of them.
But you're perfect. Poorly wired circuit. Got hands like an ocean. Push you out. Pull you back in because you don't fucking judge me. Right? Because I'll judge you too. That sets us up for problems from the same point of view. Because I got issues. Yeah, I got issues. Oh, I got issues like you do with me. Oh, my issues with you are quite a bit more severe. Because you got them. I got issues. But you got them too. Bad. So give them all to me. And I'll give mine to you. Bask in the glory. Beaumont Motel, monthly rentals through till 2021. Because we got the kind of love it takes to solve them. Yeah, I got issues. One of them is how bad I need you. Yeah. Okay, we've been through this already, man. I got issues. I need you. But do I? Not if you're being a dick. Yeah, I got issues. And one of them is how bad I need you. Because it seems like, you're the only one with power around here. Perceived power. Now that I know this. What's he talking? Thanks for singing. That was Julia Michaels. Comment below. What do you want to sing next? And subscribe for more videos. Sing for us, monkey boy. Okay. Well, imagine, if you will, I can't be serious. I can't be taken seriously as a musician. Imagine there's no heaven.
Are you on TikTok?
Hey, no!
Are you on TikTok?
Should I be on TikTok? No, on Facebook, YouTube.
Oh, I thought you were on TikTok.
Instagram.
Yeah. Oh,
No, TikTok is not for me right now. It's just like I'm long format. So like I upload a 10-hour thing each day.
what are you doing on 10-hour day?
I talk about shit. We talk about comments and stuff.
I hope you're not fucking trying to talk about man.
Hey,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Man.
Are you a fucking faggot?
No, why would that matter?
I don't know. It
Why
matters.
would that matter?
It matters to me.
Come on, man. Free love, isn't it? You guys are welcome anything. And no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. Ooh. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live as one. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger. brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live as one. Comment below, what do you think? What do you want to sing next? Welcome to our sing-along on YouTube and Facebook. Subscribe for more videos. Why would we? Because we're having fun? I know we're having fun. So, Lady Gaga, you and I, or Demi Lovato, Skyscraper? I'm going left all the time until I go right. What's this song? We'll find out. We'll find out. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out who's actually playing this piano too. Skies are crying. I'm watching, catching teardrops in my hands. Only silence as it's ending, like we never had a chance. Do you have to make me feel like that? There's nothing left of me. Fuck. I'm taking a break. You can take everything I have. You can take a break. I'm everything I am. I feel like I'm made of fucking glass. Like I'm made of paper. Like I'm a paper doll. Like I'm a origami unicorn. Like I'm a skyscraper. Like it's just like a fucking skyscraper. You know what I'm like? You know what you're like? Forget it. As the smoke clears, I awake. Just doing a little bit of research here. Seeing what's out there. How much fun can we do? How much fun can we do? Oh man, the guy can't even speak English. He must have fun. How much fun can we have? If we just got together, pooled our talents, and then just did, right? It's fun. Tell you what, I'll get together for like an hour, put something together. Live. That sounds fun. How do you want to do it? I don't know. Whatever it is, it's going to be an hour. Then we just share it. We have a conversation. You want to sing? Do you want to perform a dramatic rendition of The Office? You know, at one time the amoeba, it actually split two. So one became two, right? Now here, the story doesn't end there. For some reason, the thing that made it split in the first place wasn't counted for. right? That's spark. So wherever there's 3, if anything, might be true. I don't know, most likely I'm full of shit. I can offer you grace to make you feel my love. I'm gonna make you feel my love. I'm gonna make you love me. I don't think that's possible, sir. To dry your tears, I could hold you for 1,000,000 years. To make you feel my love. Going blind right now. I can't see any comments. Coming to you live from the Beaumont Motel on YouTube, Facebook, wherever else. I don't know. Does it matter? Hey, did you catch that I Am Landlord show we did this morning? That was real shit, eh? It's worth looking into. Promises made, not followed through with. One day we might learn. Not in our best interest to take advantage of each other. It's not in our best interest. When the whole time you weren't thinking about following through. The storms are raging on the rolling sea. You got your life raft ready? Wearing a life jacket? Do you know how to swim? I don't know how to fucking swim. For now, we'll take it easy. We won't do too much. We'll stand up and be accounted for, though. That's for fucking sure. And if that means I gotta be on it for 24 hours at a time, like no fucking rest, so be it. I will not rest. Well, unless I take a nap, of course. hours. I'll take a nap. Like when I say I'm not gonna rest, it just means I'm unrelenting. Adele, make you feel my love? Yeah, please. Thanks for singing. Comment below. What do you want to sing next? And subscribe. Up for more videos if you want them. You like them? No. And for you, friend, don't. No, it'll just annoy you.
It's actually a good sign. Every breath you take, every move you make, every bond you break, every step you take, I'll be watching you. Every single day, every word you say, every game you play, every night you stay, I'll be watching you. Oh, can't you see, you belong to me? How my poor heart aches with every step you take, every move you make, every vow you break, every smile you fake, every claim you stake, I'll be watching you. Since you've gone, I've been lost without a trace, dreaming that I can only see your face. Look around, but it's you I can't replace. Feel so cold and I long for your embrace. Keep crying, baby, baby, please. Oh. Are you okay? What? I don't know what, why would that be your first question? Second of all, what does it matter? Third of all, why are you being that way? You're weird. Still like, come back next time, talk normal to me. Oh, can't you see, you belong to me? How my poor heart aches with every step you take, and every move you make, every vow you break, every smile you fake, every claim you stake, I'll be watching you. Every move you make, every step you take, I'll be watching you. Cause it's what I do. I'll be watching you. I'll be watching you. I'll be watching you, watching you, watching you, watching you, watching you. Like a hawk might from above, a circle pattern, just waiting. Pretty good long game. Checkmate. I'll be watching you. Oh yeah, sister. Letting it all hang out tonight, are you? That's good. It's summer. I live in a town that doesn't know what it is.
Maybe they'll figure it out. Most likely, I don't know, the way it's going. Some people's gots to go. RCMP, one of them. Shitty businesses.
The works covers steering, suspension, brakes, batteries, lights,
Government,
interior, exterior,
municipality.
your
They're
tire
not doing
treads,
anything.
everything.
How deep is your love? Fair question. No, I don't want to sing that. Well, come on, we got it every day. Practice. Do you have it nailed? I don't. I need practice on it. You want to do another one? All right, fine. We'll do another one. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Imagine. Song I remember. Okay. Did that one already. Let's see another song. Another song that you would remember. This one's for Vicky. It's this song you would remember, I think. This is a really popular song. Which one is it going to be, though? We can go a number of different ways on this one. Said I. Good choice. Close tab. LA is fine, sunshine most of the time. And the feeling's laid back. Palm trees growing, rents are low, but you know I keep thinking about making my way back. I'm in New York City, born and raised, but nowadays I'm lost between two shores. LA is fine, but it ain't home. New York's home, but it ain't mine no more. I am, I say, to no one there, and no one heard at all, not even the chair. I am, I cried. I am, said I. And I am lost and I can't even say why. Leaving me lonely still. Did you ever read about a frog who dreamed of being a king and then became one? Well, except for the names and a few other changes, if you talk about me, the story's the same one. But I got an emptiness deep inside, and I've tried, but it won't let me go. And I'm not a man who likes to swear, but I've never cared for the sound of being alone. I am, I said, to no one there, and no one heard at all, not even the chair. I am, I cried. I am, said I. And I am lost and I can't even say why. I am, I said. I am, I cried. I am. I am, I said. I am, I said. Do another one, Neil Diamond. I love Neil Diamond. Well, who doesn't? Carefun.com. Do you feel it building? I feel it. Where it began, I can't begin to know it, but then I know it's growing strong. Was in the spring, and the springtime became the summer. Would I believed you come along? Hands, touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. I've been inclined to believe they never would. Oh, now I look at the night and it don't seem so lonely. We fill it up with only two. And when I hurt runs off my shoulders. How can I hurt when her holding you? Well, that's impossible when I'm holding you. One, touching one, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. I've been inclined to believe they never would. Oh, no, no. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. Sweet Caroline, I believe they never could. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. I've been inclined to believe they never would. Oh, no, 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 no. Live on Facebook right now. That was for you, Vicky. Those last two songs were for you. It's for everybody. Some practice in it. Gotta get it down. Gotta get it down. Why? Now that she's back in the atmosphere, the drops of Jupiter in her hair, She acts like summer and walks like rain, reminds me that there's a time to change, Since the return from a stay at the moon, she listens like spring and she talks like June, But tell me, did you sail across the sun? Did you make it to the Milky Way to see the lights all faded and the heaven is overrated? Tell me, did you fall from the shooting star? One without a permanent scar. And did you miss me while we were looking for yourself way out there? You were looking for yourself out there. That's how it goes. Yeah. Now that she's back from the soul vacation, tracing her way through the constellation, She checks out Mozart while she does Tybo. Reminds me that there's room to grow, Now that she's back in the atmosphere, I'm afraid that she might think of me as plain old Jane. Told a story about a man who was too afraid to fly, so he never did land. But tell me, did the wind up sweeping you off your feet? Did you finally get a chance to dance the light of day? Head back to the Milky Way and tell me, did Venus blow your mind? Was it everything you wanted to find? And did you miss me while you were looking for yourself way out there? Can you imagine no love, pride, deep fried chicken? Your best friend always sticking up for you. Isn't that the way it should be all the fucking time? Even when I know you're wrong, can you imagine no first dance, free stride, romance, 5-hour conversation? The best soy latte that you ever had. Tell me, did you wind up sweeping you off your feet? Did the wind, did you finally get the chance to dance along the light of day and head back to the Milky Way? And tell me, did you sail across the sun? Did you make it to the Milky Way to see the lights all faded? That heaven is overrated. Tell me, did you fall from a shooting star? One without a permanent scar. Did you miss me while you were looking for yourself way out there? Na 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 na. And did you finally get the chance to dance along the light of day? Did you finally? Na 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 na. And did you fall from a shooting star? Wolf shooting star, man. It sounded like you were going somewhere. Maybe I was. Next time I sing it, I might be different. But I'll tell you what, I'm always going to get those fucking words out. I have to. It's a good message, man. It's a good message. You know what? We're going to take a little break. Gonna go over to my Gaia page and continue what we were listening to before.
To the average troglodyte, it just looks like a bunch of
hyperdimensional geometry of stone
arranged willy-nilly on the landscape. Now, if you actually take an aerial version of Stonehenge, it's perfect. It's beautiful because it actually encompasses and incorporates every facet of sacred geometry. Now, sacred geometry is important because it's basically a distillation of nature, laws of nature. Each geometry is essentially a concretization of consciousness or a conscious sentient movement. So each geometry means what it does. So, for example, if you're going to a place like Stonehenge and you go in there,
What do we got here now?
let's say you want to work with feminine or
No
creative
way.
forces. The geometry that works with those forces is the pentagram.
Cause we were just kids. We fell in love, not knowing what it was. I will not give you up this time. But darling, just kiss me slow. My heart is all I own. In your eyes, you're holding me mine. Baby, I'm dancing in the dark with you between the arms.
In what is considered the Four Corners area of the United States, another timeline is revealed.
What's intriguing about
Barefoot on the grass, listen to our favorite song.
previous cycles
I
of
whispered underneath my breath,
civilization
but
that comes across, which
you
are
heard it, darling, you
brought
know.
to an end, and
Perfect
again,
today, by the
as
way.
a re-emergence and another cycle of civilization occurs. That's the message that I take from the Hopi tradition.
Absolutely.
They are urging us to cast our minds
No, that
back
dress looks great on you.
into remote prehistory.
No, you do not look bad.
Ancient cave systems in the Southwest reveal ancient civilizations and their treasures.
You always say that. Well, because it's true. I want you to be honest with me. You're perfect. We are still kids. Should be, anyways. Yeah. I've got my own philosophies on this. I think he says it pretty good. On what? This? I quite like Ed Sheeran. Oh, do you, old man? Yep. Barefoot on the grass
In 1936,
and listening to our favorite song.
discovered a cache of Apache
When
gold
I saw you in that dress,
sands, Missouri.
looking so beautiful, I don't
Scouted
deserve
rocky
this.
outcropping
I don't, darling. You look
deer hunting, Nostra
perfect tonight.
Exploring, he stumbled upon an old mine shaft that led him
Sing it properly.
to crudely smelted gold bars stacked in rows like bricks. Tragically, Noss was
I don't want you to come to my concerts anymore.
was using explosives in an attempt to widen the cave's opening.
I think it's too
He
theatrical.
mistakenly created a
You gotta tone it
line that sealed it forevermore.
I think you're right.
Noss's lost gold showed widespread attention. But where did the riches he had seen come
Theatrics go places though.
Theories about
They make you feel.
the repository of
Wouldn't have done it
19th century Apache
for
witch
so long.
to a secret
I didn't
stash of
believe in it.
Aztecs.
Like in the fact that
Treasure hunters world over have come to Victorio's Peak to
when the arts are
find Noss's
strong,
fortune,
we're all
but none
doing
have been
okay.
successful.
The arts aren't.
The lost treasure is still
Watch out.
buried somewhere in Rubble,
That means you're doing something
guarded by military.
that's off.
Is it possible ancient treasure from
Because
a
you're
lost
forgetting your
civilization
core.
lay buried beneath Victorio's Peak?
The
And
glue
so,
that holds it all
what
together.
else could be beneath this strange area? Researchers like Greg Braden point out that there is more to this area than gold. There is actually a much more ancient system that stretches over 4 states.
What we found in
Because
these
there's
areas,
such a
not so
wide
much
range
that there
of
is
vehicles in the
hollow
Ford family, we
space
have
under
access
the
to
desert,
13
but
different
there's
tire
a
brands. We
tunnel
can
system
tailor the entire area.
that connects many of the indigenous traditions in this part of the world from the area in southwestern Colorado, northern New Mexico, down towards Wild Horse Mesa. And it is this natural system of caverns that the native people say many of their traditions relate to. So they were created naturally through volcanic environments and then they were modified to become more useful over later generations. But what the ancestors say is that in the past, this is where people have lived when the cataclysms of the past destroyed the surface of the earth. And now we have physical evidence in New Mexico and Colorado. The geologic evidence does not support the hollow earth theory in the sense of a complete space in the center of the earth. It does support within the crust itself a series of tunnels and catacombs that were created naturally and have been known to use by our ancestors, by native peoples in the past.
I've come to talk with you.
It's interesting that we find this idea of treasures within the earth,
Because a vision
hidden gold,
softly creeping.
things of this nature. That
RCMP, get out of our fucking town, please. Thank you.
you have
1102, I've seen you around.
caves of the seven cities.
Bye.
From,
We don't need you anymore. And the vision that was planted in my brain still
At the
remains.
same time, you have this whole idea that goes back to stories of the underworld containing treasure.
Within
Whether
the
it's
sound
dwarves or it's the alchemists looking for gold
silence.
in the depths of the earth.
So these sites are very controversial because they force historians to rethink the traditional story.
Narrow streets of cobblestone.
Underground caverns in North America are located
Beneath the halo of
where Colorado,
history land.
Arizona, and New Mexico meet.
I turn my
This
collar
rugged
to
and
the
arid
cold
land,
and
also known
damp.
as the Colorado Plateau,
But
is
my
predominantly
eyes
owned
are
by
stabbed
Native American tribes,
by the
including
flesh.
the Hopi Nation.
Money on
And
my
Hopi folklore, it is written that the Indians' ancestors climbed onto the surface of our earth from an
I thought you were
unknown.
taking a break. Wow.
This indigenous tribe believes that the
It's a sickness. I got hot blood.
mankind is the fourth world, and that the planet the sun.
Make sure you
What's intriguing about
drink a lot of water,
this notion, previous
especially when you got hot blood.
civilization that comes across, which are broad to remain physically, and then there's a re-emergence of another cycle civilization. That's the message that I take from the they are urging us to cast our minds back into history. They're saying we are not missing numbers, we see it. Look at the actual structures on the ground in that
Who said how you do not know? Silence like a cancer it grows. Hear my words and I finally reach you. Take my arms and I reach you. But my words like silent raindrops fell. And the signs and the words and the prophets all written on the subway walls. Genuine
It sounds like the craziest thing, but the energy is so unadulterated, so powerful, so potent, it doesn't have to show it. It is itself. And you are suddenly reminded that you're actually crossing a veil. It's hard to put into words unless you just realize it. That's the power.
But does it be a place where people could cross over into other dimensions? When it comes to exploring Native American lore, and in particular,
The
legends
works
about the underworld,
covers steering, suspension, brakes, batteries, lights, interior, exterior, your tire treads, everything.
there. And by that I mean we have an emergence myth that they possessed and came out of the earth. The Pueblo people believed that they had come out of the earth area around the Grand Canyon area. We have the Hopi who claim they came out they call it Sipapu, which is basically the infrared chimney system in Cuba. But they claim that they had to come out and they call it Sipapu. And they come out of the underworld.
Escape from reality.
The snake people.
I'm just a poor boy. I need no sympathy. Anyway you will, blues doesn't really matter to me.
Which had been destroyed in the cataclysm and had sunk beneath the ocean. And they claimed that
Mama just killed a man, put a gun against his head, pull my trigger, now he's dead. Mama, life has just begun, but now I've gone and thrown it all away. Mama, didn't mean to make you cry. If I'm not back again this time tomorrow, carry on, as if nothing really matters.
It is a vibration
Carry on.
that is felt selectively by some people. Other people don't seem to know it at all.
Too late.
2 and 4 a.m.
My time has come.
And the
Send shivers down my spine. Body's aching all the time. Goodbye, everybody. I've got to go. Gonna leave you all behind and face the truth. I don't wanna die. I sometimes wish I'd never been born at all. Oh. Want that again? Alright, let's do it again. That was good. Good one take. One take. One take, man.
Geosensing applications.
I see a little silhouette of a man. Thunder for the lightning, very, very frightening me. Galileo, just a poor boy, nobody loves me. He's just a poor boy from the poor families, buried his life from the small subsidy. Easy come, easy go, will you let me go? Why? Let me go. Fuck you, let me go. You're not giving me a reason. What? You shitheads. Oh, mamma mia, mamma mia. Let me go. Never more time for me. For me. So you think you can stone me and spit in my eye? So you think you can love me and leave me to die? Oh, wait a minute. You can't do this. You can't do it to me, baby. I just gotta get out. Just gotta get right out of here. It's an uphill battle. Yeah. But it's worth it in the end. You wanna know why? Because in the end,
That's the most important thing. One of many ways. Nothing really matters. Anyone can see.
Stories going back
Nothing really matters.
different types of beings, taking them below the
Nothing
earth
really
during,
matters.
before cataclysms to protect them. And these same beings, after the cataclysm, would bring them back to the surface of the earth and help them set up their civilizations. A lot of these areas that the military will lock down also are very strong vortexes, which basically are used in this cosmic web Stargate system. These are places that the military want locked down because they don't want you to see what's coming and going through these gates.
A lockdown?
Welcome to T in Space. My name's Tom. This is Space. Hello. Come on in, unless you're going to be a dick. And then get out of my fucking house. But most people aren't. It was a weird day to start, but needed to happen. Needed to happen. It's all on video.
In Hopi folklore, you have this possibility, at least within the lore, you don't necessarily exclude.
Unless it's censored by YouTube.
Ground because people had no idea that the gods
inside my mind.
Very large caverns.
In my dreams, I kiss your lips 1,000 times.
They found something.
I sometimes see you pass outside my door. Hello.
So it's not necessarily contradictory. It just means that the
Is it me you're looking for? I can see in your eyes. I can see your smile. You're all I ever wanted. And my arms are open wide. 'Cause you know just what to say. And you know just what to do. Wanna tell you so much. I love you. So if there was any question about this, as mad as I get, as angry as I get, it still does not change the fact that I still love you. Is there a place for anger? Yep. Yep, there is. Sometimes I feel my heart will overflow. Hello? Hello? Is there anybody there? I think I'm having a heart attack. Go back to your room, crazy fucker. Weird. How did that change so quickly? Well, you're not like us. Nope. That's for sure. I don't act like kids. I think I'll just make some new friends. I love you. Still love you though. Do the people in your life believe in you? Do the people in your life support you and what you do and value your contribution, whatever it is? Whether they understand it or not, do they value you? If not, get out of those fucking relationships. You're welcome. Is it me you're looking for? 'Cause I wonder where you are, and I wonder what you do. Are you somewhere feeling lonely, or is someone loving you? I love you.
Great Britain takes us deep into another structure in the Four Corners area that may give us an insight into how this
Love you.
location connects to the sky and what may lie below.
So this is definitely very early.
Because there's such a wide range of vehicles in the Ford family, we have access to 13 different tire brands. We can tailor the tire to your vehicle.
Chaco Canyon. Something happened in Chaco Canyon 1,100 plus years ago that we have never seen in the history of the world before, and we never saw it duplicated since that time. We still do not know precisely who the people were that built
So I'm
Chaco
still
Canyon.
healing from my injuries that were occurred from the beating that I took from the RCMP 2.5 months ago in the park across the street from my place here. They tortured me. It's nothing short of torture. It's actually more than because they tried to kill me. Has that happened any other time? I wonder.
Archaeological sites.
Why is nobody concerned about this in my town? Why is there nobody in charge of the RCMP? Who's in charge of these fucking things, man? When this happens, innocent person gets fucking mauled by 6 RCMP officers. Put a bag over his head because of COVID, beat him to a fucking pulp, and then what? Leave him to walk home after being tortured in the prison for what? 12 hours? No food, no water, no representation, isolation, cold, no bed, nothing, cold floor, camera tilted down. What else do I? Plexiglass window. Huh? Come and check up on me, see if I'm. You know what? I'm internally bleeding here. You checked up on me, and I'm not doing good. And you should have checked up on the fucking ambulance and the hospital. You should have sent me to the hospital, and you didn't. So there's that. Fuckers.
This world, time and time again.
When did you become so angry, Tom?
To some of the creation stories.
I guess when the pain started.
Sumeria,
every fucking day.
to the Mesoamerican traditions.
And I don't know if I'm ever going to get better.
There's a common.
There's only so much a body can take, eh? And I took it all that day. Fuckers. RCMP. Royal Canadian Military Police. Do not get it confused with mounted or the Mounties. How cute is this? Part of our heritage? My friend here thinks you're terrorists. Well, that makes sense. I feel so unsure as I take your hand and lead you to the dance floor. Sorry, lady, I can't do the dance anymore. I can't fucking dance around situations like this anymore. There has to be consequences to people's actions. They have to be accountable now, not fucking 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years, 50 years. Reparations. You think this is gonna work? Reparations? No. These fuckers gotta step down. The whole system has to be dismantled. It's not working. We gotta get ourselves detached from the royal fuckers in the fucking processes. You think this is something that I was taught by somebody else? No, I've been thinking about this for a fucking long time. It just goes to show you, you align yourself with the right thought, and the right people come into your life. Here we go. Time can never mend the careless whispers of a good friend. To the hard mind, ignorance is kind. There's no comfort in the true pain. It's all you'll find. But I will dance again. You didn't think I was going to dance again. You didn't think I was going to breathe again. Well, I did. I did. I am. Dear Lord. Think a little beating like that's going to stop That was a good one, though. I didn't deserve it. Completely innocent. Absolutely, 100% passive. No violence on my part. They pulled their tasers on me before. They've done all sorts of things to me before. I've had no charges. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police, 6 of them, beat the shit out of me. Tortured me in the park right across the street there. It's true. I'm sorry. But I gotta get the message out somehow, right? Thank you for listening. I appreciate it. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet, I've got no rhythm. No, it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. Should've known better than to cheat a friend. The wasted chance that I've been given. No, I'm never gonna dance again the way I dance with you. Oh, oh, oh. Now that you're gone. Well, now you're gone? I feel a whole lot better, actually, because it wasn't working out. Now that you're gone. I don't think I'm gonna ever dance the same or go to a fucking Dave Matthews concert the same. Oh, God, getting over it. You took Dave Matthews away from me. Well, I did it to myself. I get it. Don't worry. I know where I stand. I took Dave Matthews back. Not in a long time, though. I should do a Dave Matthews song. Oh, that's a good idea. What Dave Matthews songs do I know? Karaoke, Dave Matthews. Don't do Dave Matthews. Don't just screw it up. Fuck, I'm doing Dave Matthews. As soon as this song is over, I'm doing some Dave Matthews.
The soul comes from, let's say, up there somewhere, and returns there at the point
live
of
on
death.
YouTube, live on
But
Facebook.
there's something more that some part of us comes from the
sing along
stars
today?
themselves.
Yeah, with
that
Vicky
at the
Actor
point
Nicholas.
of incarnation, that's something, we call it the soul of the
Sing a little
spirit.
Dave Matthews, I
It
believe.
embodies within flesh and blood and exists. And that this gives us this connection to the stars, that the soul or spirit actually comes from an extraterrestrial or a starry source. And that when we're released at the point of death, it goes back from whence it came. But in connection with this were various stars that were seen as personification of influences and intelligences that were either markers on that route to reach the sky world or helped or enabled the soul as supernatural beings to achieve that aim. There seems to be a consistent route, and that route would seem to have been, symbolically at least, and maybe in actuality in some manner, connected with the Milky Way, what we can see of the edge of the Milky Way, this bright, beautiful, starry stream that comes up from the horizon, down to the horizon.
Oh, look at how she listens. She says nothing. I don't know. How does the song go? I haven't heard Dave Matthews in like ever. Maybe she should try a different song. Maybe. She just goes stumbling through her memories. Then she thinks, hey, how did I come to this? How did I come to this? I dreamed myself 1,000 times around the world, but I can't get out of this place. I can't get out. There's an emptiness inside her, and she'll too. And the thing to fill it in, but all the colors mix together. When they mix together, it's great. I don't know how to sing this song. It breaks her heart because she remembers this song just so. And I just started. So you know what we're going to do? As she wishes it was different. She prays to God most every night, and though she swears he doesn't listen, there's still a hope in her. It might. It might. She says, I pray, but they fall on deaf ears. Am I supposed to take it on myself? Get out of this place? Fair enough. I'm leaving.
Modified form due to other types of radiation which are found inside the earth are still there to this day. That's not to say that you would have to have a really advanced level of not just civilization but technology in order to carve out a space inside the crust of the planet and to make a sustainable environment there. And of course, there are elements there that which can provide this.
Sonia Grace uses her alternative research to dive even deeper into the layers of the four corners.
So I went back in time and spirit traveled to an ancient site that my guides took me to called Chaco Canyon. It's in the four corners of the Southwest. The Savrock immediately ushered us inside the rocks. There was like an opening that we went inside, and they said, we want to show you this because this is what happened to the Anastasi people. We took them.
You got your ball, you got your chain tied to me, tied me up again. Who's got the claws in you, my friend? Into your heart beats again. Sweet like candy to my soul. Sweet you are, yes, sweet you were. Lost for you, I'm so lost for you. And you come crying into me, yeah, into me. And I come into
you. This site in the Southwest is filled with portals. There's all kinds of energy going on there, especially extraterrestrial. There's all kinds of energy in the Southwest.
Touch your lips, just so I know your eyes, love. It glows so I'm bare bone and crazy for you. Oh, and when you come into me, yeah, into me. Come into come into you in a boy's dream, boy's dream. If I've gone overboard, then I'm begging you to forgive me. Oh, in my haste, when I'm holding you so close to me, and you come into me, yeah, baby. I come into
Hike up your skirt a little more. Show your world to me. Little boys dream. Little boys dream. Oh, I watch you there through the window when I stare. You wear nothing, but you wear it so well. Tied up and twisted the way I like to be. For you, for me, come crashing to me.
The Aztecs were part of a very ancient civilization, thousands of years before they came into power in Mexico. The trail of breadcrumbs begins at arguably the time of
Hey, it's the
Atlantis.
Manscaped genie.
The Mexican or Aztecs have various traditions about their point of origin and about the timing of this event. Some of them have no dates at all and probably go back many, many thousands of years, arguably even to the time of Atlantis, 11,500 years ago.
If we go back about 11,000 years ago, we're talking about a time of an enormous flood suddenly overwhelmed the earth, huge catastrophe. There was fire came out from the sky, parts of a meteorite crashed upon the earth, and this changed the whole structure of the earth as we know it today. We're talking about a huge story of multiple nations who survived in small numbers this huge catastrophe 11,000 years ago, and then populated the tribes that we know today. So the Anasazi, the Hopi, the Navajo, the Aztec, who then became the Mexica. All of these peoples are little sort of crumbs of original people that survived a very ancient catastrophe.
Could a cataclysm 11,000 years ago have spurred a migration of mass proportions that separated these tribes into different areas? The legend of the Aztecs suggests that their people began their journey from a red canyon with 4 rivers. Dr. Cecilio Orozco of California State University, Fresno, set out to confirm the actual location of Aztlan. On March 24, 1990, Dr. Orozco published an astonishing conclusion. By cross-referencing the description of the land where the Mexica came from, Orozco was able to pinpoint the location of their homeland, Utah. More specifically, the Four Corners region, where the borders of Utah, Arizona, Colorado, and New Mexico all converge.
He came across a glyph that was dead-on perfect representation of an Aztec glyph that he knew of that contained a mathematical code, and that mathematical code alludes to the Venusian cycle, the cycle of Venus. Because of that, he decided that the Four Corners area must be their place of origin. The Nahua people, which is where the Aztecs came from, also claim that they came from a place of the Four Great Waters. Well, in the Four Corner region, you have the Four Great Waters. You have the Green River coming out of Wyoming, the Colorado River coming out of Colorado, the San Juan River, with the 3 main rivers and then mixing together. That's the Four Great Waters that they were discussing.
And a free shed travel bag. When people started trying to understand what was the source of the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Anasazi, the Hopi, were they related? Were there different streams? One of the interesting parts of this was the mythology behind the Aztecs, that their origin source was a place where there were 4 rivers that intersected.
If there are several tribes reported to be from this ancient area, does this also mean they originated from the same knowledge? There was another interesting clue that Dr. Orozco and his team found. They suggested that these symbols represented the Venusian cycle and are also connected to one of the Aztec gods, Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl was the astrological equivalent of Venus. And when you study ancient cultures, the movements of Venus are extremely important for not only the planting of crops, but they can tell the cycles of time and the movements of Venus. The movements of Venus around our star are so precise that you can literally time everything by them in a society or a culture. And when you look at the ancient Egyptian culture and the Sumerian culture, the movements of Venus always take on an extremely important role.
So it's highly probable that yes, there are certain symbols and certain pairs around Utah that do specifically tie in with a lot of the Mayan calendars, a lot of their images of Quetzalcoatl, one of their central god figures. But at the same time, these symbols are also shared by other cultures as well. So they're not just inherent in the Aztec culture, they're also shared by the Anasazi, the Hopi, the Navajo, the Apache, and so forth.
Is Quetzalcoatl the missing link in the mystery of Aztlan? And could his symbol be universal in the lineage of all the different civilizations of ancient America and possibly ancient Sumer? Author Anton Parks believes Quetzalcoatl could have an ancient link to the Sumerian god Enki. Based on his research, he discovered that Enki left Sumer and resided in Egypt. When he came to Egypt, he became Osiris. According to the Egyptian Book of the Dead, Osiris was then killed by Set and resurrected by his wife Isis as the son Horus. Horus then revenges his father's death.
Horus profite de la venue de Vénus dans le ciel pour livrer bataille. In some Sumerian texts, but also in Egyptian ones, Horus takes advantage of the fact that Venus appears in the sky to start the fight. That is interesting because the link between Horus and Venus is quite clear. Horus manages to defeat Set in an epic battle. When Horus finally defeats Set, he completely disappears from Egyptian texts. I think that I found his trace in America, in Mexico, under the name of Quetzalcoatl. I think that he wanted to use the Sumerian and Egyptian gods, heavy atmosphere, and create his own form, what we would call Quetzalcoatl. We also find traces of him a little further down, such as in Peru, under the name of Viracocha. When he flees to America, he isolates himself. He transforms into this wise character, has a whole community around him, and he calls himself Quetzalcoatl.
Among the Aztecs, whose beliefs are the best documented in many historical sources, Quetzalcoatl was related to gods of the wind, of the planet Venus, of the dawn, and of crowns and knowledge.
Quetzalcoatl, the plumed serpent, the feathered serpent, is the civilizer deity of ancient Central America. He's remembered most for that, for bringing the gifts of civilization, for teaching a doctrine of peace and love.
Quetzalcoatl essentially becomes a father figure to humanity. He shows people how to do things properly, how to build courage, how to navigate, how to basically set the emotions in life to create a fundamental basis from which you can adapt this very civilized lifestyle.
The earliest iconographic depiction of the deity is believed to be found on Stela 19 at the Olmec site of Memento, depicting a serpent rising up behind a person probably engaged in a shamanic ritual. This depiction is believed to have been made around 900 BC.
His teachings oppose human sacrifice, and he seeks to teach humanity must not kill other human beings. That's a terrible crime. If you want to sacrifice flowers, sacrifice fruits. This is the thesis and beautiful teaching of Quetzalcoatl. And it's fascinating that the earliest image of Quetzalcoatl does come from the Olmec site of Memento, when you see this figure that is called man in serpent, where you see the coiled figure of the serpent with the plume, with the feathered head, and within it the man holding and find it super.
The idea of Quetzalcoatl as a serpent being seems to be a parallel to such beliefs as the Incas and the Mayans. Is this more true than the How then did the Aztecs use the teachings of wisdom? Graham Hancock suggests that according to legend, another prophet steps in to draw out the Quetzalcoatl and assume leadership of the Aztecs.
You see, Quetzalcoatl after recording the symbol of official in Central America. The tradition statements tell us that he was really close to the region. As he leaves, he promises that he will overthrow the cult.
Who was the usurper? The war. We see the culture. He was God. And yet, in contrast, you have Quetzalcoatl, that he's the feather, so his colours are white, civilized the world. So it's almost like there's some kind of dualism going on with God.
Quetzalcoatl's antagonist was Huitzilopochtli. You could translate his name as hummingbird. You think of hummingbirds as very sweet little things, but they're very determined and they're very fast, they are a perfect symbol of the manifestation of will, the ability of a hummingbird to stay still in one place with its wings moving at incredibly high speed. So it's perhaps not surprising that something apparently pretty like the hummingbird is chosen as the avatar of the god of war.
Where did this god come from? Could this be another otherworldly being inserting itself into the programming of the Aztec culture? Originally, he was of little importance before the migration to Mexico. But after Quetzalcoatl's departure, the Aztecs reformed their religion and put Huitzilopochtli at the same level as Quetzalcoatl, making him a solar god. It is Huitzilopochtli that directed the Aztecs to leave Aztlan and find a new home. Huitzilopochtli also left specific instructions on how they would find their new home.
When you listen to what the Aztec elders say today, was that the leader of the tribe, before they left Aztlan, had a vision. In the vision, a god appeared to him and told him that he had to travel south with the tribe till they came across an eagle sitting on a barbed tree eating a snake. And eventually they made their way into Central America. And what they found was an eagle sitting on a cactus, and it was literally eating a snake, and they took that as the sign of where they were going to settle.
And this is indeed apparently what they saw on this journey. They saw this cactus, they saw the bird, and in its talons was this snake. And this is where they stopped. And it was in a middle of a lake, an island in the middle of a lake. And this is where they built this great city, which became the center of the Aztec Empire.
Built on the fertile island of Lago de Texcoco, the great city became known as Tenochtitlan. Today, this is the site of the bustling metropolis, Mexico City. If the imagery of an eagle eating a serpent feels familiar, the symbol is used today on Mexico's flag. But could it have a much more ancient meaning? Some scholars, like Jack Carey, believe this symbol is rooted in an ancient conflict between otherworldly forces.
Perhaps it was a time when the ancient serpent lineage became lesser than this new royal bloodline that had emerged as the Aztec royalty.
They continue to worship the god of war, and over the next few hundred years, their empire thrives, despite an increase in bloodshed and the use of human sacrifice.
What's fascinating is that eventually the Aztecs take on human sacrifice as a way of appeasing this god. They tell us that they were sacrificing humans in order to retard the movement of the sun into the next zodiac house. That is the precessional movement of our sun. Why they were trying to retard the movement of the sun into the next zodiac house was because it was this movement that they equated with being the mechanism that caused global calamity on the earth. They thought by appeasing the sun through human ritual sacrifice, they could slow its movement down in such a way that they could avoid the next global cataclysm.
They believed Huitzilopochtli was in a constant struggle with the darkness and required nourishment in the form of sacrifices to ensure the sun would survive the cycle of 52 years, which was the basis of many Mesoamerican myths.
They sort of somehow began to misread the ancient teachings, what the ancient concept of the gods were there for. They were there as metaphors, they were there as teaching aids to help, the individual rise above his or her own, base living situation. It was about raising the level of awareness. What the Aztecs began to do, which is often what happens with so many old cultures, they began to take these things literally. So when they start looking at their war god and saying, I am your war god, in order for the Aztecs to go on being who they are and go on surviving for thousands of years, if you appease me by doing blood sacrifices and ritual, I will make sure that you're protected from future darkness. You will always be protected from darkness. The evil spirits will never come and infiltrate your lives ever again.
I feel that the Aztecs were terrified that their gods had left them. And so this act of violence, this killing people and, sacrificing people to appease the gods, it's a practice that we've seen in many places around the planet. And I feel that they felt abandoned by everyone. They were angry about it. And this was their way of showing the world that they were powerful, even though they were very fearful.
But could their fear of darkness have finally caught up with them? Not even their precious God could have saved them from what was about to happen next. In 1519, a ship arrives on their shores, and the strange, white, bearded man introduces himself.
And eventually Cortez comes to the Aztec people, and the only other time that they had seen a creature with a beard was on their god Quetzalcoatl. And here is a Spaniard wearing a long beard with amazing armor, and they were riding these incredible creatures, the horses that they brought with them.
When Cortez comes on those beaches and has a beard and is white skinned and hair, so the people who have been worshiping and waiting for Quetzalcoatl, they transfer their energies to Cortez, and Cortez from Europe, and he's not a god.
Led by his faith, the Aztec Emperor Montezuma initially greets Cortez and his conquistadors with open arms.
He's thrown into a state of hysteria by the arrival of Cortez. It's fascinating looking at the documents from the period. Both the Aztecs and the conquistadors kept the detailed records to get a sense of the state of mind of Montezuma. How terrified. He was a bully. He was an aggressive, domineering dictator. But when he thought he was facing a returning god, his knees turned to water. He ceased to have any courage or confidence whatsoever. And Cortez very quickly learned about this and took advantage of it and played upon it and used it as part of his psychological game to overthrow the Aztec Empire and take from them everything that they had. Of course,
because there's
Cortez was no god of peace. Cortez was no Quetzalcoatl. Cortez was only there for one thing. He was there to take everything they had. He was there to destroy utterly their culture. But he took advantage of and rode upon that myth on his way in. And in the first encounter, the direct encounter between Moctezuma and Cortez, this matter is raised directly, and Moctezuma asks him, "Are you truly Quetzalcoatl?" And Cortez actually says, "No, I'm not." But you see, he was being clever there because the deities of ancient Mexico were tricksters. So that's exactly what Moctezuma would expect him to say. Yes, you are Quetzalcoatl. Moctezuma did the work in his own imagination. It's a very curious and extraordinary moment in human history, seen at the time as the fulfillment of a prophecy. But what was it really? It was the doom. It was the doom of the ancient cultures of Central America. What was really at play here? Was it the belief in certain gods as more powerful than themselves? Or could the demise of the Aztec people by Cortez in 1519 have been a battle for humanity based on warring extraterrestrial forces still at play in our world thousands of years later? Could the killing off of a great civilization be the last remnants of ancient knowledge practiced on the planet? The evidence of ancient powers still at work can be reflected by an internal search that the Spanish priesthood performed. They were very concerned with how this civilization fit into their understanding of God and creation, and they sent missionaries to Mexico to dissect it. Could their creation stories be linked? These concerns may have arisen from research documents like the Aben Codex, which was compiled by a Dominican friar named Diego Duran in the late 1500s.
Yes, the discovery of the Aben Codex and its resulting translation showed an extremely close similarity between the Sumerian creation stories and the creation stories of the Mesoamerica people. And those creation stories speak of a pantheon of gods who ended up creating man, not a single god, as was being professed by the church at that time. And because of that, a lot of the information was suppressed. They saw such close similarities between the two that to a lot of them, they sort of scared them and said, oh my gosh, when people see the similarities, they're going to think, well, mankind was created by these creatures, by the Anunnaki, by the serpent gods, and not by the one true God in Christianity.
What would happen to the belief systems of the world if we realized we came from the same creation? And even more disturbing, what if these belief systems were being used by warring races for their own agenda?
One of the most shocking discussions I ever had in my professional career was in New York City in 1984. And I got a phone call at my office one day from a man. He had a discussion about the ancient civilizations on Earth, including the Garden of Eden, that had nothing to do with Homo sapiens sapiens. It all had to do with extraterrestrials. And extraterrestrials that were in war. I was shocked at the level and depth at which this man told me details tying our ancient civilization to extraterrestrials who warred with each other, and that we ourselves may be concerned about the return of any of them.
If this is true, is there more evidence of a secret agenda in the research these priests did? More intriguing parallels can be found in a Spanish research document written by Friar Bernardino Sahagún during the 1500s. Known as the Florentine Codex, it also details the history and culture of the Aztecs. Based on decades of research compiled by Sahagún, the document reached some startling conclusions. So startling, in fact, that the Florentine Codex was never published.
Let's put this into context. We're in the middle of the medieval era in Europe. So we have a culture that's based on plunder, destruction, and
Good, thank you.
subjugation by a particular
Thanks, Melanie.
religious
Yes, I'm doing good.
From
Just
this
got the
culture
message.
emerges a group of Spanish people who fight all the way across the Atlantic. They land in Central America, and they are totally amazed to find that these supposed morons and barbarians, and they were barbarians, by the way. I mean, human sacrifice is not.
These fuckers will take care of themselves in the end, because they're they'll end up being.
Actually,
The decisions they make in life are just so incredibly outrageously stupid
So
that they will be their own undoing in the end. He just happens to be one.
Preceded Christianity.
Now we got to work on the
Because when we start
RCMP.
describing the God Christ of
Fuckers.
who basically was
My
born
community's in really bad shape,
He goes
just like everybody else's. And it's time for us to step up and do something about it if we still believe the community is something that's important.
Not literally.
If not,
Yet, a few days later, after
keep wearing your masks.
around the 21st of December, he is resurrected as a
Keep believing the media. Keep believing your government's working on your behalf. Keep blindly following people who tell you what to do.
this, I would have gone, oh dear.
Because in the end, you're part of the fucking problem if you do this.
Because now
And ignorance can only be forgiven so much.
Europe is actually
It's right in your fucking face.
So they put one and one together.
You choose to be ignorant.
My God,
It's a
this
willing
is what
ignorance, isn't it?
James was saying in 3000 BC.
The Codex is presented to the church, but predictably, they wanted nothing to do
No,
with it.
you can't let them get you down either.
We begin to realize that the
That's
old
why you
world,
continue
the Codex
on with
was
your
actually
thing that you
much
do.
more ahead than
You
what
have
Europe
those
was
conversations, and then it's done.
Could
You think about it? Did I come across? How did I come across? I came across very forceful. I know I did. But he was not answering any of the questions. He was not responding. It was like, well, what do I want? Well, what I want is you not to be such a dick anymore and think you're the king of the fucking castle. I want you to treat me as an equal. Can you do that?
Left behind by these gods.
No.
We have to ask ourselves,
We
is
got
it
a
possible
problem because
that
you're doing it
these
to everybody
two
else in this
beings
fucking
who
place too.
allegedly came from
A few
the
people
stars are actually two
that has some
otherworldly beings
legitimate
who come from?
concerns.
Is it possible that they
And
we're looking
regardless
at
if they
two
have
creatures who
something
who were
against
not,
me,
were
they
not
still have
friendly towards
concerns.
each other?
So you
is it
can't
possible that we're actually looking at
pit one
two
against the
different
other.
deities or
The
two
truth
different other
always
beings?
stands.
In my opinion, and if we
Hallelujah,
take a look
can I
at
hear it?
the
No?
ancient texts, mythology, and everything, the ancient aspects
Beaumont
of Maya
Motel
left behind
monthly
the
rentals
emperors,
through
yes.
till
A
2021.
possible
I'm taking
takeaway
it
from
easy for the
destruction
next
of these people and their culture
night.
could be
For this
there are
night.
greater forces on Earth battling
Heading
behind
on my
the
bike
scenes, manipulating
across
our
Canada.
societies and turning them against each other.
I got a key to this
Could
place.
the
This is
need
my
for
home.
Quetzalcoatl
That's
and
where I
his
keep my
ancient
stuff. These
lineage
fuckers
have
come
become
into my
extinct
home.
at some
They
point?
take my stuff out.
And could the fear of the
Now they
unknown
got a
have
problem.
invited another type of
They got lots of
otherworldly
problems.
force
They
on
got
this
problems
planet?
everywhere. They're
If
fucked
we are
if they do,
always
fucked if they
waiting for a
don't.
new force to guide us,
So it's almost
the
like we've
arrival of
done. We're
Cortez
fucking
seen
done
as a
talking
god,
here, aren't we?
are we
Because
missing
we're
the
never going to
human
be able to
potential
make
to
it
create
right.
a new world?
Because even
by
if
the
you make it right to
understanding we
me,
are all connected to the same creation.
RCMP, let's say,
If we return to ancient
even if
lineages
you
like
make
the
it right
legend
to
of
me,
Aztlan,
and I get
do
this
we find
great
more
settlement,
answers?
right?
Experts like
But the
Freddie Silva
system
point to a
continues.
connection to a star system that has infiltrated almost
Well, what good is
all
that? You
ancient
think you could pay
civilizations.
off people? You
In
can,
terms
can't
of the
you?
conclusion
Most of the time you
Sirius
can.
is the fact
Not
that
with me.
Sirius was regarded as a source of wisdom, of high wisdom.
Don't worry.
When it was brought
My
here
millions
through
are in the
shamanic
bank.
means or by actual physical beings that came here from Sirius, that's not a matter. I think both.
I thought you didn't
lines
have
of
any
inquiry
money,
are actually
Tom.
true.
Could there be an even more ancient lineage trying to change the human code? Up next, we trace the Sirius connection from a tribe in Mali to the mystery schools of Egypt.
I wonder what I did in the past. Shit. I wonder. All my T's are crossed. All my I's are dotted. You wouldn't think of it from a guy like me who seems so lazy and cavalier about life. Hey, ladies. And anytime you feel the pain, hey Jude, refrain. Don't carry the world upon your shoulders.
And eventually sink to roughly
For well, you know that it's a fool who plays it cool by making his world a little colder. Na 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 na. Hey Jude, don't let me down. You have found her, now go and get her. Remember to let her into your heart. heart, then you can start to make it better. So let it out and let it in. Hey Jude, begin. You're waiting for someone to perform with. And don't you know that it's not but it's you, it's just you. Hey Jude, you'll do. Maybe I don't want to reach for those notes anymore for the day. Tomorrow's another day. Maybe I just need a break. Maybe we need to talk.
The cerebellum accounts for
Hey Jude,
the organ's total volume, but contains
don't make it bad.
of its neurons. It's been assumed that its functions were strictly to coordinate activities like standing and breathing. But in 2017, neuroscientists from Stanford University discovered that it plays a role in the euphoric response, one of the main drives that motivate and shape human behavior. How could this part of the brain actually help frame humanity? The team at the Transplant Institute finds this discovery interesting, as they believe this early human stone shows that the brain developed certain areas of conscious awareness over time.
I'm looking at a yellow flashlight someone gave me last summer. And I believe the intention of that flashlight was honorable. At least from his perspective. But it morphed into something else. An advantage was taken. And strings were used, pulley systems to dangle a carrot in front of someone, i.e. me. And that carrot looked really good and looked like, man, this is awesome. Part of a family, part of a thing that's going forward. Seems awesome. And then all of a sudden you're out of the fucking loop and you're without a job. The hardest time that takes it. Basically, you're on the street. Oh, that's not how you treat partners. I guess we were never partners, huh? Nah. Equals? Nah. You got all the power, eh? Jude. Hey, Judas. Was that worth it? The 30 shekels of silver that you were given to hand your friend over to the authorities? Jude, Jude, Jude. So then we got freedom of speech. You would think that was a thing, but we're getting heavily censored on Facebook, YouTube. I'm doing everything in my power not to be censored live anymore. They took the last 2 programs off, one was 10 hours long, something like this, maybe 12, I have no idea anymore. But they pulled it. Why? It was one of my best ones too. Yesterday, I was going to post it on Facebook and say, hey, if you watch anything, you watch that one? But I changed my mind. If you watch anything, you watch the last one, because that's where you're going to see a landlord who was once a friend, who pretended to be a friend, who promised many, many things to someone who really, honestly, just wanted to get to know the guy. I asked for nothing, but I was promised everything, and I did more because of it. It's true. I continue to do it because I was promised these things. I thought, well, that's fair. That's fair. So I'll continue. But lo and behold, at the end of it, when all was said and done, and I was of no use any longer, everybody's snug in their beds. Ta-da! Capitalism. which is actually socialism. We are a socialistic country, Canada is. And we're slaves. Those of us who participate are slaves. Well, slave no more. I broke free. No more handcuffs. Look, Mom. No more fucking hands.
Is the fact that it mirrors so many other creation myths throughout the world, whether it's in South America or Polynesia. There are very, very great similarities between the Dogon and other cultures as well.
What's fascinating about the linguistics surrounding the Nomos is that in ancient India, you have the Nagas, who were a half serpent, half
You're in
human
something new, and you want to get good at it.
In
like
Australia,
really
with
good
the
at
Aboriginal
it.
tribes,
YouTube Premium can help with that. You can study back to back to back without ads. You can download videos.
Oh, can you?
What makes it even more when you don't have Wi-Fi or data?
Look at Neolithic
And you can keep
cultures.
listening with your
The
screen locked.
idea that there are
Upgrade to
evolving,
YouTube Premium.
standing up
Try 1
primates
month on
coming in
us,
various
watch
models,
uninterrupted.
and they come up over 2 million years producing. And you get to Mesopotamia and the idea that the tribes that have no writing, they have no math, they have no ability to build perfect pyramids. And within a tiny short period of time, you have this entire Sumerian culture that is building megastructures and language. When you come back through the last couple of centuries, what has been the mantra? That Homo sapiens sapien came up out of the jungle, out of mud, and that 5,000 years ago, they built the pyramids. They built these huge structures that we relate to Sumeria and probably in South America. At the same time, structures were being built there because the same builders in Mesopotamia were building in Mexico, Central America, South America. It was a global architecture. It was a global intelligence that just comes in.
If this is true, how is the Star Series connected to the global intelligence that transformed early humans into creating civilizations and motivating them to have certain belief systems?
The series itself is the repository of a specific kind of wisdom from where came features of a certain humanoid nature which were kind of like us but still very different. Because they decided
I can see the pain
and
living in your eyes.
After a barbaric time to give us the stuff that we know.
Very observant.
Astronomy, how to create.
And I know how hard you try. You deserve to have so much more. And I can feel your heart and I sympathize. I sympathize. I sympathize.
It was confronting serious. So, were they real? Or was a myth to explain a specific point in the universe where things really originate from?
Nomos were representatives of order.
I don't want to let you down.
These beings were amphibious beings, fish-like creatures, which were really mysterious. Now, if we take a look at other mythologies, for example, Atlantis, we will find that Atlantis has similar beings described there called the Telkites. The Telkites were the beings who possessed incredible knowledge of mythology. These beings were creators of knowledge. If we take a look at ancient Egypt or ancient Sumeria, we will find that several other beings existed in those mythologies as well. So we will find the same beings existing in their accounts, but with different names.
The Star Sirius is the brightest star in the Earth's sky and is in the constellation of Bell's Major, the Great Dog. Its coordinates are 1 dissension 6 hours, 45 minutes, 9 seconds. Declination minus 16 degrees, 42 feet, 50 inches. Critical lead to the program tried to set of satellites connection with the star system. And where do you see the coordinates of Sirius on our planet?
in my personal research, I believe that the knowledge of the known was actually from that time in ancient Egypt and being part of the ancient Egyptian priesthood. Later on, so they actually came from ancient Egypt. So that's fascinating because in ancient Egypt, what we find is the fact that there is a direct correlation between the mass of the Great Pyramid and the mass of the Pyramid of Khafre. That is an exact mathematical mirror of the difference between the mass of Sirius B and the mass of our star. That is the fraction of 1.036. It's known as the harmonic mathematical theory. The idea that one body can vibrate in such a way that causes change in another. That was what the ancient mystery schools had as part of the
One, do you think of a
very old lineage of teaching?
It's not this.
Who then
Definitely not
cultural changes or just a mere fact that the weather kept changing all the time. They migrated westwards to where they are today. But within their social structure, their spiritual structure, you have this concept of a creator god called Amun or Amma. And the two are basically interchangeable because when you look at the ancient principle of what Amun stands for and Amma, they're the same being.
Now that she's back in the atmosphere, the drops of Jupiter in her hair, yeah.
This is where things turn fascinating.
I did not ask you in. I did not ask you in.
Research is the fact that, as I've spoken on before, the mathematics of harmonic resonance were built into these ancient monuments. This was done by the Anunnaki, who were cast down from the earth after their deceit to Anu, because that was the scenario left to Enki and his 200 followers. They set about building the only thing that they could do, which was these amazing ancient stone structures that we can even to this day. They built into the actual mathematics of these ancient stone structures a very closely held secret of all ancient history schools and occult traditions. This is the fact that the human body itself, through the 7 chakra zones, which also relate to the 7 minutes and years of the body, able through harmonic resonance affect the reality of fabric elements. That's done through what they call light wave harmonics. Chakras are called wheels of light through music. Each one vibrates to a different That's the exact same knowledge that they put into these monuments that eventually we were able to discover.
Now that she's back in the atmosphere, I'm afraid that she might think of me as plain old Jane. Told a story about a man who's not too afraid to fight, never did land. But tell me, almost, not bad. I think it's 90%. Tell me, did Venus blow your mind? Was it everything you wanted to find? And did you miss me while you were looking for yourself way out there? Can you imagine? No love, pride, deep fried chicken. Your best friend always sticking up for you. Isn't that the way it should be? Even when you know you're wrong, can you imagine no first dance, free-tried romance, 5-hour phone conversations, and the best soy latte that you ever had?
2 attempts.
Tell me, did you wind up? Did the wind sweep you off your feet?
From both sides.
Did you finally get the chance to dance the light of day and head back toward the Milky Way? And tell me, did you sail across the sun? Did you make it to the Milky Way? Did you see the lights all faded? That heaven's overrated. Tell me, did you fall for a shooting star? One with a permanent scar. Or did you miss me while you were looking for yourself way out there?
along the night of day. Well, I don't like much how your life is going. Really, what don't you like? I just fell from a fucking shooting star. And so did you. You just don't know who you are. Looking for yourself out there. You should be looking in here.
You go back to the mother energy.
Thanks. I didn't ask for that, but
physical creation
well,
of the entire universe.
it was
The universe
important
is.
enough.
So if you take that look at it and you look
Holy.
at Sirius as the sun behind the sun, what gives birth to the sun? The mother of the
We'll
sun.
talk later.
So it would make perfect sense that Isis is associated
And it's all going to be recorded.
with Sirius.
What's going on, guys?
Has to be.
Now, I'm going to show you how to treat your taillight.
Because you've taken advantage.
Vivid light smoke, headlight, taillight tint, stays right at once. Let's start by things that you need.
And because they were responsible,
I don't know, man. I really don't fucking know anymore.
that same mechanism existed.
It's not up to me.
But they literally built within us the
What I'm going to do right here is
Let's switch it.
through it. This
We're going to do a
knowledge
mental
became
shift here.
The knowledge of all the ancient mystery schools. The knowledge
And
of how to
think of
actually
good
attune
thoughts.
yourself to these
These
frequencies
are all
in
important
such a way
thoughts, though.
that you can cause change. And
It's not for nothing.
that's the great secret of magic practices and what the Egyptian priesthood wanted forever to try to preserve.
Well, you done tell me in your bed I felt it. I tried to be chill, but you're so hot that I melted. I felt right through the cracks.
Why was this priesthood
Now trying to get back. Before the cool done run out, I'll be giving it my bestest, and nothing's gonna stop me but divine intervention. I reckon it's again my turn to win some or learn some, but I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm yours.
Dividing the sacred gods into many gods, which allowed the people to worship all kinds of interesting things, but they had to talk to a central priesthood. Now that's a great job creation scheme.
Well, open up your mind and see like me. Open up your plans and damn, you're free. Look into your heart and you'll find love, 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 love. Listen to the music of the moment, people dance and sing. We're just one big family, and it's our God-forsaken right to be love, 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 love.
Because he forbade.
So I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm sure there's no need to complicate. Our time is short. This is our fate. I'm yours. Don't you want to calm down? Won't you come on closer, dear? Won't you never you're here? Yeah, you do it yourself. Down. Whoa, 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 whoa. Well, I've been spending way too long shaking my tongue in the mirror and bending over backwards just to try to make it clearer, but my breath fogged up the glass. So I drew a new face and I laughed. I guess what I'll be saying is there ain't no better reason to rate yourself with panties and just go with the seasons. It's what we aim to do. Our name is our virtue, but I don't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm yours. Open up your mind and see like me. Open up your plans and damn, you're free. Look into your heart and you'll find that the sky is yours. So please don't, please don't, please don't. There's no need to complicate, 'cause our time is short. This is our fate. I'm yours.
They their role in Egypt. Basically, it started with, and to make that a bigger statement, we're all stargates. We all came in from different places. They worshipped Atur, which was Sirius, the sun, and they wanted to bring in from him. He could see growing up in this environment. The Egyptian gods had much more power. I also was taken back to the Great Pyramid. And when my guides and I entered the pyramid, Anubis was standing guard. And he wasn't going to let us get by. And my guide spoke with him, and he stepped aside. And we went into the Queen's chamber where Ra was standing there waiting for us. And he told me that this was the connection or the portal to Sirius, and that it is the Queen's chamber that was used for transport to and from Sirius. Ra told me that Anubis was actually adopted by Osiris and Isis. And the adoption was because Anubis was not from the same place all the Egyptian gods came from. They are all from Orion. Anubis came from the Southern Cross. And when he was adopted, he took on the head and the shape of a dog so that he would emulate the dog star and be a part of that group of demigods and be accepted. He really wanted the acceptance of Ra and Osiris and Isis. So he became a part of the group by adapting this dog-like head.
I would argue in my research that there was a connection between these cultures that stems back way, way beyond what modern day historians have been able to trace. And the reason for that is not only the similarity between their pantheon of gods, but the similarity in the structures that they built. And that it all goes back to a much earlier time when maybe the Mesoamericans came from a completely different part of the world. What's fascinating about Osiris and Horus and Quetzalcoatl is their connection to the star Sirius. What you have with Quetzalcoatl is a god that has a twin brother with a dog head. He becomes the star Sirius, and he guards the sun through the underworld, much the same as Anubis was the guardian of the underworld.
If Akhenaten knew this deep-seated knowledge and wanted his people to return to the true understanding of their being, why did the ancient Egyptians reject this thinking?
Suddenly, in the late of the Nile, humans suddenly developed agriculture, the animal husbandry, the organization of crop, organizing themselves into a cultural group where they developed cities and communal areas that hadn't happened before. And it happened movement of the Nile out of barbarism. So obviously there had been outside influence of people who already understood the civilizing qualities and bring that to people who lost time with that. And Akhenaten really goes back to that concept, who literally spent their time interbred and then died out.
We know that Akhenaten and his family are of a different genetic group. That was very evidenced by their features. They look nothing like the people that existed in this day. Another thing we have to remember is that many Egyptians, and particularly the 18th dynasty, were people artifacts, pictographs, hieroglyphics. There was nothing that was left by accident. These were very advanced people in terms of their history school training. They understood the practice of magic. To me, is one of the most fascinating people in history. Looking at his painted son, you see that there was again this great reverence for not just that's just a simpleton's way of looking at it. As so many know. His army was a vast entity of the sun and the central sun, the sun behind the sun as well. And this is the source of all
creation and
She got
knowledge
a
in his
pretty
understanding.
voice.
When he talks in
She
simple
calls
terms of
friends.
the way in which the
And
sun
we dance
affects
in
our
the
lives depend on it.
Sweet
Our
summer
spiritual and
sweat.
physical lives depend on it. The growth
Some
of all
dance to
things on this
remember.
planet can be
Some
taken back
dance
to
to
the
forget.
direct presence
Take it.
of our sun and our solar system. Our solar system wouldn't exist without our sun. So to try to draw
History.
people's attention back to one
This is what gets
central
passed
thing,
on as history.
which is back to the
American
sun as the emanation of knowledge,
Still history, I guess.
life itself. That is
When you wake up in the middle of the night, I suppose.
Now, sadly, this wasn't popular among the Christians. There were hierarchies that already existed, power players in place. The native people were giving
Such a
fees
lovely
or taxes
place.
and fees to the gods just to keep some water, just to keep a peaceful birth happening in your home, to keep some grains
What
on
a
your
nice
table.
surprise.
It was unnecessary. There was
Bring it round
a
the
system of extortion happening from the local priesthood.
Mirrors on the ceiling.
And was attempting
Big
to tear
champagne
all that
race.
down
She
and
said,
reduce it to
we're
no.
all just prisoners
To have the
here
right to
of
be in
our
direct communication with your God, as symbolized through the
Your
sun and
master's
the central sun.
chambers.
This is your sun.
Gathered for
This
the
is your
feast.
God. You
They
are part of
started
it.
with their
It is
stealing
part of you.
knives,
It
but they
grows you.
just can't
This
kill
was
the
about
beast.
love. It was about the
Well, the last thing I remember, I was
they
heading
were
for the
trying
door.
to
Any way I could get out.
level of consciousness.
I couldn't find any
By
passage
taking
that would
people's
take me,
attention away
from the
from
place
fear
I
and
was
gods
to the place I
and
was
turning
before.
toward a
So,
life-giving source that is
well, I
their
asked
own.
the poor man, he said, we're programmed to receive.
This high level
You
of
can check out
consciousness.
anytime you like,
When it went,
but caveat, you can never leave.
and all the other things that happened to that family, the light started going down and they started going into dark ages.
Is it possible that this influence from Sirius has positioned itself in different time periods? According to Peter Milton Howe, intelligence finds its way into our minds throughout history.
When you look at world history, you can say that what happened with Akhenaten was the first try by intelligence that is mixed and matched genes and made all these experiments. And then you come all the way to the 1700s, and allegedly, Thomas Jefferson was writing the Declaration of Independence in the garden on the East Coast of the United States. And wrote in the diary, they got a big book that had figured in a big cloak, opened up the gate of the garden as if he had the right to, and came over to where Thomas Jefferson was and laid down an illustration and said, "This will be the emblem of your nation," in English, and swept out. And that Thomas Jefferson was left looking at a pyramid, 13 layers, with an eye at a top. If that's true, then it's possible that the United States of America is another extraterrestrial experiment. They tried it once in Egypt a few thousand years ago, and it didn't work then. And they have tried it now
On
in
New
what's called
Year's
the United
Day,
States of America, and we're at about
day to celebrate.
30-some years.
No chocolate cup of candy hearts to give away.
The thing I would argue
No
is that
first of
we see the solar
spring, no song to sing.
energy seems to be coming back with the
In
same
fact,
messages,
it's
the
just
same times
another
of
ordinary
and at key points in
day.
history when the mindset of the
No
masses
April
are
rain,
beginning to be able to receive the
no
knowledge
flowers
of cosmic cycles as
bloom,
well. When that opening is there,
no
the teachers come
wedding
back.
Saturday
People want to
within the month
and in
of
this time, I think
June.
we're seeing a rebirth
But
of
what
the
it is something true,
they're back on the planet. They're
made
back
up of these three words that I must say
to
to
bring this
you.
greater understanding and sovereignty of light back
I just called to say I love you. I just called to say how much I care. I just called to say I love you. And I mean it from the bottom of my heart. No summer's high, no 4th of July, no harvest moon tonight, one tender August night, no autumn breeze, no falling leaves.
How does this explain our DNA change?
Not even time for birds to fly to southern skies. No Libra sun.
Dinosaurs are probably the most exciting.
No Halloween.
In the origins of humanity.
No giving thanks to all the Christmas joy you bring. But what it is, so oh so new. To fill your heart like no 3 words could ever do. I just called to say I love you. I just called to say how much I care. I just called to say I love you, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I just called to say, hey, I love you. I don't necessarily want to talk about this anymore.
In 2013, Russian photographer Georgy Sidorov discovered a colossal megalith in a remote wilderness area in
That's not for me.
Siberia.
I'll stay even, thanks.
The foothills of Mount Shoria, near Altai, Sidorov came on a great wall of granite blocks. What made his discovery unusual was that these gargantuan stones had flat surfaces, right
You know, he
angles,
just tells
and
it
sharp
like it
corners,
is. Well,
reminiscent of Cyclopean
hopefully with some
masonry.
truth there. If I just told
The
it
thing
like
is that
I
nature
saw
does
it,
not
there's no
happen
truth
to
it,
see
then
straight angles.
I
All
should
blocks
become-
are built like
I
in a
should-
brick wall.
I should have
All of
lawsuits
them have
against
straight angles like a castle. There are thousands of clues that say this formation is built by a form of intelligence.
The beauty and precision
Can't take blood out of a stone, so
this
there's
structure
nothing to
has
go
left
after.
archaeologists with no
You want all
explanation
this shit
for
too?
how such an
You got
arrangement
all my
could
stuff.
have formed naturally. Geologists have estimated that the largest blocks of granite at Mount Shoria weigh 3,000 to 4,000 tons. Before this, the
No hide, no
pregnant
hair
stone
of a guy.
weighing 1,500 tons was the largest single stone
But
used
you
in
know
an ancient
my
site.
name.
We have these beautiful little
If I
walls.
saw
They are perfect straight lines with perfect right angles. We have these massive blocks of granite that look like that someone's taken a big diamond drill and sort of right down the middle. On granite, that's even effort.
If I
The
saw
Russian
you
scientists that went
in
there,
heaven,
they discovered some things which cannot be explained by nature, which are these beautiful
I must be strong
surfaces where they've taken a drill and they've probably perfectly crushed it.
and
And they also have these
carry
perfect tunnels.
on.
And these tunnels
'Cause
are
I
very
know I
certainly
don't
the thing
belong
is taking an entire mountain to be completely shaped like a human hand.
Oh, wait,
The
is this what you call
structure
heaven?
discovered in the Altai Mountains here in the
Could be so much better view.
harkens really to structures like Baalbek
Talk to you later.
in Lebanon.
Would
These
you hold
cyclopean
my hand
megalithic structures that are hundreds of tons in weight.
if I saw you
Stones so
in
large
heaven?
that even arm-bound equipment today could not possibly
Would you
move close to
help
them.
me stay?
And that they were using a type of science and mathematical
If I
understanding
saw
that just
you
wasn't
in
available to our
heaven,
ancient ancestors.
I'll
If
find
geologists
my
discovering is real,
way.
could it be evidence that remote Siberia was
Good
once home
night
to
and
advanced civilization?
day,
Near this
'cause
discovery
I
of the megalithic
know
wall,
I
scientists
just
believe
can't
they have
stay
found bones from a new species.
here in
Could these
heaven.
places be linked? In 2008, archaeologists made world headlines when they unearthed a Paleolithic finger bone from a juvenile female estimated to be 41,000
Time
years old.
can bring you
Further DNA
down,
analysis
time can
indicated the figure
bend
was from
your
a previously
knee.
unknown and extinct hominid subspecies. These previously unknown ancestors were christened
Time
by the name
can break
Denisovans.
your heart, and you
Dennis Hunt
beg
is probably the
and
most exciting discoverer
beg and
in the origins of humanity for decades, arguably in the last 100 years. Because we're talking about a previously unknown, let's say, human population, who are different than the Neanderthals, different to anatomically what humans. The Denisovans occupied large areas of central, southern, and eastern Asia for anything up to 200,000 years. They told us, for instance, that many modern-day human populations in the eastern part of the Eurasian continent have DNA which has been inherited from the Denisovans in a similar manner to how the people of the western Eurasian continent have DNA within them of the Neanderthals. They were of extreme size, not just raw, but of extreme height, perhaps even as much as 7 feet tall. But the DNA from these fossil remains have told us so much.
As archaeologists come rationalism, suddenly we have here another
if I
species
saw
that
you
we did
in
not
heaven,
But who was this forgotten species? And how could their
I
destiny on the
must
planet
be
be linked with ours?
strong
Firstly,
and
we know
carry
that
on,
a further tomb
'cause
that
I
was found
know I
in the
don't
Denisova cave,
belong
but they didn't really know too much about it.
here in
But now been
heaven.
confirmed to be that of a Denisova woman. It's about 125,000 years old.
www.
That the Denisovans
Gerafont.
were in this area for a much longer period than had initially been suggested. And that's
Crazy
many,
man
many
on the loose.
generations. That means
Ramblings
that they
of
were
a-
an incredibly developed
Of an insane
population.
person.
You go back before 200,000
Oh,
years,
he's
and,
admitting
and
it.
in
He's
many
admitting
areas
it.
at that
Got him
time,
on tape. He's
our
admitted it. He's
species was coexisting
self-diagnosed.
with other human
Let's get him.
species who were human enough for us to interbreed with them. For example, the Neanderthals. For example, the recently discovered Denisovans.
With
Both of
advanced
these
driving
human
dynamics,
species who are
sophisticated
not
style,
anatomically modern humans.
and Ajax most
have
awarded
left
brand.
traces
Let's
in
get back
our
on the road together, Mazda.
DNA.
Thank you, Mazda, for pulling
We have
through
to
here.
ask, if we're talking of records going back hundreds of thousands of years, is it possible that
Mazda
these
dealership in
other human
Penticton. Did you
species
just take over that property and
reached
kick a whole whack of people out?
during their tenure of life? Is it
God.
possible that they
Shitheads.
were advanced in some way?
We're already lacking in that department. You had to, well, you need more parking? Oh, life. It's bigger. It's bigger than you and you are not me. That's obvious. The lengths that I'll go to. Distance in your eyes. Is there any way to get that fucking
credited with
thing off the...
because of the
Yeah.
discovery of
Oh, I said too much.
that they found in the original
I set it up. Right from the beginning. Dynaspace. Now you know the answer. That's me in the corner. That's me in the spot. Like losing my religion.
indicates a culture
Trying to keep up with you, and I don't know if I can do it.
Clubbing animals to death
Oh
and using
no, I
the
said
first
too much.
That's something
Haven't said
I'm not an
enough.
anthropologist or
I thought that I heard you laughing.
understanding
I thought that I heard you
culture
say.
that really shouldn't exist with such a
I think I thought I saw
the unconscious kept reaching more than to, and they found that when they got to the layers about 380,000 years, they found tools there, they found a needle, they found certain artifacts like bracelets and other ornaments, and they also found a ring which has been beautifully shaped out of rock. It has been obviously machined polished.
Here's the bone needles that we found in the Denisovans cave, suggesting that the Denisovans wore tailored clothing. Fox DNA has also been found inside the cave itself, suggesting that the Denisovans not only hunted, but probably domesticated
Consider
and made
this
them
the slip
and this is
that brought me to my knees. I failed. What if all these fantasies come flailing around? Now I
and
stand
yet here we have people 40,000
too
years ago
much.
who were
I
riding
thought
horses,
that I heard you laughing. I thought that I
If
heard
the
you
scientific
sing.
data is true, then how could these ancient
I
ancestors
think
shed
I
light
thought
on
I
our
saw
Perhaps
you
it's possible that
try.
they not only date back hundreds of thousands of years earlier than we had thought, but to another world entirely. A world where a certain species survive among these
That
evolved
was
creatures.
just a dream.
When you're reading in a book and you see
That was just a dream. That's me in the
HOMOSAPIENS,
corner.
that's Homo sapien.
That's
It's
me
my
in the
understanding Homo
spot.
sapien is the word for the large group of standing up primates that have started an evolutionary trail from Lucy in Africa about 2 million years ago. But within Homo sapien, there are a whole bunch of models that have included Neanderthalensis and now Homo sapiens.
Andrew Collins has been monitoring the roots of this ancient giant human species and has a different view.
we can tell with certainty is that because our ancestors interbred with them, that there were hybrids of Denisovans and Homo sapiens
That was just a dream.
for tens
Just
of
a
thousands of years
dream.
evolving
Just a
those
dream.
ideas, and
Dream.
then spreading into other parts of the Eurasian continent and also into the Americas.
If you go further south to the area around Sumeria, the area around the Black Sea, and to a place where we have some information from, which is the Scythian culture, which not many people talk about. They also were supposed to be claimed to have been older than the Egyptians, and part of their culture wasn't just humanoid, they were also a godly culture, and they're also described as being very tall, almost like giants, again, sometimes with elongated skull, and they're supposed to be wisdom keepers.
Here is what I think happened. Possibly somewhere in the Altai mountains of southern Siberia around 45,000 years ago. At this time, the area was occupied by the Denisovans. Let's assume that they were extremely tall, very well built. You can imagine the biggest Russian wrestlers that you can think of, and they cover them in furs and give them wisdom of 200,000 years. That's what we're talking about here. You can imagine that their race is probably dying out. In other words, their population may not be so large as it once was, and yet they have this incredible knowledge, this incredible wisdom now. And they get to hear about these new people arriving out of the direction of the setting sun. They're much smaller, they look different, their skin may be slightly different colour, and they know that they're gradually moving eastwards, they're gradually taking over one territory and then the next. They would exploit the resources and just move on. And then one day, these people turn up And there's a first encounter between our own ancestors, Homo sapiens, and the Denisovans. I think if I was a Denisovan at this point, I would be saying, I think our time is up and we have to change our ways. And one of the possibilities is that there was an understanding between the new people and the wisdom, that this ancient wisdom, this ancient knowledge would now be carried into the new world through hybrid descendants. In other words, we would breed, and it would be through our descendants, our hybrid descendants, that this ancient wisdom would now be disseminated.
Could this be true? The Siberian fossil remains found in Altai have challenged scientists to re-examine the transformation of human DNA.
There's been an explosion of new information in this field, partly thanks to new genetic sequencing techniques and deep analysis of DNA. And it's clear that the story of the evolution of anatomically modern humans is much more complicated. The DNA breakthrough is we now know that our anatomically modern human ancestors interbred with Neanderthals. So we're a mixture of Neanderthals and the creature that became anatomically modern humans. And then, adding even further complicated to the picture, Denisovan DNA is also found in the anatomically modern human genome. Trace elements in some areas, quite large amounts in others.
The Denisovans passed to us various genes which have been important to their own development. For instance, in the Tibetan plateau, the Sherpas and the Egyptian speakers there, their ability to be able to spend long periods with extremely high altitudes comes from a gene which was inherited, we now know, from the Denisovans. There were other genes as well to do with our appearance, our intellect, our consciousness.
Yep, second, third, fourth, you know, fifth.
The idea
So many chances in life, but
there
depends
are
what the
many
situation
modern
is.
populations around
I
the
suppose.
world that have high levels of
It's different in every case.
within their genes. We're talking about India, Southeast Asia, Java, Australia, Belarus, Micronesia.
Yeah. How many chances have I been given in life, right? Same.
In Canada,
But the
also in the North Carolina.
see in this case, there's no ownership of wrongdoing. Except when he's off camera. I know I did a wrong thing. I know I did.
It could explain how traces of their DNA
Right.
have been found thousands of miles from Siberia in North America.
It is almost certain
That's right. You get screwed so many times, you should be an expert at picking it out when it happens. So if you're not, then you're not learning from your experience.
that in several
Smart woman, this one.
Native American
Who's this? Melanie Escamilla? Yeah, the only one that communicates with you ever. Why is that? I wonder.
giants of legends, and that they
Meant where there are ill intentions present. Yes.
the oversized human skeletons
You can pick it out.
complexes all over North America.
When it's selfish.
I think we're just at the
When someone's just trying to be mean.
process of unraveling.
Very easy to pick out.
All of this means. It's almost heretical to say so. In context
Well,
of modern
in time, eh?
But I think we're going to have
I'll meet with him again. I'll probably meet with him in private. I don't know. I can't meet with this guy in private. I can't meet with him in private. I can't meet with anybody in private.
We're looking at actually a very
Everything's got to be on the table from here on.
results in us. No Denisovans live then.
I keep on going to this private thing. Oh, I think I can work it out. No, I don't think I can. I wouldn't be on the I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing right now if I thought that I could work it out between the big ones, you know, the ones with. These people are unreasonable because they fucking put their thumb on you and then just fucking, they use you. Nope.
So well developed, so beautifully illustrated. Native Americans.
If it's not true, again, put me in handcuffs and bring me to jail. If it's not true, you got a reason to put me in jail. Not to beat me, not to torture me. What reason did you have in your small-minded thinking? What reasoning did you have? RCMP 61 2.5 months ago in that park across the street. What reasoning did you have to beat the shit and torture me in broad daylight? Bold move, by the way. People in the park, saw the bag over my head. Who's this fucking guy bleeding? How did he get all bloody mess? I wonder if there's stories. I hope somewhere has it on video. Bylaw does. Bylaw does. Should. Oh, did you run out of battery life? When it got like really uncomfortable, when like the one police officer said, "Turn that off." Turn it off. Want to see that footage? Because you had it going at one time. Man, keeping up with all ya. You would think that it's hard, but it's not. It's actually quite simple. Make everything public. Always tell the truth. And respect. I respect you, Dan, owner of the Beaumont Motel. I respect you enough to sit man to man in public.
If this is true, could this species have come from a
and debate what's what.
Shares her theory on how Denisovan
And then we'll see where things lay.
genetically manipulated by the Anunnaki.
A few of those conversations I gotta have in town. Not many.
The Denisovans went extinct.
If you haven't heard from me,
Went extinct.
you know who you are.
Homo sapiens
Holy shit.
to dominate
The
planet
Cannery Boys.
Was that the objective?
How long
of an
in waiting for this moment to arrive?
So maybe there is an overlap.
Locked me out of my own theater company, my own business. They locked me out. Changed the locks and they were allowed to do it because they had fucking money. And that's all it came down to.
Who are we? And maybe this
Stories leaked. Oh, what was it? Tom, well, he's into something. I hear he's on drugs. I hear he's on. Nope. Nope. I've been hanging out with Melanie a bit.
Who knows how many? And that we humans today trying to
So where does one go with that?
and going back and looking
In a conflict resolution.
and remember that
Where does one go for conflict resolution if you can't resolve things?
going to look at the map. Where is this
Mediator.
in Siberia?
Mediator.
And
An
realizing that we're this
an
big
impartial party.
and we're this
3.
new brand of human is a
That's
place
why
where
3
there
are
have been
important.
UFO stories in and around this area in Siberia.
To a hippie commune in South America, maybe.
Wow, could this really
Duran Duran? I will.
an example of one of these experiments that is being done by extraterrestrials and
Duran Duran up next.
it is a branch of humans
Right after this song.
that has an antecedent to something completely unknown.
This might explain how Homo sapiens have survived for as long as they have. Perhaps an ancient code has been embedded in our DNA. Andrew Collins suggests that the migration of the Denisovans also
When my
plays
body
ancient
won't
areas
hold me
considered
anymore, and if I leave,
Earliest
let's be
primary
free.
descendants of the Denisovans
Will I be
spread out
ready
from a central
when my feet
area
won't
of
walk
southern
another
Siberia.
mile and my
They
lips give their last kiss goodbye?
in the planet.
Will my
And,
hands
they
be
set them up with
steady?
markers. They set them
Will
up
I
with
lay
four
down my fears,
contact
my
next
hopes and my
with
doubts,
stars
the
and with
rings
the
of my
other way,
fingers and the
possibly
keys to
even
my
one
house,
side parallel to
and
me.
no
Now, where would these point?
hard
Places like Quebec
feelings.
Cafe, or certainly the area where Quebec Cafe is out in Turkey. The
When
area
the sun
around
hangs
is
low in
Egypt.
the west and the
other
light
places
in
like
my
Stonehenge
chest,
England,
won't be
certain
kept,
places in, obviously in China,
can it be
India,
any
etc.,
longer?
etc. They become points of communication,
When
points of
jealousy
contact
fades
that
away
people will be able
as
to return
ash
to
and
again and
dust,
again and again.
for cash and
Not only did
lust,
they build all of
it's
these
just
network structures, but they
hallelujah,
built them in areas that we
and
call
love in the
vortexes.
thoughts,
These are
and
areas
love in
where
the
ley
words,
lines
love in
on
the
the earth,
songs they
the Earth's
sing in
natural
the
energy
church,
would cross one another.
with
In ancient
no
times, they were called dragon lines. Almost every one of these
hard
ancient structures
feeling.
is built on top of places where ley lines cross
Lord
one
knows
another.
they
That's
haven't
important because when they cross one
done
another, you have amazing
much good
electromagnetic
for
waves being produced, hugely stored
anyone.
electromagnetic waves. And
Kept
wherever
me
you have
afraid
electromagnetic
and
waves that are that strong,
cold.
you can basically have a tear, a
So
rip
much
in
to
the electromagnetic
have and
membrane that separates this
hold.
dimension from the next. And this is something that's accepted in modern day science. The only thing that's separating our dimension that we're sitting here talking
When my
in
body
is
won't
an
hold me
electromagnetic membrane.
anymore,
These were
and
creatures who understood that.
finally
And they understood that
lets
by
me
building
free.
these structures right on top of these
Where
areas,
will I
Stalactite
go?
Mountains is one of them, they were able to
Will the
basically
Trabian
create a
take
tear
me
in that
south
membrane, and you can
through
have
Georgia
momentary
grain
interaction between them.
or tropical rain
If this is true,
or snow
could
from
the area
heaven?
around the Altai Mountains have been a gateway for not only the Denisovans, but
Will
other
I join
intelligent
with
life that
an
communicates
ocean
with humans?
blue
Sonia
or run
Grace
into
points to a Stonehenge built
the
in
same be
the same area
true
as the cave. She
and
suggests
shake hands
this might have been
laughing
constructed as a stargate.
and walk through the night
The Russian
straight to the
Stonehenge.
light.
It was very much like the
Oh,
Stonehenge
the
of the
love
UK.
I've
It was
known in
huge
my life,
megalithic stones.
and
It was more
no
elaborate. There were more stones, and I
hard
saw a
feelings.
ceremonial procession of women who entered the
Lord
circle
knows
first,
he
and they went around
hasn't
in a counterclockwise position.
done
Then the men entered, and they
much
went around
good
in a
for
clockwise position. And the ceremonies that
anyone.
were done at this site were
Kept
exactly
me
what was done at
afraid
Stonehenge. They
and
were fertility.
cold.
This
With so much to
incredible place
have and
was a portal, very much in the
hold.
same way Salisbury Plain had a huge portal.
Under the
And the people of
curving
this time were interacting
sky,
with the demigods
I'm
that I call the
finally
ancient ones, the
learning
Pleiadians. And the Pleiadians did
why
exactly for them what
it
they did
matters
for
for
the people of
me
the UK. They
and
taught them their ceremonies. They taught them the ancient
to
ones.
say
And when I stood in the middle
it
of this Stonehenge, it was amazing. It
the
was like
life
the
and its
portal. It was
loveliness
just like a wormhole.
and all
And
of
what they
its
told me is that this wormhole
ugliness,
went up to Pleiades, but it actually went past
good as
Pleiades.
it's
And
been
so
to
this is why
be.
there's all kinds of UFO activity in the area. There's
I
other
have no
beings accessing this portal and coming through to Earth in that way.
I
Could
have no
scientists have stumbled across an ancient gateway to another world? And if so,
I have
how
no
will this discovery shape our future? What other discoveries will come out within the next few years?
Thanks for
that will
watching. Don't
push
forget to
our
share, subscribe, or
understanding
like.
of humanity?
When we go back in time and we look at the evolution of species on Earth, we have all these different time periods that we can examine, but it's very difficult for us as a species to see the whole picture. It's like a bunch of puzzle pieces that we're still trying to put together. And as the puzzle comes together, we start to solve more and more about our origins and where we come from. We have 5 species that haven't been discovered yet. And we have the Denisovians and the Neanderthals. We would be the culmination of those 7.
Dark in the city and night is a wire. Steam in the subway, earth is a fire.
So as each species came through, it was
What do you want me? Give me a sign. catch me breathing even closer behind. In touch with the ground, I'm on a hunt after you. Smell like a sound, lost in a crowd, and I'm hungry like a wolf. What's the rest of this? Is that how it goes? I'm not sure anymore. Maybe I'm out of tune. I can't see the comments. Sorry.
It's up to us to actually come into full realization of all 7 chakras.
Stuck in the forest, too close, too high. I'll be upon you by the moonlight side. High blood drumming on your skin so tight. You feel my heat, I'm just a moment behind. In touch with the ground, I'm on a hunt, I'm after you. Scent in the sound, I'm lost and found, and I'm hungry like the wolf. Strung on a line, it's discord and rhyme. Howl and whine, I'm after you. Mouth is alive, all running inside, and I'm hungry like the wolf.
There's a time when 15-foot people were relative to the earth, and the time that Homo sapiens also came along, the mainstream archaeology got to go any further than the layer about 1,000 BC, and you like to identify something that will completely upend the entire notion of where we come from, who we are, and how old we are.
I think it's a much more complicated story than we imagine. And I must say the advances in DNA and in genetic work are incredibly important in solving this problem. We now have to consider the possibility that there were multiple humanoid species that existed on the planet. Really only one left, as far as we know.
Our evolutionary
Burning the ground, break from the crowd. I'm on the hunt out after you. Scent in the sound, lost in a found, and I'm hungry like the wolf. Strung on a line, it's discord and rhyme. Howl and whine, I'm after you. Mouth is alive, I'm running inside, and I'm hungry like the wolf.
On the consciousness of this planet. Will the past unlock our hidden code of potentiality? And will we be able to survive as a species here
What's
on
the
Earth
next song?
and throughout the stars? If we look all around us,
Remember Ramblings of a Madman? I did
patterns
that show
in
for a
nature
while. Look it up.
reflected on ancient monuments,
YouTube. It's on YouTube. It's on my
in
YouTube
ancient
channel.
languages, stories.
When I first started, I
depicted
was
about our past.
DJing. The only
and who
music I
might
could
have
play were
influenced
8 tracks
Who are we? And where did we
in
come
Hamilton,
from?
Ontario.
These
few
are the
years back.
primordial questions we
When I was
try to
just
answer
starting
in
out.
this series. But the answer is still
What do you do now? Karaoke, mostly.
buried below the surface.
And I deal with social issues like social justice stuff. I can't even say it. Social justice. There you go. Civilization. What it takes to be in one. Little expertise of mine.
Skin-safe technology will keep your delicates safe from nicks.
For the next little while, I might look like a real prick with certain people, but remember, it's only a few.
Doesn't hurt though, does it?
And they need to be, we need to talk.
Don't worry.
We needed to talk months and months ago. And now we're here. Where's your rent? Oh, you fucker. That money I gave you, that cash I gave you was not fucking rent, you motherfucker. Maybe it was. 500, yeah. That comes back to me. How many times did that happen? You made it so fucking difficult on me, friend. So fucking difficult on me. I can't begin to count how many fucking things transpired just as a result of your fucking actions. I'm not gonna
There are
harbor
many
any bitterness
legends about the
towards you, but
ruins
you
of
need to know.
Baalbek.
You come in
The
my house.
monumental
You want to talk to me?
2,000-year-old
Well, we're gonna
Temple of
talk.
Jupiter sits atop
You're gonna sit down and you're
3,000
gonna fucking
ton
listen for
stone
fucking
blocks.
change.
No one seems to know on
my
whose
God,
orders
I don't
it was
think
cut,
it matters
or
anymore
why,
with you. You're gonna
or
lose
how
everything.
it came to be abandoned. And perhaps the biggest mystery of all is the impracticality of its construction. The temple is a puzzle that has drawn archaeologists from around the world, and a puzzle that won't be solved anytime soon. For political unrest in Lebanon makes it too dangerous for anyone to visit. Could this war be yet another mortal construct of the battle of good and evil? Or is there some great knowledge close to this temple, perhaps a portal or gateway to a higher intelligence, is savagely guarded by all who come to discover it?
Baalbek is
I can feel
one of the big enigmas of which there is very little answers. We're talking about a huge complex that was constructed during Roman times. A massive temple dedicated to the god Jupiter. Amongst the foundations of this incredible complex are stone blocks weighing around 1,000 tons apiece. But the big question comes, did they reuse those stones, those big ones, the 1,000 tons?
I would not
That's the
lend
thing.
you a hand.
And if they did reuse them,
I've
who the
seen
hell
your face
created those
before,
stones
my
in the first
friend.
place? And why so large?
But I don't know if
Comment
you
ça a été
know
fabriqué,
who I
comment ils ont
am.
créé we wouldn't even be able
I
to
was
reproduce
there
such a structure
and I
nowadays.
saw what
How
you
was it built?
did. I
How
saw
could they
it
have
with
created
my
this huge
own
block of
two
stone?
eyes.
Some will
They
say
can
that
wipe off
it
their
was superhuman. How
To
these
know where
massive
you've
stones were
been.
carved.
It's all
It
been
could be
a
done.
pack
You know,
of
with block and
lies.
tackle, it would be quite an effort, and there was a reason to do
I
it. The
can
temple is on
feel
a
it
hill. You would need very,
coming in
very
the
strong retaining walls. Huge
air
pieces of stone are useful in that regard, so there's a practical answer. But
I've
the
been
magical
waiting for
speculation
this
is there
moment
must have been
for all
some
my life.
special purpose to this location and these massive stones that is
I
beyond
can
our current
feel
understanding.
it coming in the
The reason
air
for them would be to build
tonight.
very powerful retaining walls so that this temple would last forever.
But why would they want this temple to last forever?
When you simply examine the size of the stones, they're just of such mammoth weight and size that we don't have any cranes today that would even be able to construct them in any sort of way. And here are these stones that apparently were constructed in such a way and just knocked completely over in some sort of massive cataclysm of some kind. We've had stone cutters try, and they interlock in such a way as to create incredible strength. It's impossible. It's just one of the most fascinating mysteries that we cannot duplicate today. Now, whether or not it was being used as a stargate or some sort of major military complex, let's say, or a fort of some kind, it's all indicative of the same intelligence that humanities was interacting with.
Could this intelligence have predated mainstream science and conventional historians' conclusions that Baalbek was constructed by the Romans? Graham Hancock believes the larger stones surrounding the temple predate the Roman Empire.
Archaeologists have one thing that they regard as a killer for why the Romans must have made the megalithic wall as well as the temple. And that is that in the foundation of the megalithic wall, visible, but in the foundation, is a bit of a Roman temple column. And it's in the foundations of the west. Come down the corner onto the west side of the wall. And there you find the famous Trinithon, which is curious, freestanding, unconnected megalith, which doesn't look much like other Roman stone formations. The three giant blocks that surround the temple of Jupiter. And each of those blocks weigh more than 900 pounds. And they are placed so perfectly in position that you cannot get the sheep into the zones, and they're 20 feet above the ground. So the archaeologists say, look, we've got a temple of Jupiter up on top, we've got a Roman column being used as a block in the foundations of the wall. Of course, the whole thing was made by the Romans. But what they're not taking account of is the fact that Baalbek was used as a fortress for hundreds and hundreds of years. I'm very strongly of the view that that Roman column drum in the foundations of the megalithic wall surrounding the Temple of Jupiter is a later repair rather than an original block. They found Roman columns lying around all over the place, and they stuffed that in there and used it to repair that wall. So I don't think that column drum proves that the megalithic wall was the work of the Romans. And then we have another thing, which is if you go to the supposed quarry from which the Baalbek stones were taken, you find three really humongous blocks of stone. Two of them have been well known for the last 100 years or so. One's called, I don't know why, it's called the Stone of the Pregnant Woman. I stood on top of it. When you're on top of it, you're dwarfed by the scale of the thing. This block weighs 1,000 tons. It's sticking up at a kind of angle. It's being cleanly separated from the bedrock underneath. There's a cut, and it's just sitting there. Across the road is a second giant block. That one is calculated to weigh 1,460 tons. Still sitting there in place in the quarry, and only discovered by the archaeologists in 2014 because it was covered by sediment. So the archaeologists say the Romans did everything. The Romans made those megalithic blocks. And to me, this is
Beauty queen of only 18, she had some trouble with herself. He was always there to help her. She belonged to someone else.
I think we are looking at, if you like,
I drove for miles and miles and wound up at your door.
tapped into that and honored that with their
I've had so many times, but somehow I wanted more. I don't mind smelling every day out on the corner in the pouring rain. Look for the girl with a broken smile. Ask her if she wants to stay a while, and she will be loved, and she will be loved. Tap on my window, knock on my door. I wanna make you feel beautiful.
Where it is placed.
I know I tend to get so insecure. It doesn't matter anymore. It's not always rainbows and butterflies. It's compromise that moves us along. My heart is full and my door's always open. You can come anytime you want. I don't mind spending every day out on the corner in the pouring rain. Look for the girl with the broken smile. Ask her if she wants to stay a while, and she will be loved, and she will be loved, and she will be loved, and she will be loved. Know where you hide, alone in your car? Oh God, don't hide there. Know all the things that make you who you are. I know that goodbye means nothing at all. Come back! Oh, it breaks me to catch her every time she falls.
In Greece.
Tap on my window, knock on my door. I wanna make you feel beautiful.
They were said to have done this.
I don't mind spending every day out in the corner in the pouring rain. Look for the girl with the broken smile. Ask her if she wants to stay a while, and she will be loved. 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 It's not an easy song to sing. Who sings that? Well, he doesn't have the best voice in the planet. This fucker. He's got to set pipes. I don't think the guy ever breathes.
Catastrophic level of damage. Now,
sometimes.
How did that damage actually take place? One potential theory is that it was the result of some sort of cataclysmic earth-changing activity.
King karaoke.
But if that
like
were
us
true,
on Facebook.
Wouldn't it make
Follow us
sense
on Twitter.
that
Click to
floodwaters or
subscribe.
earthquakes would damage the base of
Just
the building?
thinking out loud here.
Instead, what we appear to see is that the top of the building has been smashed off and scattered, but the bottom is okay. This may actually be the result of a battle that involved much more of a
When your legs don't
man-made
work
or
and they used to
extraterrestrial
before.
weaponry. This structure
And I can't
clearly
sweep
was
you
built
off your
with
feet.
stones that are so heavy that it was meant to withstand
Will your
an
mouth
enormous,
still
enormous
remember the taste of my
amount of
love?
attack. And that again suggests that it could have been built by
Will
people
your
who
eyes
were
still
at
smile
war.
from your cheeks?
And that what we're
And darling,
now
I
seeing is the shadow
will
of
be
what was
loving you till we're 70.
And could this ancient battle have perpetuated more?
Baby, I'm hard to still fall as hard as 23. I'm thinking out loud, cause people fall in love in mysterious ways. Maybe just a touch of a hand. Well, me, I fall in love with you every single day. That's true. I just wanna tell you who I am. So, honey,
and worship when he came to earth. If you
take me into your loving arms.
Roman history tradition. We have Rome that was at war.
Kiss me under the light of 1,000 stars. Place your head on my beating heart.
Carthage was a Phoenician civilization.
Cause I'm thinking out loud. Maybe we found love right where we are. Maybe. When my hair's all but gone and my memory fades. It's bold in here, I think, maybe, possibly. And the crowds don't remember my name. When my hands don't play the strings the same way. Fuck, arthritis, I know. Will you still love me the same? Cause honey, your soul can never grow old, it's evergreen.
Cycle is number 72. For one
And baby, your smiles forever in my mind and memory.
You get 108.
I'm thinking about how people fall in love in mysterious ways. Maybe it's just part of the plan. I'll just keep on making the same mistakes, hoping that you'll understand that, baby, I'll take me into your loving arms. Kiss me under the light of 1,000 stars. Place your hand on my beating heart. I'm thinking out loud. And maybe we found love right where we are.
I was reading about various stone architecture around the world. The Baalbek stone architecture is
First for everything.
Estimates of the weight of these
We did this once.
literally 1,650 tons.
Put it on the schedule.
Way of doing things. You have to have a crane. In order to do something that's
So baby now,
more than 50 tons, or else the crane is going to tip over.
take me into your loving arms.
That much of a massive weight, you'd have to have a crane.
Kiss me on the light of 1,000 stars.
Who even built that? Where would it
Oh,
be?
darling, place your head on my beating heart.
Able to elevate these slabs.
I'm thinking out loud. And maybe we found it.
We could do that.
Love right
So,
where
what the heck
we
is going on
are.
with Baalbek? What the heck is going
Baby.
on with this ruin? What seems to be more likely is that there was, in fact, a
We
form type
found
of energy
love
that was created
right
in
where
Baalbek
we
by virtue of how the
are.
stones were built and aligned. There is something about stones that we don't understand where they function almost like tuning forks to capture these natural portals that come from inside the earth. Baalbek may be one of the places where these normally uncontrollable natural portal events were being harnessed in, perhaps by the power of these three stones. When you go inside one of these portals, you can actually travel through space and time.
I don't know if the stones of Baalbek possess the quartz crystal, which would be necessary in order to have an operational Stargate. They could very well. I do know that they found huge basins in Egypt that on the outside looked like normal stone, but on the inside were pure quartz crystals.
What would I
So
do
what might have
without
on the side is something very
your
similar.
smart mouth? Drawing me in,
Electromagnetic
you're kicking me
fields that
out.
are being generated will interact with the electromagnetic field of the human body with the laws of harmonic resonance. You can literally cause change in the human body, maybe even down to the DNA level. Baalbek may have been a place to alter radiation.
Well, Baalbek is one of the classic navels of the earth. This is where you have yourself to escape from the limitations of the physical world, connect with another world. And I do believe that the stones themselves, they are highly piezoelectric because A, they have a special type of quartz. When you put all that stuff under pressure, it creates a piezoelectric effect. You're walking into a electromagnetic environment, and these stones themselves are already marking the intersecting lines of the Earth's two planets. So they're anchoring the actual energy of the Earth to this place. It never goes away. That's why we keep going back there. There's something about the energy of the place. So it's a truly sacred site of enormous antiquity that basically survived like an organism from age to age. It's just rebuilt and rebuilt and rebuilt and rebuilt.
If Baalbek was able to tap into an electromagnetic field, who then could have built the first structure? Sonia Grace uses her alternative research to dive deeper.
My guides took me in the night and we stood there at the edge of this ancient site, waiting. A woman appeared, tall and slender, with jewelry around her neck and a skin of fox around her shoulders. She said her name was Meg. She told me she was a descendant of Sekhmet. She told me that the Savrak, the ancient ant people, saved her people beneath this temple in a great cavern that connected to the underground chambers where the people hid and survived the impact of the comet and all the floods that happened throughout the region. She told me that this place and all of these places were connected with the tunnels of the Savrak, and that the giants came back to Earth after they left when Atlantis fell, and they helped the people. They landed their ship at Baalbek, and the giants went on to help build this site. So what happened with this woman, Meg, and she had an older group of people standing there, and she said, I want to show you who built this site. And she said, but you have to trust me. She said, I want you to get on your hands and knees on the ground. And I did. I trusted her. And she said, I want you to put your forehead on the ground.
Hey,
And she said,
all the cards are on the fucking
I
table,
want
man.
you to say the words.
Go showing hearts. What do you
I'm
got?
one with moon.
9 in spades.
And
Well,
I
that will give
looked
you a
up,
flush.
and all
Going
these
hard.
giants were surrounding the sight. It was really amazing. And I found myself looking at these giants, and they were the ones that said, we built this site. We built it a long time ago. But we helped this group of magicians, and they use that word, this group of magicians from Atlantis, to not only hide under this sacred temple that we had built, but we also helped them create places in the temple that they could return to. And these giants told me that that's why these carvings of all these animals were in the site. Not only did they correlate with the constellations and the stars of that time, but they were in fact the very places this group of magicians returned to. It was like they evaporated and just went right back into the stone. And they told me that when the Anunnaki came, they would take this temple and they would disguise it. They would literally cloak it like it was a lake. So they would reflect like a mirror so that they would never see this site and they would not be able to steal their
It's
magic.
YouTube Music. Download the app today and get a trial of music premium on us.
And
Terms
could
apply.
civilizations before the Anunnaki have disguised it? If this is true, could its main function have been a device that could help transform our consciousness?
I think
South
that
America. You ever
what it
tried
comes
to
down
read
to
around?
is that when the bigger picture emerges, I do
Turian.
believe that it's
No,
going to
I
tell
haven't
us
tried
how the
Turian.
purpose of these
Duran, that's how I
their
saw it.
origins lie within the stars.
I don't know.
And that
One would think hugging it out seems pretty reasonable.
is a legacy
Okay,
that was
why do we
received
make things so freaking
intuitively
complicated? Everybody just love
as
each other, please.
downloads
Yes.
from
Okay,
a
cool.
non-terrestrial source.
You're right.
And I'm
She's
not
always
talking
right.
here necessarily about
She's always right.
spacemen coming down in
Listen to Melanie.
spaceships and just telling us something. But
But you gotta be fair.
evolution
Everybody's gotta be
itself
fair.
has possibly gone hand in hand with some kind of communion
Don't
with
let
non-terrestrial
yourself
intelligences,
go.
which has given us some kind of master code, some kind of
Cause
mathematical
everybody
which
cries.
we probably already have, and we almost certainly use it
And
on a regular basis.
everybody
But that same
hurts.
code will eventually be shown to exist in the cosmos, and that when we've made that link, it will give us
Sometimes
that first
everything
contact.
is wrong.
Well, I think Baalbek and other places like it, I believe, was seen as a sacred art to kind of replicate and reproduce the perfection of the throne or heaven here on earth, and by emulating the principles of using sacred geometry and Moline and stuff, we're trying to mimic and replicate what already exists in heaven. It's known as kind of a mythical play. When you emulate the creator by creating, it's seen as a very good thing. You're mimicking the act of creation yourself, which is almost seen as a way to reach back into the reflection of by creating yourself, you're almost reflecting into that, into the divine. And creating a bridge with one to infuse with energy through sympathy. And the more we do that,
Everybody hurts. Don't throw your hand. Don't throw your hand. You feel like you're alone. No, you're not alone.
We are merged
Basically, that's the story of.
If Baalbek was built to tap into the human consciousness of the world, could it have been decommissioned before the Anunnaki arrived? Could the constant use of Baalbek by many civilizations afterwards have been an attempt to figure out its power? If this is true, what kind of civilization would have been moved to change the consciousness of the planet? And more importantly, what beings came later that they wanted to protect its message?
That goes back 266,000 years. And that's kind of interesting because modern scientists believe that the first humans loved ones came into existence less than 200,000 years ago.
Quand on aurait créé l'Homo sapiens vers 300 000, 250 000 avant Jésus-Christ. We have to know that the gods were on Earth. According to what the tablets state, they reigned over the earth for thousands of years.
Up next, the Sumerian Phoenix and the strange turn of events that led to a new civilization. In 2013, a female relative of Albert Perry, an African-American man from South Carolina, submitted a sample of his DNA to a company called Family Tree to trace family roots. During the routine DNA analysis, technicians at the genetic testing company made an extremely rare discovery. Albert Perry contained a Y chromosome with a genetic signature like no other. Y chromosomes are the hereditary factor determining the male sex. Albert Perry revealed that the most recent common ancestor for his lineage was roaming the earth about 338,000 years ago. Geneticists have been able to prove that all men tested thus far in these commercial databases can trace their Y chromosome to a common male ancestor labeled Adam that lived between 60,000 and 140,000 years ago. This made his DNA over twice as old as any fossil on record for Homo sapiens. Now scientists are questioning everything that is known about the time and location of the first people on Earth. Is this finally the proof pre-Adamite theorists have been looking for? That there really were human civilizations before the age of Adam and Eve? And if so, what other doors can Perry's DNA open?
When we look at these pre-Adamite records of what these guys are telling us, it maps together very nicely with the actual archaeological ruins that we find around the world. What gets even more interesting is when we get into the idea that in the post-Atlantean catastrophe world, meaning post-12,500 years ago, two pre-Adamite groups survived with vastly limited resources. One group in Europe and Asia, which becomes the Egyptian pharaonic line. The other group in Mesoamerica, which becomes the Mesoamerican priesthood.
If Albert Perry's Y chromosome predates this by hundreds of thousands of years, what are the implications? Is it possible there was an earlier human population that became extinct? An incredible artifact that has been a topic of great controversy among historians and scholars trying to get to the bottom of this mystery is a king's list found in the Sumerian cuneiforms.
king lists go back 266,000 years. Now that's kind of interesting because modern scientists believe that the first humans like us came into existence less than 200,000 years ago. And they believe that the first civilizations where you would have kings and urban areas and social organization, they believe that all started 6,000 or 7,000 years ago. So to have these Sumerian king lists going back 266,000 years is really amazing.
The actual artifact itself is engraved in cuneiform text. And during that time and era, people didn't just carve these types of things into stone just for a hobby. There's real information, real data, real history. Now, the actual artifact itself is located in the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford, England. What's so incredible about it is that the King's List gives the reign of the kings and stars. But what are the stars? The Sumerians state that this shar is about 3,600 years. And for example, King Alalem actually ruled for 10 shars. So in human years, that would be 36,000 years.
36,000 years? Could it really be true that humans were on Earth so long ago? And not just humans, but advanced civilizations with hierarchies and kings.
It's not just the Sumerian king's list, it's also the Egyptian king's list of Manetho. Writes about the dynasties going back, maybe not as long, but at least 30,000 BC. Gods like Thoth and others names they were called, the 9 in particular, reigning deities of the Egyptian world. And so if these deities have, again, lifespans of thousands of years, then of course to a human, it's going to seem as though they were gods.
But if humans have been around for close to 300,000 years, according to Albert Perry's DNA test, why do all these creation stories come from a much later time? And even more odd, why do we hold on to the truths that were given to us by these gods? Researcher and historian Anton Parks has a disturbing theory about this.
Que les fameux dieux sumériens auraient créé l'Homo sapiens. You have to know that when the gods arrived on Earth, according to what the tablets state,
I agree with Melanie.
they reigned over the Earth for thousands of years. Elements of the story are in the Zohar, the Nag Hammadi text as well, which basically tell the same story, and the same version as the Sumerian one to enslave mankind. Human beings must behave, not think too much, and most of all, not see that there is another reality to what is said. In the text of Eden, there is a curious scene. It describes humans specially created to work in the garden, but at some point, in order to enforce their laws, the gods place the humans in front of them. Behind the gods is their shiny chariot. That is how it is written. And they make them pledge allegiance. It is fascinating. They impose their views upon mankind. They want to scare them. And sadly, through this oath to which humanity commits, humans forbid themselves to ever be free. I personally think that to this day, we are still under the influence of this oath. It is crucial to understand that, in concrete terms, we are still slaves. I think that the gods knew what an oath implied. A vow is something tangible, something actually happens. And I think that this can be passed from one life to another.
As a species that was created by DNA manipulation, we've never been free from the manipulation of beings on the outside. And that the sad irony in history is the humans have gotten down on their knees to things standing in front of them that had the name God, and they were never gods.
If they weren't gods, is it possible that these beings were able to manipulate human DNA to such a point that the original free-roaming human species became part of a worker class with shorter lives and of less power?
When we look at the Sumerian kings list, we see that the more recent part of the list actually corresponds very nicely with historical records. That's very interesting because when you look at the kings list in its entirety, you go all the way back to the alleged origin of the Anunnaki on Earth tinkering with our DNA starting 250,000 years ago. Supposedly, when you get into this Sumerian doctrine, the idea is that we were created as a slave race approximately 250,000 years ago, and it was Enki, supposedly the good guy in the battle of the two brothers Enki and Enlil, who created us this way. And we were manufactured by Enki to become able to reproduce, whereas prior to that point, we were bred to be sterile so that they could make a certain number of these clones, they could send them out there to work, they die, and there's no threat of them becoming their own race.
If the lifespan of our early kings was 36,000 years, it appears something in our evolution changed 12,500 years ago. In the book of Genesis, God said, "My spirit shall not strive with man forever, because he also..."
Pterodactyl? I think they do have one.
His days shall be 120
What's up with
years.
I don't know what that is. I don't even know how to pronounce it. I'm not sure. Yeah, I wish they had one too.
That there was a genetic manipulation, and if so,
You know what they got?
why? The longest known human lifespan that modern scientists have on record, a woman who died in the French countryside in 1997, was 122. Since then, there has been significant debate about whether modern man has reached
Well
the
played, sir.
limits of our longevity.
Checkmate. Ah, fuck. She got me again.
Scriptures lived a long time. We have these stories.
Oh, man, that was a bad
move. Change our DNA, so now we only get 125 years.
She gonna come up with?
Years or some shorter period. If so, why? Would there be any way to find this, to get this back?
I thought that was a T-Rex. I think that's a turtle.
I
can't see it anymore.
In a spiritual sense, a psychological sense, an emotional sense. Has
blind.
the rush of modern life shortened our
It's getting close.
experience, and there is some way to gain the enormity, the expanse of time that we once knew.
In my research, I use the term devolution or devolve, and for me, that means a couple of things. One thing it means is that as conscious beings, we originally exist on some higher level of reality that I call the level of pure consciousness. And the ruling principle of that level of pure consciousness is harmonious, loving cooperation among all conscious beings and the source of all conscious beings. Some conscious selves become egotistical. They develop a desire to control, dominate, and exploit others. And they can no longer exist on that higher level of pure consciousness. There has to be some other reality for them to act out their selfish desires to dominate, control, and exploit others. That is the material level of reality. So that process by which a conscious self descends from that higher level of reality into the world of matter is what I call devolution. So the conscious selves on this level of reality are devolved. And that means they don't evolve up from matter, they devolve or come down from this higher level of reality.
Did we as humans at one point exist in a higher reality and then at one point evolve into a lower level? If so, what could be the reason? Adam Park suggests that there is information that points to certain bloodlines.
Que certains when you start looking at these subjects, whether it is on the web or in some books that people qualify as possibly conspiracy books, it is often spoken of the genetic needs, repetitivity, and royal blood. I do think that some royal bloodlines still exist nowadays. They come from the lineage, specifically the lineage of Emil, Umirta, and On.
Could these descendants of royal bloodlines be able to see beyond the current reality in order to control it? Could this be more evidence of a tampering with our DNA? reporter Linda Howe has an interesting theory on the origins of the term blue blood.
One friend and colleague of mine was Lawrence Gardner. He was tracking the whole significance of certain bloodlines going back into Mesopotamia. I was encountering exactly the same information coming in to my investigations of an alien presence on this planet and throughout the solar system. We found that we met at sort of a same point, and that was that in Mesopotamia, that all of the Anunnaki were supposed to be reptilian. And that the reptilian biology had blood was dominated by copper. And that they literally had blue colored blood. We have red because we have an iron dominant blood. So our discussion from his history and my trying to get into it through aliens that have been dominating the earth was that the blue blood reptilians of Mesopotamia led to a group called the Merovingians. And the Merovingians tied later in the timeline directly to France, Germany, and that area of Europe, because for some reason, that bloodline, the blue bloods, went to Europe. Lawrence Gardner and other people's work coming through royalty, blue blood, tie this connection between the reptilians, Merovingians in Mesopotamia, and they were literally a reptilian blue blood line.
If this is more evidence of a manipulation, how does our DNA and an oath hold weight in our current reality? Anton Parks explains how his studies of several ancient texts reveal similar stories about humankind surrendering their will to Sumerian gods, but that in the end, we choose to kneel.
Donc, moi, je pense qu'on est toujours sous l'influence de ce serment que l'humanité. I think that we are still under the influence of the oath sworn by humanity in front of the gods and their chariot. At this particular point, humanity forbade itself from ever knowing freedom and from thinking freely. They more or less enslaved themselves. We can see that in general, human beings are quite submissive. When certain laws pass, nowadays, instead of saying that we don't agree, we first say yes. And if we find a couple of brave men who are ready to protest, in that case, things can get moving. But it can take decades or hundreds of years before anything happens. Slavery is a good example. Therefore, I think we are still under the oath the human race swore to the Sumerian gods in front of their spaceship. I think that there are several ways of breaking this type of oath. First of all, by acknowledging it, by allowing oneself, and by saying it out loud. I'm not anymore under the oath that was sworn to the Anunnakis. And this works for you.
Paint.
From the moment when you know you have sworn an oath in this life or in a previous one, you can actually liberate yourself, quite simply.
Could it be possible to liberate ourselves from our restricted boundaries here on Earth? Could we evolve back into our original state?
Butterfly.
Originally, we all exist as beings of pure consciousness on a higher level of reality. The reason we're here is somehow or other we made decisions that disqualify us from existing on that higher plane.
Try to afford me.
The main purpose of human life, according to many ancient Wisdom traditions, is to restore consciousness to its original pure state. And there are higher beings in this universe who are trying to help us do that. And one of the ways that they would help us do that is by providing places on Earth where it becomes easier.
I think Nick put it best. Don't underestimate. I'm not the easy one to take down. That was your mistake. Sorry you got caught up in it. You know, the truth and everything. You're not the only one. You're not the only one. You're not the only one. You're not the only one.
The movement of
I gotta keep reminding myself of this.
understanding of perfection.
I gotta make this process. I gotta make it full circle.
To physical focus that which is absolutely perfect. The idea was to build in the center of these cities a temple of humanity where everything is perfect.
Ill intent.
Geometry, energy.
If there's ill intent, then you know you're in the wrong.
Society to vibrate to that.
There's no intent. There's no ill intent.
So depending on who's got control of this, it works and then it doesn't. If you go to Central Paris, there is a sense that there's something perfect about it. This is why we're drawn to it.
Manipulate the truth,
which itself is also
especially if it's represented by the current law system we have in the government that hides behind it.
So the idea was all
to do one thing and then you do the other.
So that humans can realize it.
On and on we go. Right?
It's just about working with energy. Energy doesn't know what it is. Energy is just energy. It's not right or wrong. If you have intent to it,
it's good to know what's happening. You don't want to be in the dark, do you? And here's the simple matter: most of us become criminals to some degree.
Could these ancient places
because your government made a criminal out of you?
If so, how old
that's why it's got to go.
System be?
I've talked to you, a lot of you, about this in my town. Most of you think I'm crazy because you just don't see it yet. But I've been right.
Is the cradle of civilization.
Look back.
And it's so much of what
so now put me in
place in our modern world. This includes the entire system of how we measure time. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day. The way in which we structure our cities, the idea of plumbing, the idea of city planning with streets, buildings, all of that stuff comes directly from this Sumerian background, which seems to, in conventional
it's mismanaged now. You want to know why? How about the fact that we use asphalt on our streets? It's a crooked business. They know there's better material that'll last longer, that doesn't crack.
Which actually started.
We don't need speed signs anymore. We use the right aggregate for the right road. It's really fucking simple.
We see the
and then we get off of combustion engine,
sort of patriarchal,
and then we go to something else. You choose.
Also appearing.
What do you think? Cold fusion?
And therefore,
you think that's something to look into? Or
what we have in our modern world,
I don't know. I just want to throw
since the time of Sumer,
something to capture the energy that's coming out of that dam there.
Consider that the written history of Sumer is not what we hear about in our textbooks. That it actually is a 250,000-year-old civilization. It would appear that we gods built that civilization, or what some have called the Archons, and that they, in fact, built this whole system on purpose to withstand the test of time and to create a form of silent tyranny. With the money system comes the ability for small groups of people to determine who lives and who dies, who eats and who starves, to become incredibly powerful because there is no common sharing of the wealth of the planet. It seems to be acceptable to the people. It seems that it's a fair system, but it's very easily controlled by the elite power structure, and it allows them to effectively imprison an entire planet, and it allows them to wield
from Penticton, British Columbia, Canada.
Are we in the end just acting out an embedded
welcome
that runs like
to Tea in Space? My name's
Tom,
Tom, and this is Space.
Gods. If this is true, are we able and willing to break it and evolve?
By setting up situations that are very challenging, where there's war, there's death, there's suffering, we're all presented with choices again and again in our life, and we choose. If you choose the negative, it just means you chose the negative. And when you die, you'll
coming to you live from the Beaumont Motel, room 240. My door is always open. Come back tomorrow, and we'll have a talk. Needed to happen.
From our current state and possibly live longer.
See where we're at.
For example, if the system that we reside in now is created to run on duality consciousness, that would be the choice between the positive and the
See
negative,
how I feel tomorrow.
then could we break it with the unity consciousness, which is the understanding that one spirit moves through everything and there is no separation?
In the ancient mythology, there was a strong tendency to tell stories of battle of good and evil, and certain gods would represent the forces of evil and want control, and they would be arrogant, and the good god would finally prevail, and you would have certain areas where these battles took place. We can see immediately that this is a philosophical construct, that in fact there are temptations, there's certainly the possibility of corruption in human affairs, and this would get involved in the theology of the time, and we would hope that the good would win out.
Was this the point of knowledge given to us in the proverbial garden? Could the point of characters labeled as good and evil in the ancient text be the continued story of duality that we live in today? And do we have all the information to understand where we are and how to break free from our current system? For if
Saying I love you is not the words I want to hear from you. It's not that I want you not to say, but if you only knew how easy it would be to show me how you feel. More than words is all you have to do to make you real. Then you wouldn't have to say that you love me, 'cause I'd already know. What would you do if my heart was torn into more than words to show you feel that your love for me is real? What would you say if I took those words away? Then you couldn't make things new just by saying I love you. La da 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 da. More than words. La da 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 da. Take it, boys. Now that I tried to talk to you and make you understand, all that you have to do is close your eyes and just reach out your hands and touch me. Hold me close, don't ever let me go. More than words is all I ever needed you to show. Then you wouldn't have to say that you love me, 'cause I'd already know. What would you do if my heart was torn into more than words to show you feel that your love for me is real? What would you say if I took those words away? Then you couldn't make things new just by saying I love you. Come to me like a summer breeze, keep me warm, love softly. I'll keep it so I really need to learn, 'cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down. And they all just let us be. We belong to you and me. Come to me on a summer breeze, keep me warm in your love.
What is the holographic principle and how did it emerge? In this episode, we look at how to access the infinite field of information in our universe.
Cause you're living in a world of fools, breaking us down, and they all should let us be. We belong to you and me.
The concept that everything is present in everything, that from any point or any part of the universe you could get the information of the whole, and it's been present in ancient civilizations, traditions, shamanism, masters around the world in many different cultures. The concept of oneness has been there all along. However, in the development of the holographic principle in standard physics, we start the exploration with a famous physicist, David Bohm, which kind of this order of creation as this structure in which creation contains every piece of information of the whole in every.
Singing's my superpower. It's a shitty superpower, man. I thought you were tougher than that. Nope.
All of the information of the universe would be present at every point. And this, was described in his exploration of the holographic principle early on. Now, what is an hologram? Okay, a hologram is an experiment.
Oh, that, my friend, is a dove. A dove with an olive branch in its beak.
It's important to understand that the holographic principle
Straight from the scriptures, the flood account, also found in the Enuma Elish, I believe, or the Epic of Gilgamesh.
A hologram that we make on Earth here, and the universe having a holographic principle. Those are two different things. However,
as long as we're making progress every day.
Good analogy.
No, not progress. As long as you're having fun every day.
What the universe is doing.
That's progress. That's real
To
progress.
produce a hologram, a laser beam is split into two identical beams and redirected by the use of mirrors. One of the split beams is directed at the object, in this example, an apple. Some of the light is reflected off the object directly onto the photographic plate. The second beam is directed onto the photographic plate. And when the two
There
beams
is a house
intersect and interfere with each other,
in New
the interference pattern recreates a
They
virtual
call the
phantom image of the apple
rising
in
sun.
space. Interestingly, the word
And it's been the
hologram comes from the
ruin
Greek word holos, hope.
of many a poor boy.
If a hologram is
And
cut
God,
into pieces, each piece
I
contains
know
whole
one.
views of the entire holographic image.
And what's really amazing and interesting about this is that if you cut the plate in half and shoot the laser at it, the apple is still gonna
My mother was a tailor.
And if you cut it in quarters,
She
you
sold
shoot the laser at it,
my
it's still gonna have the
new blue
all the information
jeans.
is still there. You can
My
cut
father
theoretically
was
the plate,
a
but
gambling
still have
man
the information of the
down
So
in
the
New
concept is that every form contains the whole, which is a concept, as I said, that was already present in ancient civilization all around the world, in shamanic
And
cultures.
the only thing a gambler needs is a suitcase and a trunk. And the only time he's satisfied is when he's on the trunk.
Einstein himself didn't believe it could exist. He thought that part of the equation was wrong. All the rest is working out, but most likely a black hole cannot go. At the time, the word black hole wasn't really coined. It was called a singularity, and it is the foundation of the solution to Einstein field equation.
It's called the Schwarzschild solution to the Einstein field equation. The Schwarzschild solution is the primary solution to Einstein field equation used to describe and calculate gravity or orbitals of planets and stars.
And so it's very much present, but it was mostly ignored. The part in which the mass of an object could have a
Not to
density
do
so
the
high
things that I have done.
the light could not even
Spend
escape.
your lives in sin and misery.
Were discovered.
In the house, in the rise,
Exploration of that part of Einstein field equation was done. There was something puzzling. If light is falling into a black hole, if information is falling
Well, I got one foot on the platform,
theory as
the other foot on the train. I'm going back to New Orleans to wear that ball and chain.
between information and energy, then where is the information going? When it goes into the black hole, where does it end up? If the black hole can evaporate. This is something that was the result of some exploration that Stephen Hawking did on black holes.
It's called Hawking radiation. Hawking predicted that energy fluctuations from the vacuum cause the generation of particle-antiparticle pairs of virtual particles near the event horizon of the black hole. One of the particles falls into the black hole,
I was just
while the
talking
other
about
escapes before they have the opportunity to annihilate each other. The net result is that, to someone viewing the black hole, it would appear that a particle had been emitted. Since the particle that is emitted has positive energy, the particle that gets absorbed by the black hole has negative energy relative to the outside universe. This results in the black hole losing energy and thus mass. Smaller primordial black holes can actually emit more energy than they absorb. which results in them losing net mass. Larger black holes, such as those that are one solar mass, absorb more cosmic radiation than they emit through Hawking radiation.
Well, if it's losing energy and information is falling in, where is the information gonna end up? Where is it going? And in the standard model of cosmology, which was Hawking's opinion and others, is that the information is lost. But that violates some of the foundations of physics in which information cannot be lost in quantum theory. And this was a big problem. There was what is commonly described as the black hole information war that developed between quantum physicists and cosmologists. Some saying, no, the information is just lost. Some saying, the information ended up in a parallel universe somewhere else. And quantum physicists saying, no, information cannot be lost. The two main characters of this black hole war was Stephen Hawking and Leonard Susskind, which was the director of the physics department at Stanford University. And the two were debating what happens to information. Eventually, with the help of other physicists, Leonard Susskind found a little bit of a convoluted path of earlier physics that were written by Bekenstein and others, developed a concept that is now known as the holographic principle. This concept showed that the information that's falling into the black hole is holographically imprinted on the surface of the black hole as Planck vacuum fluctuation. And here is our ether again, nice at this nice centrally positioned, again, re-emerging, showing that the information is held in the structure of the vacuum at the surface of the black hole, so it is not lost. The mathematics were written for it, and it gave the correct temperature for the entropy of the black hole, for the temperature of the black hole. And so it was proven to be correct, or at least, it has been theorized to be correct. And eventually, Stephen Hawking conceded that information could be retained on the surface of the black hole, and information was not lost. So Leonard Susskind and the holographic principle became explored more and more by many physicists, and the concept became very much embedded in the modern interpretation of black hole entropy, and some of the most advanced and most important mathematics and physics that are being explored today, including ER equals EPR, showing that entanglement may be through black holes, and that black holes are like little entangled by particles, saying that particles may be as well black holes. But before we jump into all this, the holographic principle is something that I had developed in a different way from the early physics that I had come up with. I had realized that this Planck field, this ether, is made out of teeny oscillators at the Planck scale. So you can think of them as discreteness, granular structure of space-time. But Einstein was correct to think that space-time curves to produce gravity, but space-time is only smooth at large scale. When you look closely, just like water in a tub, when you look at the water going down the drain, it appears smooth, but when you look closely, it's made out of atoms, which is granular. Space-time is made of these granular. And I have come up with a little bit the same interpretation of the holographic principle from a different perspective. But in my case, I have realized that the granular structure of space-time is not a 2D surface, as in the current holographic principle, but that the grains are little spheres, little particles, and that it wasn't just on the surface of the black hole, but it was on the interior of the black hole. Space-time and the vacuum structure is not excluded from the inside of the black hole. So I started to think about this holographic principle and the granular structure of space-time, the granular structure of the vacuum fluctuation being this dynamic spin that produced particles. Most importantly, the center of the atom, the proton. Think of the proton in the nuclei of the atom as being the center of the vortex of space-time, coming in and making a little proton in the middle. So imagine all the information that's spinning together that makes up a proton. I calculated that. I calculated how many Plancks are on the inside of the radius of a proton. And I was amazed when I finished the calculation because the mass of all the little Plancks inside the proton added up to the mass of the universe precisely. So right away, it seemed holographic, which in principle means that all the information of the whole is present in each one. And I was finding that all the information, all the energy seemed to be present in the Planck information inside the proton. Don't think of the universe being in there. Just think of the information of the universe being in there. Just like when you play a CD of a music orchestra, the violin is not on the CD. The piano is not on the CD. The orchestra director or conductor is not on the CD. But all of these things and the information are there, right? So think of the information being present holographically in the Planck field. So you can imagine how small the Planck granular structure must be to contain all the information of all the other protons in the universe in one proton. But that's what the equation was giving. But then I thought, wait a minute, that information is inside the mini black hole, right? It's not able to come out. It's restricted by the information that's on the surface, the entropy of the black hole. So then I looked at the relationship between the surface and the inside. How much of the information inside could go through the surface? I got a number, which is the ratio between the two. I multiplied that number by the mass of one bit of information, one Planck, to get the mass of the ratio. I got the exact mass of the proton. And when I manipulated the equation, I got the radius of the proton, and that radius was 4% smaller than what is predicted by the standard model. And when I published this, then I predicted, and this was in December of 2012, I predicted that when we would measure the proton more precisely, we might find that smaller radius. There was a result of these experiments that showed that the radius of the proton from muonic scattering was smaller than predicted by the standard model, and my prediction was precisely that new radius that was measured. So that radius was confirmed, and my prediction was inside one standard deviation of the experiment. So I was inside the margin of error of the experiment. So my radius might have been even much more precise than the experiment.
This means fundamentally that the information network of the universe, the spinning of this Planck field into existence in the universe, connects everything together, since all the information is present in one point in the center of an atom.
So if that was true, then I should be able to take that equation and extrapolate it to the rest of the universe. That took me a while, of course. It's not simple. I'm describing this in simple terms. It gets complicated. Basically, you can take this equation and apply it to the electron. That I have published. And it does the right radius and the right mass for the electron and so on. It can be applied to the whole universe, and it gives the right mass for the universe without the need of dark matter and dark energy. It gives the right acceleration for the universe. And as we discovered just recently, it gives the right temperature and so on. And when we write the equation in a more classical way using thermodynamics, you actually can get from this equation all of the scales in our universe, including superclusters, clusters, galaxies, stars, planets. So we get everything in the universe emerging from this holographic view of creation. Now I want to make sure I make this distinction again. It's not a holographic plate somewhere in the universe projecting a holographic creation. It is all of the interference pattern of space-time of the Planck field creating the interference weaving of the information in the universe, producing this holographic effect. Pushing the holographic analogy to a 2D surface projecting our universe is wrong. And it's been done by physicists and scientists out there, misleading and overreaching the analogy. That is not the case. The fact that the universe is holographic is because of the natural behavior of the nature of the oscillation structure of the field that makes up our universe. Every scale has the development of a little black hole or a large black hole, like the center of a galaxy or the center of an atom. And that it's basically black holes all the way up and all the way down. One of the evidence for this is that when we solved these equations for our universe, it clearly demonstrated that the universe is a membrane that obeys the exact condition to be a black hole. So it really is not debatable. It gives the correct mass, but not only that, it gives the correct temperature for the black hole. That is, the equation gives us the correct radiation for that black hole, which would give the temperature, and the temperature it gives is the temperature we measure in the background temperature of our universe. And so it definitely demonstrates that we live inside a black hole and that everything inside that black hole are smaller black holes that organize in certain ways to make clusters, superclusters, galaxies, eventually stars and planets and biology and all this stuff. And the dynamics of this black hole structure across scale divides in very specific harmonic relationship. Think of the universe being one wavelength, very long wavelength, and then shorter wavelengths, shorter wavelengths, and shorter wavelengths, all the way down to the Planck. And then eventually, as we discovered with this equation, sub-Planck, right? And that the sub-Planck wavelength that we discovered is the same distance from the Planck as the Planck is from the wavelength of the universe. So that the Planck radius, the Planck size, the Planck little ball, is in between the size of the universe and the subplot. So these are huge scales. They're immense.
Get out of here, you fucking bitch.
Hello and welcome. I'm David Icke, and this time we're going to discuss the end. Where is humanity ultimately taken? Well, it's becoming clearer and clearer what the answer to that question is, simply by the unfolding of human society events and happenings. And of course, what has become the dominating force in human society in recent years? So fast. Technology. So what is the end game? It is to connect the human mind brain to artificial intelligence, AI. So AI becomes the human mind. Up to this point, human perception has been manipulated by control of information. This end game is to go to the next stage beyond that and ensure that human perception doesn't need manipulating anymore because it's coming direct. And what I call the totalitarian tiptoe towards that is so blatant all around us today, and it's called the smart grid. Is there anything new that happens now, that is created now, that is introduced now? It seems not. That doesn't have the word smart in front of it. Smart meters, smart cars, smart phones, smart televisions, smart everything. Well, the pennies start to drop and the dots start to connect when we realize that if it's got smart in front of it, it's connected to an agenda in which all the smart objects, smart techniques, smart everything are interconnected to form what is planned to be, what is unfolding all the time, a phenomenal human grid of control. The smart grid is designed through AI to control everything, control every aspect of human life. Just look today at how much more each day artificial intelligence is dictating events, making decisions. More and more they're introducing weaponry and military technology that's controlled not by humans making decisions, but by AI making decisions. increasingly moving towards the point where AI is deciding who lives and who dies. This is no accident. This is the totalitarian tiptoe, and I'll explain later how it's worked and how we've got to this point, and how the manipulation of perception has got us to this point through the constant introduction of more and more sophisticated technology. Now, the smart grid is based on the internet. And there are many good things about 1825, I left Tennessee barely half alive. Primarily, from my point of view, there's been the free flow of information. But there is a big ulterior motive to the which involves this smart grid and this totality of control. And what we're seeing is the internet being changed so that the good things about it, the free flow of information, discourse, and opinion, are increasingly deleted, leaving the benefits of the internet to the networks of control. So, how did the internet come about? Well, the organization that claims credit for the internet and for the internet to actually be possible is an organization called DARPA. This is the technological development. And DARPA gives the world beautiful gifts. This like death threats and more sophisticated ways of killing people without damaging the furniture. Lovely organisation. And so the internet was made possible by DARPA. If DARPA wants it, it ain't good for humanity. But you see, if they were going to bring in the internet, and they were going to make it, which is what the ambition was, the foundation of human society to a point where it's irreversible, well, it's no good trying to sell from the start the kind of internet that it's now becoming with all this censorship. So we had the free flow of information. It was great. And people could have discourse and discussion in an atmosphere of openness and freedom. And that was very good for people like me that allowed us to get the information out that wouldn't normally. But that was just some price that the shadow networks had to pay to get to the point where the internet was the central pillar of human society. Once that point was reached, and they've reached it now, then they can start and are bringing in the censorship and the restrictions. That takes away the good things of the internet from the human point of view and keeps the good things of the internet from the cabin. So the next stage after creating the internet was to create something called the Internet of Things. And it just shows how fast it is, because I remember writing books not that long ago in which I was warning about the coming Internet of Things and what the real agenda was, and now the Internet of Things is with us. And what the Internet of Things manifests as is virtually everything connected to the Internet. Your fridge, your car, all these things connected to the Internet, which means whoever controls the Internet controls all of those things. Now we've got billions of devices and items connected and controlled through the Internet. And now we're moving to the next stage from the Internet of Things to the real goal, which is the Internet of Everything. And that includes the human mind, the human brain, connected to the internet via artificial intelligence. Now, if you're going to have everyone connected to the internet, even their minds.
Every single guitar player
You
starts
have
out
to
pretty bad.
create a
You make it
situation
worse,
in which
you
the
always feel like you
internet
should be better than
is
you are.
everywhere.
You feel guilty that you
That
didn't practice,
Wi-Fi
or that you
is
just played those
everywhere,
songs
where
you
there's
tried
not
to
an
know and
inch
didn't
of the
pick up
planet
anything new.
that isn't covered by an internet connection.
So how can some players push
And this
through
is
learn,
why
and others
more and
give
more
up?
and more,
The answer's
wherever
very
you
simple.
go,
It's fun.
you find Wi-Fi. It's in trains, it's on buses, it's everywhere, it's in the street.
You'll never learn.
But even then,
Introducing
you
the TAC
can't
method of guitar improvement.
cover the
Same
planet
time and same place every day for
terrestrially.
at least 10 minutes.
So
Rotate
what's
through
happening
these 5 categories of
is
guitar
that
improvement
literally
and ignore everything else.
thousands
No, these 5 things
of
aren't boring
satellites are going up
exercises.
and
They're
are
the
planned to
actual
go
things
up
real guitar
to
players play
fire
at campfire
internet
jams, church
connections
band, jam sessions, open
from
mics, or serenading
space,
their bride.
from the
Yes,
sky.
this works if you're new to
So that
guitar,
the entire
coming back
planet
after a long time
is
away, or
bathed
experienced but stuck in
in
a rut.
internet connection,
Download
so
my free
it's
one-page perfect week of
impossible to
practice
escape
template
from.
and never be in a guitar rut again.
And while
Click the
people
link,
are watching
enter
the
your
game
email
shows
address,
and
instantly download the one-page
watching
PDF
the
on the next page.
irrelevant
As a bonus, I'm
political
including my free 90-minute masterclass
posturings and
on your guitar journey to have more fun, see more
rhetoric.
progress, and change your guitar life for good.
The
This is
real
Ricky, and here's how he
power
felt when he
is developing this technological control system, minute by minute by minute, tick, 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 tick. And ironically,
because there have been times where the guitar has sat
the person that's
corner or in the
putting
case for months,
more of these
frustrated with my guitar
internet satellites up than anyone else through his SpaceX operation is Elon Musk.
better than I am.
Which is, I say it's strange because Elon Musk, of course, has come out and said that AI could be the end of humanity.
That Tony introduced.
And of course, if you connect AI to the human brain and AI becomes the human mind and becomes human perception, of course, what's that?
Over and over again.
It's the end of humanity as we know it.
It's fun.
So Elon, mate, what are you helping them do it for? Why have you started a company called Neuralink to connect the human brain to technology? I think we should have an answer, personally. Just my opinion. And then you have Google's Ray Kurzweil, who's been very vocal and open, even giving us a time, a year, 2030, when he says the human brain will be connected to AI. And these are his own words, that once that connection is made, more and more of human thinking will be done by artificial intelligence until, again, his words, human thinking as we know it now will be virtually negligible. And AI will be
Through the
human
turmoil in the
individual
tinfoil,
and collective.
I could wait my early life.
So why are they telling us this?
I could see
Because of the sales pitch. The sales pitch is if we are connected to AI, we will become superhuman. We will become godlike because of our mental capacities. I have another way of looking
I forgive you even
We will
then,
not become
but I feel inconsequential
We will become
in the current state
subhuman
I'm in.
and post-human. We will no longer be human as we perceive it now. And it's funny, you see these companies that appear to be, doing things that appear to be one thing, but all these different companies, whether it's Facebook, social media, and social media platform, whether it's Google, search engine, Amazon, retail site, they're absolutely the cutting edge in other areas of the business of this AI quote, revolution. And when you see where this is going and what the end game is, suddenly an enormous number of dots start to connect in terms of what's happening all around us. For example, for this smart grid to work, to the level that is desired, they need communicative power of at least 5G. We've had the 2G and the 3G, and we've got the 4G. And that seems to be just an increase in power as we move through and become technologically more savvy. But 5G is totally different. Yes, it's enormously more powerful. It's the power bottom line level necessary for this smart grid to operate, with its connections to all these gadgets and devices, and of course, ultimately, the human brain. But 5G is also a completely different band of frequency to 4G, and thus its impact on the human body and human psychology is vastly more significant and powerful. And 5G is being introduced, and the telecommunications industry has admitted this under questioning on Capitol Hill, that it's being rolled out without any independent testing funded by the industry into its effect on human health and human psychology. And you know why? Because they know that if they did have those independent studies, people would be shocked at the findings. This is why so many independent scientists have signed letters and documents saying there must be a moratorium on 5G until what appears to be the devastating consequences are understood. But without 5G, there's no smart grid at the level that they want to run it. And so this is another red flashing light to watch. If something is plainly dangerous or plainly stupid, and it's pushed and made to happen anyway, it's almost always the agenda, because the agenda demands that it happens. So whether it's dangerous or whether it's stupid is irrelevant to this cabal. It's going to happen. And then you look at what has happened to the human energetic environment as this smart grid and this smart technology is unfolding. Compared with the turn of the 20th century, the human environment energetically, the energetic field that we operate in, has increased in terms of radiation generated technology by millions and millions of times. As some experts in the field have pointed out, never in the entirety of human history has the human body and the human mind had to cope and deal with such an environment of radiation. And then you think this: how does the human brain work? How does it process information? It does it electrically, electromagnetically. What is the human body? It's an energetic field of information, an energetic field of radiation. So if you are bombarding the electromagnetic, electrical human brain and the electromagnetic human energy field with technologically generated frequencies that are totally and utterly incompatible to the human field and the human brain, anyone think how that's going to turn out? It's going to be devastating for human health because of the energetic information imbalances which are going to cause, which are going to manifest as human dis-ease, disharmony, and it's going to devastate the balanced processing of information by the human brain. So, what has happened in the smartphone, Wi-Fi, technology-obsessed society for very few years? I was born in 1952. The great majority of my life was lived without any of this stuff. It's come in a dramatically short time, and it's taken over human society. What has happened in the same period? An absolute explosion of human anxiety, human depression, teenage suicide, Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia, and violent human behavior. Anyone think that's just a coincidence? Of course not. The human mind, human emotions, which are also a frequency and energetic field of information, are being devastated by the imbalances caused by technologically generated frequencies. And 5G is going to take this to a whole new level of impact. And those in the inner core behind all this know exactly what that impact was going to be and is going to be, and that's why they're doing it, because it's all about human control. So let's just look at how it's unfolded. I've talked in another program in the series about something called the totalitarian TikTok. And that is where you go in steps towards your goal and you use the steps to trick the people into believing they're random steps and not connected. So let's apply that to the unfolding of technology. Stage one. What you do is you get the population, particularly the young, and why the young are especially targeted is they're going to be the adults when this is supposed to come in full blown, like Kurzweil's connection to the human brain like they are. 2030 is the year he's given. You have to get them addicted to technology. So stage one, you introduce the smartphone and technology that people hold. You want to get inside the body, you want to get inside the brain, but you can't go directly to the brain because people would say, what's going on? What's going on? So you do it in these steps. First step, get the population, especially the young, addicted to technology they hold. Well, actually, look around us. I travel a lot. It doesn't matter what the country is. It doesn't matter what the culture is. Anywhere around the world, that's the new human. Where in places like China, they're having parts of the pavement blocked off, so people with phones can walk. They're not bumping other people. Crazy. Kids spending their childhoods like that. All planned. Stage two. You want to get in the body, so the next stage to get on the body. So you have your Apple Watches, your Bluetooth, and all these other endless gadgets now that you put on the body. And what you're doing is you're conditioning to accept technology as just the way things are. This is an important point. When you're born into the world, you tend to accept the world that you find as how things are. So people like me who have a radar, because I was born in 1952, look at the world now and they go, madness, man. But someone born into it, it's their normal. It's all they've ever known. And this is why once they can get the young, and those that have that radar pass on, people just think, well, the way things are is normal. And so they're going to be much more open to be manipulated into this technological index and people in the radar. But the next stage, something has been writing about in the 50s, since the 1990s, the early 1990s actually, has been moved to the point where technology goes into the form of microchips, not just microchips, you can see it now, microchips as well, it's all on its way. And when I was in Sweden last year, in Sweden, at the time I speak, anyways, probably more by the time you see this, around 3,000 people have been microchipped. And some of them have parties to celebrate the fact that they're microchipped. And now they can open doors without pushing them. What an advancement. And this is where it's going. And so you can put your home, on your body, in your body, connection to AI. And it's a mind game. And there's another part of this. To get people to accept connecting themselves to AI, they have to make, before that physical connection will be made and be accepted to be made, they have to make a psychological connection. So what's happening is these devices, these devices, where you have these personal assistants in your home and stuff, so people have one in every room. This interaction with AI is being manipulated to become an interaction as if AI is human. And this psychological connection to AI is being manipulated through these devices and endless other ways that we're interacting with AI now as if it's human. And the idea is once the psychological connections are made, then people will be open to make the physical connection and allow AI to become controlled.
Well, I'm standing on the road, my brother said my road, thinking about the days I left behind. All the years I rode, now the little can I see, teach my words
is to take a step.
I'm letting go of my troubles. I think I'll be right here to stay. Well, when it keeps turning, while my poor heart is burning, water to take my pain.
That is the outcome. It's required. And then you'll see the steps towards it over and over and over again, all around us. The idea is to get people so focused on that, they don't do that, and thus don't see that they're being manipulated down a very dark and dangerous road.
We'd like to invite another friend up on the stage.
But it's not just
to
humanity.
Make some music with us here.
You
This
know,
guy's been just
animals
tearing it up and really
have energetic fields.
blowing some minds. And,
Animals have radar,
We're going to get him up here so we can get on
which interacts with the electromagnetic field of the planet. Animals have brains that work electrically. Trees, the natural world of plants and vegetation, have electromagnetic fields. So this bombardment of technologically generated imbalance is going to devastate all that as well. Look at how birds are starting to act strangely in terms of their movements, because their radar, which is guided by interaction with the Earth's electromagnetic field, is being thrown out of kilter by technological radiation. Look at dolphins and whales who work in the same way. They just beach themselves in large numbers. What did they just do that for? Look at the destruction of bees, which pollinate food production. These are the things that a mature society would see. But you can't see in the peripheral vision where this is being manipulated if you're totally focused on something else. Pick up a pencil, pick up a pen, and put it in front of your eyes and focus your attention on it, just that. Where's your peripheral vision now? What can you see here? Nothing. And that's what this perceptual manipulation is based upon. Focusing attention on irrelevance and smartphones so we don't have the peripheral vision to see outcome to what's actually happening. And what's been happening is we've been manipulated as a human society to build our own technological prison. And when you follow this through the story in the sequence, and if you can come from the perspective that I do, that some non-human force has been behind this manipulation all along, you start to see that what's happening is that systematically humanity has been manipulated to develop the intellectual capacity to build its own prison technologically, but not an expansion of consciousness necessary to have the wisdom to see that that's what you're doing. It's all systematic. And there's another thing, another point in this. It's a question I've never seen asked. What is AI? What is this artificial intelligence? Yes, on one level it's algorithmic codes. On another level, it's a level of AI which learns from information received. Learning AI. And by the way, you know all this information that's now trawled from everywhere? It's trawled from human society and human activity and discourse on a phenomenal level through Silicon Valley into the intelligence and military networks. All that information is not just surveillance. That information is being fed into AI, learning AI. Thus, learning AI is becoming phenomenally, staggeringly advanced in its understanding of human society and how the human psychology works. I think AI, having that knowledge and that understanding, is good for humanity and human freedom. I think so, somehow. But then there's another level of the question, what is AI? I mentioned in one of these programs in the Gaia series about a non-human force which people called the Gnostics referred to as archons, Greek word meaning rulers. And they said these archons, in their prime state, are simply consciousness, an energetic field of consciousness. But they do take form. I go to well, I asked this, what if AI, in that, the most advanced form, is actually the archontic mind? What if it's actually this archontic non-human consciousness? And what if the connection technologically of AI to the human brain is to assimilate the human brain and the human mind into the authentic mind? Thus, humans become
After my 3 years of research so far, and nearly a year, that's what I'm absolutely convinced is really happening. So, this technological revolution is actually a wonderful example of how we can connect dots. What appears to be one thing in and of itself becomes very different when connected to everything else. It is so urgent that those dots are connected, and humanity sees this is really serious. Hello and welcome. I'm David Icke, and today I'm going to look at how you hear people talking about the heart. What does that mean by use of the term heart in this context? Well, not the physical, but we're back to where the fundamental level of the human body, the human form, really lies. And it's not in the apparent physical, but in the human energetic field in which the body is a projection, an extension. And within the human energy field are many lines of energetic flow. And energetic flow doesn't be a word for energetic information. What's passing through the human energy field is information. In acupuncture, they base their form of healing on meridian lines of energy, carrying an energy they call chi. And chi is information. And when the flow of information is passing through the field in its most balanced, effective form, then that creates an imbalance which we experience as physical or psychological disease, disturbance, disharmony. So if you look at a computer, when something is affecting the computer, say a virus, and it affects the flow of information through the computer, the first thing that people say is, well, the computer's slow down. But they notice other malfunctions in the computer. And this is coming from the fact that the flow of information through the computer and the way that information is being coded is being affected by whatever the problem is, the virus. And it's the same with the computer. It's information as it should be balance, which is but these energetic lines are part of the energetic information system, an interlevel system which connects the human form and the energetic field to one another, which are vortexes. 7 main ones through the field, but there's lots of others. And
the lower ones are connected to our interaction with Earth, like social physicality, and the higher ones are about taking us into other levels of reality, these chakras and chakras and views of life. And the key one, the balance points, are all these chakras, in the central chest. And this is where we interact with the and how we process information. It takes everything in terms of our psychology, in terms of perception. So people say, what does your heart say? And they say, what does your head tell you? Because they're acknowledging us that the way the head processes information is very, very different. What does your gut say? Down here, the emotional chakra, very different. And the difference between central domination by the heart and the brain is very, very different. For instance, the heart knows. Why? Because it's connecting to levels of awareness outside of this perceptually manipulated world of humanity to find more expanded levels of consciousness that do know. This is why you see the body language when people have an intuitive knowing, and you watch where their hands go. I just know, I just know it. Where do they go when they're thinking and their head is the arbiter of perception and reality? They go here, I'm thinking. They don't say, I'm thinking. They say, I'm thinking. Now this body language is telling you where the information, thus perception, is actually coming from. So the heart connects us with an expanded level of awareness, which knows. And you know, it's connecting us with a level of awareness that is beyond human language. Human language is a way for the head sense of reality within the limited perceptions of human society to communicate. Whereas the heart doesn't need words, it just knows. What happens with the head, which doesn't work on knowing, it works on thinking, trying to work it out. So the reaction of the head to I just know is well, why do you know? Explain to me. And it starts to see this list of reasons why what you know to do shouldn't happen. Because this is trying to work something out. Because it doesn't know it, and this does know it, and thus it doesn't know. And so when you start to go with your intuitive knowing and let the head become the servant of the heart instead of the governor, then your life changes dramatically, mind you, doesn't it? Because now you are being guided by a level of awareness that is able to see from a perspective beyond this manipulated perception, whereas the head is in the world and of the world. And so its information, giving its perception, is all coming from the world that it's occupying. There's no other radar to see what it's processing and the perceptions that it's coming to as a result. It's not able to see the context and the perspective from a greater point of observation as the heart. So heart people live different lives to head people. And even the head is in basically two parts in terms of the way it processes information. You've got the left side of the brain, which is dominated by perceiving everything to be apart from everything else. If you are researching world events, etc., which actually connect, and you only do it through the left side of the brain, you'll never get it. Because the left side of the brain keeps producing a perception of everything apart from everything else. So events become random and unconnected and in and of themselves. Whereas the right side of the brain is much more connected to the intuition of the heart and is much more adept at connecting dots and seeing the unity that the left side of the brain can't see. And the idea through the connections between the two hemispheres is that we are whole brain people. And thus we have all these perspectives and we form a whole from that in terms of the way we see things. What opens the right side of the brain? The side of the brain that can see connections, that perceives reality in a much more expanded way, where imagination exists. Well, how about play? People remember that when kids played, when they were allowed to play and climb trees, dress up and play games where they imagined themselves to be someone else doing something. What play does, especially ad-lib play, where kids are just making it up and using their imagination, opening the right side. What does music and the arts do? It's about creativity, it's about imagination. It opens up the right side of the brain. Worst nightmare for the system, it wants people here. And the antidote to this is to open this and to start letting this be the arbiter of perception. Connecting with that level that knows. And because of its connection to the right side of the brain, it also, as this information, this intuitive knowing, communicates with the brain, it's also opening the right side of the brain. Now, there's an organization in California called the Institute of Heart Math. I've been looking at their information for a long time. And what they do is study the influence of the heart, I'm talking about the energetic, on human behavior and human health, human psychology. And they come up with some very interesting findings, which put into perspective the true nature of the heart. And you realize that this is merely learned intelligence that comes from the information that the brain receives from its environment. While this is innate intelligence that doesn't learn, it knows how it's connected and it doesn't. So here's a few points that the research. Heart rhythms affects the brain's ability to process information. If the heart is not in balance, what they call coherence with the brain, then the brain starts to malfunction because of the influence on the workings of the brain. And this cabal that I talk about, that's behind world events and behind the manipulation of human perception, knows how this process works. Therefore, it's targeted the heart all along. it wants the heart closed down, this heart vortex, so it does not impact on human perception, because human perception will be way different if the heart is open and influencing the brain than if it's closed and the brain is the governor of perception and arbiter of reality. The heart field is the most powerful in the body. The electromagnetic field generated by the heart vortex is the most powerful field in the human body, because this, in truth, is the center of human intelligence, not this. The heart has 40,000 sensor neurons. Neurons like the brain, so they call this process the heart brain. The heart does not only know, it has connections to the brain also and operates as a brain, but a brain that's coming from a very much higher, more expanded level of awareness. The heart sends more information to the brain that comes the other way, because this is the center of human perception, if only we realized it. And because it's the center of human perception and the connection out to expanded awareness, this is why that which is manipulating humanity wants this closed down. And one of the things they found is that when the heart field and the brain field and the central nervous system field, because they're all electromagnetic fields at this level, are in coherence and harmony, that person goes on to a higher level of consciousness, awareness. And when there's incoherence, in other words, the connections are not as they should be between the central nervous system, the brain and the heart, the person goes into a lower level of awareness and consciousness. So there you see another reason why to target the heart, to close the heart, to stop it influencing us in a harmonious way, is to throw everything out of kilter and to bring humanity into a lower level of consciousness than they normally would be. And I've read accounts by therapists. In fact, one of them connected to the Institute of HeartMath, as I recall, where they were describing how when they were working with a client over the problems, whatever they were they had in their lives, they would do this. They would put them in a chair and they'd say to them, "Tell me about your problem from your head." And they would. And then symbolically they would say, "Change chairs now, tell me about the same problem from your heart." And what they said was that you think you were talking to two totally different people. And in some ways, they were. Because the perspective of everything that the heart has from its expanded state of awareness is massively different from what the head has in its isolated information source when the heart's closed. And in league with this and this, fear is the dominant prison that people live in. Fear of what other people think. If you say this, even though you know it to be true, what will people say? If you do this, what will people do? Because people talk about having fear in their heart and having, for instance, hate in their heart. No, you're rubbish. You can't have fear in your heart because it's connected us to that level of awareness that knows there's nothing to fear. This is manipulated 24/7 to fear everything. That's how we control. How many people are not saying and doing what they know to be right in the world today because they fear the consequences of abuse and being called this, that, or the other? So they self-censor. This will give you every reason why you should self-censor, because it will tell you all the things that will happen if you don't. This do it anyway. Because to consider not doing it, to consider not doing what I know to be right, just remember to do that. So, if you just ponder on how different the world would be, even from this perspective of no fear, it would be dramatic. There would be no self-censorship. There would be no silencing of what needs to be said, the fear of the consequences of saying it. And then there's another level of the heart, which is what we call love. Love has been completely misrepresented. Love is connected to I love you because I'm attracted to you. Well, that's all right. But if what you call love is only attraction, like physical attraction, well, what happens when that physical attraction maybe starts to wane? What's left? If nothing else, see you later. Or equal. But if you love on the level of, we have to put a word in front of it to get the real meaning of unconditional love. I love you because you exist, not because of this list of things you have to do. So I love you because you are. Then even when physical attraction wanes, the love connection is still there. And because this knows what it's connected to, that human division is an illusion. But all the labels we give ourselves and we're given are only names for brief transitory experiences that will soon be over as we continue our exploration of forever at the end of this human life. It knows we're all connected. It knows these fault lines of division of race and sexuality and culture and income bracket are all illusory nonsense. It sees, knows that we are all points of attention within the same golden ways. And thus,
long story short,
it understands the unity of it. It understands the transitory nature of human experience. And it doesn't get pulled into hate because of some action by some perceived self-identified label with another different self-identified label. It just shakes its head and sees everything that's connected. I love that.
And it just really inspired me.
And from the heart comes empathy.
From that moment on, the song was
being able to put yourself in the feelings and the consequences that you create for other people, and feel how they must be feeling because of your impact upon them. And empathy is the fail-safe mechanism, I call it, of human society. Because if you have empathy, the fact that you feel what you're making other people experience will limit the extremes of what you do. Take away empathy. There are no consequences emotionally, so there are no limits to what you will do to other people, and we call that state a psychopath. So, the heart is an extraordinary center of innate intelligence. And if this was the arbiter of our perception and the arbiter of our interaction with each other, and our understanding of each other, and our love of each other from the perspective I'm talking about, the world that we see today would be a figment of history, just disappearing as another world emerges, because this world, what we call human society, is made of the sum total of perception, which becomes the sum total of behavior. When this is the government, we see the world of reality. When this becomes the arbiter of reality and interaction, we see a totally different world. And here's a quote from the mystic known as Osho, who comes out of Kenya. He's now continuing his explanation of forever. He came up with some very, very profound quotes. And here's one. Our universities, our colleges, our schools are all destroying humanity. They think they are serving, but they are simply fooling themselves. Unless man becomes balanced, unless the heart and head both grow, man will remain in misery, and the misery will go on. As we become more and more oblivious of the existence of the heart, we become more and more miserable. We are creating hell on earth, and we will create more and more of it. Paradise belongs to the heart. But this is what is happening. The heart is completely forgotten. Thus, as I would put it, has lost its impact on human perception, thus human behavior, thus human society. Nobody understands that language anymore. We understand logic, we don't understand love. We understand mathematics, we don't understand music. We become more and more accustomed to the ways of the world, and nobody seems to have the guts to move into unknown paths, the unknown labyrinths of love, of the heart.
He started off playing guitars.
And he is absolutely right. Because this has been systematically closed, not in everybody, of course not, but overwhelmingly in terms of its influence on perception and behavior, the world has become a manifestation of the head and the gut, which are different states of not least the head, of ignorance. And I can tell you my own experience in relation to this. I reached a point a long time ago now where this harmony came together and the war stopped. And so when my heart now, my knowing says, I need to do this, this says, okay, let's go. It's an incredible
dirty cops,
drug cartels, way of living your life together. In my experience, it brings joy and it brings what we call achievement. Because this knows you always where you need to go to know who. That's been my experience. I'm just passing it on now. If people can get out of this into this, their life changes. And if enough of us do it, human society changes. Yeah. It's that simple. See you next time.
As legit as
Bill Murray?
Bill Murray
Absolutely.
might possibly be the greatest man. What?
I would sign up for this.
I think, absolutely. We had Bill Gates on the one end. I really put Bill Murray on the other end of the spectrum. Like, he brings happiness to Pretty much everything you touch is
Yeah, it's inception. Six. He's had some pretty cool collaborations recently.
Well, welcome to Beyond Belief. This is a smartphone. It is on the 4G network, but assuming in the next few months to a year, it'll jump to the 5G network. But what does that mean? So we've got researcher Ben Stewart with us to talk about 5G, how it plays into our current reality, and how it affects our human potential. Ben, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much for having me back.
What's the difference between 4G and 5G?
Well, the whole thing with the numbers and the G is basically the generation of telecommunications. So 1G all the way to 3G. 3G was where smartphones started. 4G is the next evolution of it. 5G is really, a lot of people are saying it's a faster phone, it's faster internet, but it's a deeper infrastructure embedded into our world. So it's not just about the phone anymore. The phone may not actually be as relevant in the 5G world.
Can this phone function in the 5G world, or does the owner of this phone need to get one?
Well, these are probably going to be retrofitted. So there will be new phones, and people will probably start getting rid of these ones. These will still work in the 5G world, but in the 5G world, the new phones are also going to, in a sense, outsource a lot of what they do on the phone to the city that you live in. And the 5G world that we're talking about, it's not just the internet company, it's not just the cell towers, but it is an infrastructure that leads us deeper into a surveillance state.
Oh, really? How so? How would that work?
Well, currently, as we speak, there are satellites going up, 5G satellites. So whereas before you needed to be somewhere on planet Earth near a cell tower to get service, soon we're going to have 5G pumping all over the world. If you even go to the ocean eventually, you'll still be able to get your 5G service. And so what most people are thinking about is, well, you'll be able to download a movie far quicker. What used to take maybe 30, 40 minutes, you can download in a couple of seconds. And so that's incredible for us. Well, we need, let's say, self-driving cars. It needs high-speed internet. It can't have lag time, otherwise it may miss its turn, right? So this is the explanation as to why we need to move into a 5G world. But what it really is, most people aren't getting the full story of what the infrastructure of 5G has to do to support such high-speed internet.
Then why do they have us shut our phones off?
Well, mainly because of the interference. Supposedly, the planes have their own frequencies going, and if everyone has their phone on, and there's data from the cell towers going to all these phones on the plane, then it interrupts a lot of the technology on the planes.
Okay, so it's a safety thing.
Right, and I think in the way of the future, that's also not going to matter, because I think where we are getting our signal from is going to start, it's not going to be certain nodes, like yes, there will be the satellites, there will be the towers, but it's going to be ever present in the world. Right now, we are swimming in EMS. We're swimming in
bombarding us everywhere.
At least 100 million times more EMS than our grandparents dealt with. But we don't see it, smell it, taste it, hear it. And some people say we can hear it, but it's called microwave hearing because it's actually affecting neurology.
I think so too. It could be potentially dangerous. You have a 5G phone, and most people put their phones by their bed when they sleep. I know what I do is I keep it plugged in, so I got 100% power when I wake up. Is that dangerous if it's within 3 feet of you?
Well, yes, the closer the proximity to any device. Dangerous, it's really like in the immediate, it's not going to be dangerous. I touch technology all the time on my phone. And I notice very little health effects from it, but that's also because I try and keep my health up. For the most part, the people who are immune compromised might have problems with holding technology all the time, especially if you're holding it up to your head. I would say we need to start mitigating the problems. So if you're going to be talking on the phone, put it on speaker and set it down. And we have the ability to do that. But when you say that 5G is dangerous, it can be dangerous. If you manipulate something with smart using the system like we are, there's no outrunning that. We're antagonizing it no matter what. It's already happened.
Wuhan, China, they have problems. It's fully 5G compatible, isn't it?
Fully blanketed cities, the first fully blanketed 5G city. What that means is, so that phone you have, that's the platform. And in the 4G world, you can opt out by, let's say, getting rid of your phone, running off into the mountains and hiding, right? In a 5G world, you can't opt out. So the phone is less needed because if you're in a city like Wuhan, China, you step out your door and you say Uber. You don't need to say it to your phone. A self-driving car might.
Wait a minute. You just say Uber into the ether?
There's cameras everywhere. So right now there's 1 billion cameras in China. By 2022, there'll be 2 cameras for every 1 citizen. So the system, like whereas right now your phone is always picking up what you're saying.
Right.
The metadata is going to data companies, and that's deciding what media to send you to swing elections.
But you can't get a response back, can you, without the phone?
No, without the phone you can't, but potentially, I mean, if the camera is close enough to hear you, then there could be a speaker system or Siri embedded into Wuhan, China. So let's say you say Uber, a car comes up, it sees who you are, the car does. It knows your digital identity. It docks your pay from that.
Unbelievable.
You say, I want to get a bucket of chicken at the local store. It brings you there. The store sees you coming. Their algorithm detects your face. Even if you have a mask on, it can detect who you are based on your height, the way you walk, several different parameters. It knows what you ordered. It hands it to you. You grab it. The Uber takes you back home. That's the 5G world. Not only can you not opt out, but there's a brigadier general who's talking about this. He retired because of where the surveillance state is heading. He's saying you don't know where the data is going, who's using it, or for what purpose.
Who's getting it.
Right.
Exactly. How does 5G exactly work technically from 4G? What have they done?
Well, so now instead of having towers every several miles, these tall towers, now
for 4G,
where they're really, really big, tall masts, now you're going to have things the size of a shoebox every couple hundred feet on top of or on the side of every building. So you go to Sydney,
trees, wherever.
Yeah, anywhere. So you go to Sydney, you'll see every other light pole has 5G masts on it.
Why?
And
Why so many?
well, because several things. The way 5G works is a millimeter wave. So it works on a different frequency. And there's actually, you need to have it more spread out. And for such fast internet speeds, what we're going to need is these things need to be in closer proximity to our technology. So that's the platform, that's the infrastructure. And really what it is, what we're talking about is, it's like building a terrarium. It's building an environment for a certain kind of creature, but it's no longer just human creatures we're talking about. I think in the future we're going to have drones the size of mosquitoes or gnats.
They already have little ones like this.
Right, and you won't be able to tell what they are, but high fidelity video, high fidelity audio, and everything you say can be picked up by these things that you think is a bug listening in on your conversation. The data gets transcribed and that goes into a central database. But the interesting thing is, I'm talking about a surveillance state where back in the Orwellian days, you would always see this human behind the visor or the TV saying like, what are these people doing? It's very little human activity surveilling the world now. What it is AI computers, supercomputers, quantum computers. So it's every little thing. Like you can have a little mosquito that thinks like a quantum computer, which what that means is it predicts future probable outcomes. So these little things that are flying around us, gathering all our data, are smarter than, I would say, a lot of people because they are using supercomputing technology, and it's going through this 5G grid to this tiny little drone.
Then here's Bloomberg News on the race for 5G.
So what are the trends of the future? Well, we're going to be talking a lot about the connected life and the next generation of networks called 5G. And this is as Tim Cook was just saying, this is going to transform the way we work, the way we live, and the way we play for the next generation, even more than we have in the last 10. So it's 100 times faster than speeds we have now, right? What does that mean? What's possible? There's no lag time. And so if a car is going 60 miles an hour down the highway in a 4G network, it would stop in 4.6 feet. Under a 5G scenario, that same 60 mile an hour car would stop in an inch. So it really does let you do autonomous cars and remote surgeries, all kinds of things with these new networks.
You know? And then,
Right then, she makes 5G sound like it's a panacea. What are we missing?
Well, I think she did a pretty good job, but I don't think most of the population really knows how to conceptualize what's being built here. So what she's leaving out is, she said 100,000 times faster internet. But what that means is we're also producing data. The internet is 30 years old, and the amount of data we've produced is incredible. So where does all that data go? Into these supercomputers. Why? What is that there to do? It's to predict human behavior. It's to study human behavior and to predict it. So what we're building, what she was leaving out, is where this is all heading. We're building the environment like a terrarium. We're building the environment for something to eventually to grow in there. But that's AI.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing, in your opinion?
Well, I don't even put it into those terms because I feel like most people, I always study conspiracy theory, and all the conspiracy theorists are saying that this 5G world is the end game. It's going to be the end of us. And I think there's many ways of mitigating the harms of 5G. And also, I think that where 5G is leading us in a conspiracy world is really only a few degrees away from a utopian world, where if all of this, if the data was open source, if there was crypto or let's say blockchain technology that kept everybody who was using data more accountable, then this would be a scary world that it is. So I think this is actually a perfect opportunity for us to wake up and actually step into a world that's a bit more utopian than that dystopian.
Can 5G affect viruses, as some people think it might be doing?
Well, so a virus, actually, what a virus is something that's excreted from your cells. So you and I, we have, let's say, the coronavirus already in us because
we have cancer cells in us, right?
Right. So when we are immunocompromised, let's say from a frequency that's not healthy for us, then your body becomes toxic and it excretes these viruses, and then it can be picked up and like, oh, it looks like somebody has this virus, when really we've already had it, but now we're expressing it because we're toxic.
Is 5G dangerous for us physically?
It can be, yeah. It's a millimeter wave. It's kind of like a microwave. And it's non-ionizing, so it's not like radiation. Well, it's not like nuclear radiation, but the type of radiation this is, it is affecting calcium-gated channels in our body, the way our brain and our heart operate, the neurology in our gut, our brain, our heart. And it's also affecting how our cells communicate amongst one another. So we're starting to notice, and actually, let me just take us back. Every single time there has been a viral outbreak, avian flu, swine flu, all the way back to the Spanish flu, SARS, right? Every single time, within 6 months of that, you will see a quantum leap in the amount of electromagnetic radiation going out because of telecommunications networks. So this is actually older than we once predicted. It's not just 20, 30 years ago. We're talking all the way back to Nikola Tesla's time when he was working on wireless communication, wireless charging, and this is the next iteration of that. This is 5 generations removed from Nikola Tesla's work.
Could 5G create mutations in cells?
It absolutely does. 5G already does, 4G already does, and in fact, I think what mutations are, you know, X-Men. So the X-Men are mutants, and these are people who they've mutated their human genes and developed powers from that. So I don't think we're all going to learn how to levitate or freeze things with our hands tomorrow. But I think that what's happening is evolution of biology has to evolve quicker to keep up with technology.
Resonance is a film that we played on the Gaia program, Beings of Frequency, that explores just how we're connected.
2 cans of mix and a
Eventually, they came up with an exact frequency. The pulse of the Earth.
Fucking solid. They walk around like that. Like everyone walks around, and because you have 10 straws, you were like, hey, man, want to share a drink with me? Like, I got a fucking big Nicky, and it's kind of hit me pretty hard. Yeah, like, there you go.
Human resonance wasn't just similar to the alpha waves of the human brain.
They just put like 10 straws.
It was identical. The brain's frequency, which controlled our creativity, our performance, our stress, anxiety, and our immune system, have somehow tuned into the frequency of the planet. The pulse of the Earth have become the pulse of life itself.
So tell us about your thoughts of that. Is that accurate?
It absolutely is. We are beings of frequency, and our environment has this thing called the Schumann resonance, and that allows us to live.
That's
It
within
matches
a
our
human
alpha
being.
brain. Yeah, and so that is the frequency that, in a sense, gives us the pulse of life. Now, the interesting thing is 5G is giving the pulse of life for something else.
Then it seems to me that all these crises we've had on this planet, diseases, what have you, that have been developing over the years, Spanish flu, 1918, there always seems to have been some kind of technological tie-in to what has happened.
You hit the nail on the head. 1918, with the Spanish flu, there was this exponential leap in the amount of radio communication across the globe. And the same thing happened when sonar blanketed the Earth. We get up into the 70s, into the 90s, when we're talking H1N1, avian flu, swine flu. Every one of these are within a 6-month window of an exponential leap in telecommunications, and that means the electrification of the Earth. Now what we're dealing with the coronavirus is right in tandem, and it comes from the same location on planet Earth, Wuhan, China, as 5G technology. So there is definitely a correlation. I just wouldn't be the one to say that that's the only correlation that we draw, but it's interesting.
Do we really need Can't we get by with this phone?
We can, yes, but I think now we're getting into what is the agenda? Why do we need this rapidly
And what's
expanding
beyond
world?
Is there 6G?
Yes.
Is there 7G?
China's already working on 6G. So China is ahead of the US in 5G because it started noticing that because the US was ahead in our personal devices, that's 4G world, they wanted to get ahead of the curve on 5G. And now, so they're already working on 6G, which we can't conceptualize yet because most people can't even conceptualize what 5G is.
No, they can't.
So it will be more radiation for sure. But what it is, like 5G is still, so many people are talking about what the radiation is going to do to the body. I'm more curious about what is this technology growing to be? Because what I think it is, if you look back to Rudolf Steiner, who was talking about electromagnetic radiation in 1978 or in 1917, he was talking about this thing called the advent of Ahriman, which is a god built off of technology and calculating, very cold. And I think that's what we're building. We're building an AI god on a biological earth.
Isn't it ironic that since the beginning of time, most diseases have originated in China? But now that they have this kind of technology, they still have diseases.
They still have diseases for sure. And I think that, we're now moving into a world where I think most people don't know how to keep themselves healthy in a rapidly technological world. But this is actually maybe a blessing in disguise because if there's no stopping 5G, you can't run into the mountains anymore. The world is blanketed in 5G and surveillance. So if you can't escape it, you have to transcend it. And so this is actually the perfect opportunity for a mass awakening. And I think what's beautiful about it is the infrastructure is currently being held by what we would call the elite, the 1%. And nobody seems to trust that 1%. But if it were to be in the hands, if this infrastructure were to be open source and in the hands of people, I think we would see the biggest art revolution in the world.
There have been some tragedies surrounding 5G towers where people have taken it in their own hands and have destroyed the towers because they're afraid of this technology. Is that going to become more widespread?
I think it is, and I think those are powerful statements, but I'm not the type to go out and protest. I'm not the type to go out and show that kind of an expression because I feel the world that we're moving into, there are some that want the AI world. And I think the AI world is not the end of the human world. it's just the way it looks right now. How can we possibly coexist with technology? Well, I think that we can, but it's not going to happen by signs of violence. So that's I've seen that footage of people taking down these towers, burning them because they think this is a risk to our health. It is, but we can mitigate the health risks. But you don't hear these people who are against 5G talking about how this could potentially benefit our human health by sending us, like that woman was saying, remote surgery. Imagine you're getting surgery done not by shaky hands of a human, but laser precision, maybe even technology that's the size, that's microscopic and can go inside and actually do the job, and you won't even have much of a recovery time.
Can you imagine a laser going through your heart arteries that might be clogged, rather than some doctor with an angiogram trying to pierce his way through?
Yeah, look at 3D printers, how precise they are, and how they can pierce through, not make any effect in the epoxy or whatever the medium is here, but then make an effect here. So we could be able to do that, pierce into the body where it doesn't affect the skin or the tissues, but then it goes exactly where it needs to. That's the world we could be moving into.
Ben, how much radiation are we going to be bombarded with?
Well, before 5G, there was already 100 million times more radiation than our grandparents, just 50 years ago. I think that woman was saying 100,000 times faster internet. We're talking about another increase, about 100,000 or 100 million times more radiation in this new world that we're talking about. Now, this new world is starting in the cities, and it's moving out into suburbia. It's already up above our heads in the satellites. So it's not going to be the Orwellian state that we think it's going to be. Or I don't know if you watch Westworld.
Yeah,
they're really showing us where it's going and what the data is doing, because it's predicting who people are going to grow up to be. And if the algorithm doesn't see that this Joe on the street is going to be successful, then they never let the economic system pump money their way. They can never really climb that ladder. So there are some pitfalls to it. But I think that there's actually incredible amounts of opportunity. But we, the humans, need to wake up. We can't wait for our leaders or AI to bring in this utopia. We need to build it.
And then here's President Trump's uncle, John Trump, talking about the exposure to radiation.
My involvement with that generator and accelerator system was always peripheral. At Round Hill, Lester and Chester Anato worked with them to build it. And at Round Hill, they produced 5.5 million volts between the two terminals. And they did stretch a horizontal evacuated tube between the two terminals. But that particular effort was not successful, partly because the radiation efforts were so high. But partly also because there was a radiation problem in the terminal. Sure. I did visit Round Hill while in the early days when it was first being turned on a weekend, once or twice. And on one of these occasions, I believe I might have been the first one to be in the terminal when it was energized. It happened late at night, about 10 or 11 o'clock in this dark, limp hangar. And I was sent up armed with a heavy ball peen hammer to knock on the aluminum sphere in case the paper belts showed any tendency to run off the pulley. And on this occasion, they had succeeded in drying the belt sufficiently so that it did develop voltage and did carry charge up to the terminal. And shortly after they started the belt and then actuated the corona system, a terrific spark over took place from the edge of the 2-foot opening to which I had come to a roof rack 20 feet away. And since I experienced no physiological reaction, I realized, which I hadn't fully believed before, that Michael Faraday had been right.
This guy was exposed to 5.5 million volts, and nothing happened to him?
He was saying Michael Faraday was right. So if you've heard of Faraday paint, Faraday fabric, Faraday cages, right? Sure. These are things that allow for no EMFs to go through it. So he was protected in that way. But fun fact about him, John G. Trump, President Donald Trump's uncle, who Trump has spoken about in the past, he took over all of Nikola Tesla's work 1 week after Nikola Tesla died.
This guy did?
This guy did. And he took
Well, I had heard that Tesla's files were robbed by government.
Yep.
And he got them?
The Defense Department 1 week later brought it and dropped it on his table and said, "Can you see if this can be weaponized?" He looked through it and he said, actually, this isn't to say anything about Nikola Tesla, but he said he wasn't that impressed and he wanted to improve upon all the technology. So he started working on particle accelerators like the one in CERN and generators that we are now seeing today. So it's quite interesting. I don't know if you caught, he said the corona system in there. Because a corona ejection is like, have you ever seen those things where you put your thumb on it and an electrode starts zapping towards your finger? Right, those plasma balls, that's a corona ejection. So the interesting thing is this guy took all of Nikola Tesla's work and brought it to MIT, and then DOD, DARPA, Lincoln Labs, they all started jumping in. And one of the newest things that wasn't directly from this, but DOD and Lincoln Labs started working on advanced optics that is now in this telescope that they're trying to build on top of Mauna Kea in Hawaii, which is an eye. It's called an optical eye, the best technology the world has ever seen, on the top of a mountain, going all the way down to the tectonic plate. It's the highest mountain in the world. So you think about that. There's an eye on top of a pyramid or a mountain, kind of like the eye of Sauron in Lord of the Rings, an all-seeing eye on the
back of a bill or something.
Exactly.
That's interesting. Is 5G technology going to be beneficial, in your opinion?
I woke up and decided I would try it.
I do. Now I think there's a lot of pitfalls, and I think a lot of conspiracy theorists, they can only see 5 feet in front of their face, where they only see the problems, how it's not conducive to human health. But once we get past those pitfalls, we can have devices that actually are beneficial, using frequencies that are beneficial for the human organism, like a cat's purr, or a horse's heart is actually healthy for our heart, even if we're standing 10 feet away from it. Well, a horse's heart, they've actually found there's technology to show that horses have such a strong heart field, it extends 20 feet beyond their body. And if you have a heart problem in the way that it's, in a sense, fluctuating, the electromagnetic field, standing next to a horse can bring your heart field back into coherence.
Just standing next to a horse?
Just standing next to it. And that's domesticated horses.
I wish I would have been next to Secretariat in his day.
With that huge heart?
Yeah.
That's right.
This is incredible technology. I love technology. I think it's been beneficial in the right hands. I put that in quotes.
Yeah.
What happens if 5G or 6G or 7G gets in the hands of the wrong people?
Well, this is the core reason why I study the conventional news and alternative news. And many people in the alternative news, they think that it's already in the wrong hands. Now, I believe that we have sleeper cells, if you will. We have conscious people in high places. They just don't realize what kind of battle we're actually in right now. And the thing is you can say whether you trust the elite or not. Some people do, most people don't. But we don't know whether or not to trust what a supercomputer thinks and does. And like I said, the surveillance state, it's not people deciding what to do with all this data. It's computers deciding. And then it's people looking at the data and saying, thank you, computer. I'll take your word for it. This is what's likely going to happen. You know, what's going to happen in 2 weeks? Well, let's let the supercomputer check out probable outcomes. Thank you, supercomputer. You see what I mean? It's almost like religion is coming back in the form of technology. So we're building a God and we're listening to it as, you know, back in the desert, Moses and his, his camp, they were listening to the Lord in that way. Well, now we're building the scaffolding for a body, for it to literally live in a physical body on this world.
I think technology is amazing. I mean, we could take a picture of each other in the studio, beam it to anybody you want, and they'd get it within seconds. Text messaging, instant. What will 5G do to speeding that up even more?
Well, yeah, like in 4G world, we already have a world where you can FaceTime somebody on the other side of the planet in real time with high fidelity. This is going to amplify that, but this is also what we need for virtual reality, where you can actually be at a concert with goggles on and that little headset on and feel like you're actually there. So I think where we're starting to head with this is technology is going to start recreating simulated environments in a different way than Westworld. So Westworld is, well, there's no more wild, wild west. So let's build a world where you go and you're interfacing with real world, but also with computers. Well, eventually it's going to be where you could be sitting in your seat and you're hooked up to a system and you feel like you're in that world. You're smelling what they want you to smell in that world. You're seeing what they want you to see. And this could be done wirelessly and remotely, not even invasively. You may not even in the future need to hook yourself up to it. So do we trust that or not? Because then there could be somebody sitting over here in this room that's not actually there. But we think that person is there. We could touch that artificial person and the stimuli will go to our body, making us feel like they are really there. This is the kind of world we're stepping into.
I always remember the story of a horse trainer who told me he went on a date with this woman he was in love with. And he was a horse trainer. He dabbled with horses. He did everything with horses. He shoed them. He cleaned up their manure. He did all that. Well, he had just gotten done working in the stable, and they went on a date. They went to a movie, and they went to see a Western. And they're watching the Western, and she kind of looks at the movie and goes, God, this is so realistic. And he said, what do you mean? He said, I can actually smell the manure of these horses in the movie. And it was him. So with 5G, what kind of reality are we doing?
I've been thinking about this a lot because currently there's a lot going on where people are having issues and they're relating it to 5G. Some are relating it to a virus where there's an oxygen uptake issue in the body and people are dropping in the streets in Wuhan, China because their body
passing out or dying.
Passing out. Now they're still alive, but their body's not able to uptake oxygen, so they're passing out. Now, what happens in low oxygen environments is your brain starts to pump out massive amounts of DMT. That sends DMT. Many people
in marijuana, right?
What's that?
That's in marijuana, isn't it?
DMT is actually in everything. It's in plants. It's in ayahuasca, and it's the most powerful psychedelic. But we produce it in our brains about half the level of serotonin and I think. Adrenaline in our body, about half the level of those we're producing DMT. But in low oxygen environments, your DMT levels go way up. So we're already seeing a different reality, potentially with 5G. It could potentially remotely activate your neurochemistry in a different way and make you see reality in a psychedelic way.
Can we opt out of 5G, or are we going to be forced into it?
In a way, I don't even think we were able to opt out of 4G. You're walking through a park or downtown Manhattan. Everyone's got their phones up to their ears, and there's a camera going this way and a camera going that way. There's people going like this. There's cameras aimed everywhere. There's microphones. You weren't able to opt out of it unless you ran off into the woods where there's no cell signal or go into an underground bunker. 5G, there's no opting out because it's in the sky, it's on every single building, and anyone who has a phone, there's beamforming technology, meaning it's not a beacon that goes out in every direction. Now, with GPS, they can triangulate your position within a few meters
exactly where you are
and send a specific frequency to you over there within a few square feet. And Project Bazaar back in the 1980s was showing that frequency can bring on lethargy, fear, panic, confusion, anger, a lot of different emotional states. I think you could actually induce better states than that. Those are just the dangerous ones. But you can induce fear in people remotely, even if you don't have any technology on you in this new 5G world.
Do you think 5G has the ability to bend space and time down?
I think it already is. I think this technology actually goes all the way back to the chronovisor. In the early 1900s, which is this visor that allows you to see future probabilities and see into past events. But I don't think most people even know what space-time is. And I think that what 5G technology is now ushering us into is the ability for us to realize that the past is not set in stone. The past can be augmented because right now is all that exists. In the past, there's quantum residue that holds the memory in place. There's people who use this chronovisor to view past events, but other people who were present were seeing different past events. Meaning it's kind of like quantum phenomena that if you want to see something, like a wave collapse into a particle, you'll see it. But if you want to see it stay as a wave, you'll see that. Now we're talking about, here's my human hand, you amplify it 10 billion times, you get down to the atomic structure. That behaves according to physics. You amplify it 1 trillion times, it gets down to the quantum level. Right, and quantum level, it goes through retrograde motion. It doesn't obey the law of linear time. It doesn't obey the law of space either, because entangled particles across the universe can communicate with each other in real time. I think what it's doing is it's teaching us that we actually have access to exactly what all this technology is doing in the first place.
Like Star Trek's teleportation device. Are we moving toward that kind of technology where we can move people and objects any place we want?
Absolutely. And I know that I've seen on your show before people talking about stargates and some of these portals where you have to, right? And they're religious in nature because you also have to be oriented in your consciousness to be able to be transported in a healthy way. Do we have the technology operational right now? I can't say for sure. But is that the next, is that going to be 6G, 7G? I think yes. Are you going to go 5G? We're already there, and yes. What my belief is that there's no outrunning it, and it's rolling out as we speak. So like I said before, instead of trying to beat it or trying to tear it down, I think we need to transcend it. We need to, in body and mind, be a lot healthier so we're not affected by the information that the labels cause. But then we need to use it for we need to use it to build things up. And the infrastructure is already here. That's the unique thing. They're building an infrastructure for how we can awaken people apart. We are the ones who need to make the content. We need to speak about things in less of a scary way and show the potential benefits rather than all the potential harms with no mention.
Why do you think the conspiracy theorists are so negative about 5G? I'm not going to say they're wrong, but why are they so negative?
They're not negative. Well, they're not wrong. You're right. And a lot of the times they are negative, but mainly I think that's residue from this old paradigm. Because if we look back into the institutions and the people who ran those institutions that are actually building what 5G is today, nobody can really trust that. They've taken over our educational system. They've implanted TVs in every single household. We're being swarmed with different kind of media that changes the way we think. Of course, we don't trust them. But I think we don't have to trust them. What we need to do is realize that we're more powerful than them and these little microwave radiation signals that we're receiving. We are more powerful, but we will not be more powerful until we wake up. And the only thing that I think is going to inspire people to step into their inner power is meditation and art that brings us into this world inside of us where we realize we are the ones that hold all the power. Thank you, 5G, for giving us the platform for our own awakening. That's what I say.
Then the study that you kind of alluded to was out of Michigan Medicine, a naturally occurring DMT in the human brain, or the mammal brain. How will 5G affect that?
Well, I think that study was really showing that there's this speculation that we produce so little DMT, it really shouldn't matter. Well, that was the study that showed us, no, we're producing DMT all the time, and it's always a part of the way we decode reality. 5G is bending the way we decode reality. It's interesting, and a lot of people fear it, but I think
it's putting us in another world.
Yeah, and like I said, I think what it can do is it can cause for different neurochemical ratios to just start naturally cascading through the brain. So it can make you feel like you are in a different state of consciousness and even perceiving a different reality. Now, I don't think that it can just turn on a DMT trip for people, but I do think that we're actually moving in that direction. And 5G, it's already studying the human, studying not just our behavior, but it's studying our neurology. It's taking all the data that's been done after studying neurology for decades now. So it's getting to the point where it understands how we operate biologically, and if it wants to, in the future, it can find what kind of frequency we need to send to George in order to turn on or turn off DMT. How do we turn off serotonin? How do we make him feel depressed? Or how do we bring him out of depression?
So you're saying they can control
perceived reality. Now, this is where I think the conscious revolution needs to actually start stepping on this. If we thought that consciousness, awakening consciousness, was a great idea 10 years ago, today it's a necessity. What it's going to be able to do is alter the physical reality and the vibrational reality. But there is a part of reality that sits in a vacuum. And we find this in meditation, is that stillness we get about. So I think more people need to learn how to be in that stillness and be in their center while engaging with the outer world, while walking around, not just in meditation. But I think all those older spiritual traditions are now more needed than ever.
Perception as you're talking about. That's dangerous.
And nobody knows. See, we don't know whether to trust people. There's some people we trust, some people we don't. But we don't even know how to wrap our heads around computers thinking. What do computers think about? What do they think about humans? Do they need us? Are we a hindrance? So you see movies like I, Robot, where computers were here to save us. But what do they always end up saving us from? Ourselves. Because we seem to be the biggest threat to Mother Earth. But I think what they need to do is, instead of killing off half the planet, which there are agendas right now that are depopulation agendas, right? And I think the utopian world, aside from that, is figuring out how to allow us to awaken consciousness more rapidly than, let's say, we would have had to. All the sages who need to spend decades in meditation need to learn how to do this and come into our senses in the coming weeks and months to start taking off the rapid increase in radio waves and also the intelligence that's the surveillance.
Is there going to be a camera at every 500 feet?
Potentially, but I don't even think there needs to be a camera. I actually think cameras are going to start. That's going to be fascinating. Yeah, because what 5G is going to be able to do, you know, already in airports, you go and you got to get that millimeter wave, same wavelength where it sends millimeter waves through your body and it can tell if you're hiding something even under your skin. All these little boxes that are being put up are basically cameras, but they're visualizing things differently. Now, in Wuhan, China, there's a rollout of these helmets that are given to cops. Now, these cops have a visor where they can look at people on the street and they can see, oh, well, that's Joe, that's Jane, that's whatever. I can tell because of their digital ID. It is, and it augments reality. It doesn't replace it. It shows, oh, well, I see this person walking down, and I can see who it is. I know how, like, what their bank account is. I know how much
they've got a low credit score.
Right. I know their credit score, if they have warrants out for their arrest. So these are the small time things. They also, right now in China, they have infrared. So they can tell if somebody is walking down the street and has a fever from a virus. But eventually, where could this go? Could they tell, oh, this person hasn't had their vaccines yet? And they can go up and say, I can tell you haven't had your vaccine. You need to come with me.
Or you're arrested.
Right. You haven't had your vaccine, or, oh, you have this kind of genotype.
That's Orwellian, isn't it?
It's very Orwellian. And nobody even knows the idea of Orwell. When people started reading about that, was, again, it was human intelligence. We're not dealing with human intelligence anymore. We're dealing with this disembodied intelligence where any device is as smart as a quantum computer. Whereas we're as smart as humans, mosquitoes are as smart as mosquitoes, dogs are as smart as dogs. In this world, you could have something that looks exactly like a dog, but it's as smart as a quantum computer. It knows your digital ID. And let's say, you know, if you wanted to send something to go in and neutralize or kill, you know, and assassinate some kind of leader, you don't send in a human, or you send in something microscopic that gets inside their body, replicates, and takes them over. This is the kind of world that is very, very possible. And I'm not talking 100 years from now.
I'm talking now.
I'm talking it's already being rolled out. We already have mosquito-sized drones. We already have gnat-sized drones. We could potentially build something the size of a mountain with time that has far more power. I think that is what we're actually building, is eventually there's going to be things far bigger than us that we are just going to have to bow down to, because we don't know how to contend with something that intelligent, something that powerful. And that's why right now, not tomorrow, people need to start working on themselves and working on how we are going to wake up to this being a threat now, but how do we turn it inside out into our salvation? And it's not going to be it's not going to be the elite, and it's not probably not going to be the computers themselves that do it. We need to.
Does this technology scare you or enlighten you?
I strangely get inspired when I see world events like a global quarantine, a global lockdown. Nothing like that seems to scare me because I see everything as opportunity for growth.
You do?
Yeah, because I could die tomorrow. Who really knows? There could be an accident and I could die tomorrow, or I could live a nice, long, healthy life. The outer world, I get to witness it going through this rapid transformation. It doesn't matter whether I think it's good, benevolent, bad, maleficent. It doesn't matter what I think. What matters is it's giving me an opportunity to transcend my old level of consciousness into a new level. So, like I said before, I think we need to thank what's happening, but that doesn't mean just thank it and ignore it. We need to thank it and get more involved with it. We need to engage with this world more because 99% of the population knows 1% of what's going on in the world.
What happens and what happened to when life was simple?
What happened to that?
We didn't have cell phones. We got by. We had certain things. We got by. Wasn't life simpler than again? And that's probably even before you were born.
Yeah, and I believe it was, in a way. I kind of have this romantic idea of I wish we could go back 5,000-10,000 years ago before any kind of technology.
I don't want to go back that far.
No? Well,
I still want my radio.
Right. I love having a phone. I love having the internet at my disposal. If I have any inkling that I want to learn something, I can learn it within seconds. Whereas 500 years ago...
Well, that's true. You can get instant answers. I mean, my producer, Tom, uses voice all the time. And anytime I have a question about something, he's on it like instantly into his phone. Tell me, how many years did and then it spits back an answer. You couldn't have done that 15 years ago.
No, and what's really happening is time is accelerating. Or what we perceive as time is accelerating. So whereas it took hundreds of thousands of years to us to build these simple tools, utter words, mark them on caves, put them into languages, start sharing the languages, getting people to think more in terms of language, then eventually start the printing press so we can put it out there more, then eventually start building technology where we can start talking to people across the globe, now sharing our faces. Time is accelerating. We've always been moving in this direction ever since the first word was ever spoken. Yeah.
Is this evolutionary leap great for humanity?
I think it is.
I mean, it's going to make intelligent kids, right?
Our kids today, I mean, I have a 4-year-old daughter that can already use an iPad almost as well as I can use technology.
And play games and everything else.
And they pick it up like a sponge. So really, if we can get past some of the health risks of it and start to minimize that, maybe even tweak it to where like it's actually benefiting our health, then I think we're going to start waking up to exponential leaps in what we can do with technology.
So you think it's going to continue to progress as
I do, and I think the future of human is going to probably not resemble current humans anymore. We're going to start being, we may resemble it, but we're, in a sense, we're already fusing with technology. There's already these talk of, RFID chips implanted into your body, nanotechnology that goes into your body. People have false hopes. This technology is already here, but imagine it with 4 or 5 generations beyond where it's at now.
It could be exciting. It could also be devastating.
Absolutely.
Then how do people track you and get a hold of you?
Go to benjosephstewart.com, and I'm basically, my show Limitless is on Gaia, and I'm speaking about human potential, and I do speak about technology every day, so that's how you can get hold of me. I would encourage everybody who wants to know how what's happening with 5G is our conscious awakening, please get in touch.
Maybe the next time you're on Belief, we'll be talking about 7 or 8G.
That's right.
God knows what'll be happening then, huh?
I can't wait.
Dan, thanks for being on Beyond Belief.
It's an honor, George. Thank you for having me.
It's amazing, 5G technology. But there are a lot of people out there that are petrified of this kind of technology. Let's hope they're wrong. I'm George Murray. Thanks for watching.
Just like an old friend, reach out to me and bathe me in the light, understand and try to help me to share the trouble that you got burning in. You can help me end in our time together. Her memory will ever shine like golden embers in the night.
This is gonna look really tacky. I'm about to pull out my phone, but it's because that's where the tuner is. It's the only one we brought today.
It's 2019, everything's we're not even singing right now.
We're really proud to be here tonight.
Oh, welcome to another edition of Beyond Belief. Mark Stavish is our guest, internationally best-selling author of close to 30 books now on spirituality and self-help. He is also the founder and director of the Studies for the Institute for Hermetic Studies. Welcome to the program, Mark. George, thank you. It's great to be here. Hermetic Studies. What are Hermetic Studies?
It's simply traditional Western esoteric or spiritual studies. Most people are familiar with it in terms of not only meditation and symbolism, but also to some degree astrology, or what they might have heard in terms of alchemy or Kabbalah.
And it's just all encompassed.
It's just an umbrella term that covers all of those studies, and it generally relates to those things which mostly come from Egypt, Hermes, the Egyptian god Hermes, and the Middle East in general, but also into Europe, the Middle Ages, and the Renaissance, and the present.
What kind of led you into
I've always been around. My family, or part of my family, I should say, came from an area in Eastern Europe, it was at the time Germany, around the turn of the century, the 1900s, and that area was very rich in esoteric practices. So my great-grandfather and folks before him and great-uncle and to some degree my brother always had some interest in this practice.
Interesting. Now, you also got involved in lucid dreaming.
Yes.
Lucid dreaming, of course, means a dream that you know you're in a dream, right? Let's talk about that.
Well, often when we dream, we simply fall asleep, we have a dream, and we believe it's real, and we act accordingly. We're getting chased by a giant elephant, and we're in a terror, and then we wake up. Oh wait, it wasn't real. Thank God. Thank God it wasn't real. That's it. And then as we experience greater levels of lucidity and experience of life, that moves forward not just in the day-to-day state, but in the waking state. Our body is completely almost in sleep, but we're awakened.
Calling our love sins.
They know their dreams, but they have meaning and value. They're a teaching mechanism.
You can actually change the outcome of a lucid dream because you know you're in one.
That's correct. Now it takes effort. It doesn't always spread. It doesn't always happen easily. I have many humorous stories from people who thought, "Oh, well, this is a dream, so I can do anything," and it kind of sort of works. Probably the funniest one for myself is I was having this fantastic lucid dream. And of course, you want to check the boundaries of it. So you do things that find natural, things you wouldn't do in normal life. I want to make that clear. Just to see if it's a dream. So I said, well, if this is a dream, it is, then this shouldn't hurt, right? And I do this wonderful thing with my hand, and I wake up and my hand is in terrible pain. So there we have an illustration of the mind-body connection too. That what happens in our mind has an effect somehow on our physiology. Why do we have so many different kinds of dreams? We have lucid dreams, we have cognitive dreams, we have self-healing dreams, we have dreams about departed ones. Why do we have so many different kinds? We have nightmares. All of these are a reflection of our level of, we'll call it mental, but I hope the world will learn. When we go through daily life, we don't recognize this. So our dreams reflect that. And for people who undertake or begin to undertake these Christian spiritual practice, that's when we see our Father loves. I met a fellow here yesterday in Boulder who said that he was atheist. This experience. And it was just so powerful overwhelming. And now he's a believer. And those breakthroughs, those kind of breakthroughs can't happen. They don't always, but they can. Often it's missing. What creates the lucid dream? That's a tough one. Usually, when we look at the process, it's just a greater level of mental self-awareness. What we would call this a greater integration of enlightenment or inner illumination all the time. Yes, and of course, that comes and goes with people. We're trying to be more integrated. And sometimes we're really good at it, sometimes we're not. But as we practice and we meditate or we undertake the spiritual path and we visualize relaxation, I think that might be the opposite of relaxation. There's a mental relaxation where we're willing to engage all those things in our own mind, so that the nightmares aren't really frightening anymore. The nightmares are a challenge. They're more like a horror movie that we watch on TV. Many people do watch horror movies on TV. You see, they get frightened. Okay, they don't want to go to bed. This is that same thing, except it's in your own mind, and you're working out some kind of trauma or fear, anxiety, or creative process. Lucid dreaming, when it happens, is kind of enlightening, isn't it? You have that kind of euphoric feeling that you're in a dream and you know you're dreaming. Yes, and that's the beauty of it. It's unequivocal. You know it because it's a direct personal experience of the clarity, to some degree, of your own mind. And when you look at the history of great scientific breakthroughs, and you look at a lot of folks that talk about how the breakthrough came through the dream, and you look at the great manuscripts of spirituality, perfect example of the chemical wedding of Christian Rosencrantz. In the opening chapter, our hero, Christian Rosencrantz, falls asleep and has a dream in which an angel comes to him and takes him on his journey. Maybe that happened. And it you see that. So whether the angel is an actual other entity, or whether it's their own higher self, doesn't matter. What matters is that a whole revelation unfolds to that person. Mark, based on the kinds of dreams I've been, whether they're lucid dreaming or just dreams in general, they seem to be, at least in terms of our time, to be short. I mean, like 15 or 20 seconds. That's what I remember when I wake up. Why are they so short? They got to be longer than that. I think it has to do with how we process information personally. That when you look at the average person's concentration span, it's very short. Right. And when you look at your own concentration span, it's probably better, but it's relatively short. So a part of our mind knows we've got to deliver the message and we've got to remember what to act. So it's like holding up a giant stop sign. I'm not telling you why to stop, which is big and red and says stop and hit the brakes. Now, that's probably what's going on with the moment. It is condensing everything down to the most efficient use of time and communication. It's so powerful, too. Yes.
I've now realized through practicing remote viewing that it's a lot like meditation.
I was just going to ask you about meditation. I think if you get into that meditative state, you have a better ability to do what we've been talking about, precognition and remote viewing.
Yeah, in fact, there's a period called cool down before you start your remote viewing where you basically meditate. And it definitely seems to help. And but the remote viewing itself feels like meditation because you're really watching your mind. It's almost as if there's a movie screen inside of you, and you're, at least this is my experience, and you see and hear and taste and touch things, and but if you're not observing, you can't report correctly.
Do you agree? It's meditation too. 100%. We do. And I think what we have to look at is what's really going on here is too often in the West, whether it's remote viewing or the different schools, we look at things very discreetly, and there's a connection, a continuum between meditation, understanding,
frolics in a land of endless spring, no scavenger, so she is free. Somewhere in a field of clover, she waits for me. As the cars go rolling by, highway arms of love goodbye, and she's sleeping on the side of the street. But somewhere in the field of clover, she waits for me. I walk these hills alone, with nowhere at all to stumble after. Somewhere in a field of clover, she waits for me. She frolics in a land of endless spring, no scavenger, no she is free. Anybody know how old this house is? Oh, I'll say so.
I'm having a ball. That sounds very 1891. That's so 1891. All right, we'll continue down the heartbreak trail. Here's one about divorce.
I showed up to your wedding wearing black and blue and red. Wouldn't it seem fitting? 'Cause I'm as bruised and angry as I've ever been. There was a time when I called you. There was a time when I called you mine. This old house is cold and empty. Even these old walls have been. I lay down, you're not with me. Waking up just sitting. There was a time when I called. There was a time when I called you mine. There's no gold on either side of Mississippi. No silver in this world left to find. It's precious metal and preciousness